Hi, and welcome back to my channel. We're here for another exciting audiobook this week, and I'm really thrilled to share with you A Cowboy's Proposal, which is book number 3 in the Lime Peak Ranch romance series.
The Cowboys' Proposal. A Lime Peak Ranch family drama. Written by Lucy McConnell.
Chapter 1. Bonnie Ruggles. Bonnie took the warm clothes from the dryer, breathing in the vanilla and orchid scent of the new laundry softener she'd purchased. The bottle was dark and exotic and had called to her right there in the grocery store aisle. She hurried up the stairs to the bedroom where her suitcase was open on of her hope chest. Inside were several skirts and dresses. Sophisticated clothing for a woman who wasn't at the kitchen sink most of the day. There was even a pair of yoga pants for lounging that she'd picked up at Costco. She may never wear them, but she now owned them and was proud of the fact. Resentment pulled and tugged at her energy. How many dinners had she cooked? How many dishes had she washed? Yes, she got a paycheck for her efforts, but she'd never done the cooking because she got paid. In the past, making a meal for her family and their guests was a work of love. The Faircatch Ranch family had always been her greatest source of joy, and yet, over the past few months, that had petered out like an irrigation stream during a drought. And then she found out Joe Labrum had died. Died in his sleep, they said. A peaceful way to go for a man who brought anything but peace to the Faircatch Ranch. The years he'd worked to destroy what she and her husband, Dallas, and their best friends, John and Anna Dumont, had built were some of the darkest in the ranch's history. Which was Bonnie's personal history. The idea of death, any death, hit Bonnie like a bull to the chest, but Joe's passing was harder than it should be. But then, there was history there that found a way back into her life at the oddest moments. Logan, Joe's son, had married the youngest Dumont daughter, Ellie, a little over a month ago. They'd run off to Vegas for a secret wedding because if her parents had known Ellie was in love with a Labrum, they would have locked her in the barn until she came to her senses. Bonnie shook out a t-shirt, wondering if it would work with the yoga pants as she thought through the last few days with her son, Robert, and grandson, Jax. Robert was the baby she'd placed for adoption, only he was 33 years older than the last time she'd seen him. He'd been living here for nearly 2 months before he told her who he was, that he'd wanted to meet her and just go, but the ranch had pulled him in. The ranch did that to people. Had done it to her for years. She didn't love it anymore, not the way she used to. Burnout was possible in any profession, that much was true. Despite the number of online quizzes, blog posts, and websites available on the subject of menopause, workplace burnout, female midlife crisis, and disgruntled marriage partners, Bonnie was no closer to understanding herself than she was 6 months ago. Dallas's footsteps sounded in the hallway. Bonnie froze mid-fold. They hadn't spoken since before George and Carol's recommitment ceremony. He'd hardly set foot in the house since asking her not to go to New York. She moved to place the bed between them. She wasn't ready to talk, had no idea what to say. She wasn't happy here, but it wasn't Dallas's fault. He was a good man, a content man. Her heart ached with the knowledge that her choices were hurting him, but she didn't know what else to do. If things stayed the way they were, if she never let this song inside of her have a voice, then she'd go crazy. There was a tromp tromp tromp, and Dallas filled the doorway. He was a large-chested man with thick arms and legs. Not fat, just sturdy in all the right places. Water dripped from his hair to his shirt. He'd showered to come to see her. Her heart twisted harder at the gesture. That all you're talking? He stared hard at her one suitcase. It's only a 5-day trip. And I didn't want to bother with checking a bag. In truth, she was scared to death about navigating the airport. She had no idea how to find her way around. Staying home was scarier than facing the great big world. You're coming back then? Dallas studied the carpet. His voice was even. Bonnie's heart finally gave in and crumpled like a piece of paper. Oh, how she loved this man. Her needs were like two opposing teams, each one wanting to take her in a different direction. The feelings were confusing and irritating and sometimes downright aggravating. Of course I'm coming back. Years of talking herself out of traveling, of stifling the music she longed to experience, brought clawing desperation into her life. She softened her tone. This is home. Dallas fiddled with the molding around the door, digging at it with his thumbnail. Do you want the house? I can live in the barn. Dallas? Bonnie gasped and her hand went to her chest. Do you want a divorce? She'd wounded him deeply by not telling him about the baby she'd placed for adoption all those years ago. Still, divorce seemed extreme. They'd hardly spoken about what had and hadn't happened, and he was ready to cut up their marriage certificate. He continued to dig at the molding, and for such a large man he looked awfully small. After a moment, she caught the slightest shake of his head. Neither do I, she said with as much conviction as she could paint into the words. You should. Dallas kicked the doorframe. I've built you a nice little piece of purgatory right here, haven't I? That's why you want to leave. Bonnie wanted to explain the turmoil inside of her. How one day she was fine and the next she exploded. A man just couldn't understand those feelings. And there were all those years of wanting something I couldn't give you. How does a couple come back from that? Huh? His brown eyes were almost black with contained rage. We're doomed. Bonnie pressed her lips into a tight circle. The angry wolf snapped and snarled in her head and scratched inside her chest. If the foundation for our marriage was my purity on our wedding night, then you're absolutely right, we're doomed. Hot tears burned her eyes. You'd think, over 30 years, we could have come up with something a little stronger than that. I wonder what else you're keeping from me, if I ever knew the real you. Bonnie folded her arms and sealed her lips. There was no need to yell back. He was right. He didn't know the real her because she'd buried parts of herself in order to make him happy. She thought she was being a good wife, putting aside her wants and supporting Dallas. That's what a woman was supposed to do. Wasn't she? Bonnie flipped around, slammed the suitcase shut, and zipped it closed. I'm leaving in the morning. Anna's dropping me at the airport. Carol offered to feed you while I was gone. She held herself stiff until she felt him leave. There was a tromp 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 and the room was as empty as it was cold. Sinking into the comforter, Bonnie allowed the angry tears to fall. After a moment, they changed to sad tears, and then to exhausted tears. She was so tired. Tired of giving pieces of herself away and not getting anything back. She should chase after him, throw her arms around his neck and beg his forgiveness, but her well was empty. When I get back, she promised herself, and the room and the house and the ranch. When I get back, I'll be strong again. She rubbed her arms for warmth, unsure if she could keep that promise or not. Chapter 2. George Dumont. Udons are proud of their pioneer heritage. So proud that they created a holiday to celebrate the day the ragtag group of explorers arrived in the Salt Lake Valley. The holiday was technically called the 24th of July, with a subheading of Pioneer Day. The day was a paid holiday for those who worked at big companies and garnered health insurance coverage. George Dumont did not. He worked as the manager of the Fair Catch Ranch co-owned by his father, John Dumont and Dallas Ruggles. Each of the Dumont children owned a section of land within the ranch borders. George was the only one with a house on the land. His youngest sister, Ellie, and her husband, Logan, were in the process of building a house next door. The basement had been dug, the footings poured, and the plumber would arrive tomorrow to stub in water lines. Despite his lack of paid holidays, George looked forward to the 24th of July holiday because right along with the parades and fireworks was the Days of 47 rodeo. A PRCA-sanctioned event, this rodeo would increase his earnings and get him closer to the finals in November. Only the top 15 earning ropers were invited and he intended to be one of them. Knowing how his wife Carol felt about rodeo taking him away from the family, George decided to make the morning a special one. The hay was layin' in the field. Cut and baled thanks to Logan, the bales were going to rot where they sat if someone didn't bring them in soon. George wasn't going to spend this holiday haulin' hay. Leaving the crop in the field went against everything inside of him except for the parts that were smart enough to know he needed to invest some time in his wife today. George completed chores before the sun came up so he could take his family to the biggest parade in the whole state. Beautiful and slightly bed rumble, Carol climbed into the truck bringing her pillow with her so she could get some more sleep on the hour-and-a-half drive. Levi was asleep in the back seat. He had on a pair of basketball shorts and a t-shirt that he slept in but could pass for summer wear. The closer they got to downtown, the heavier the traffic. George shifted around in his seat, the number of cars making him claustrophobic. He glanced behind him, thankful he wasn't pulling a trailer full of horses. Carol moaned and threw her pillow down by her feet. It's like trying to sleep in a bumper car. George gave her a lopsided grin. She liked those. He could tell because they usually garnered him a kiss. Thank goodness we aren't bumping into anyone. Carol returned his grin. You're the biggest vehicle on the road today. They'll get out of your way. George leaned forward in the seat, lacing his fingers together and resting them on the top of the steering wheel. Looks like we should have camped out overnight if we wanted to get a good spot. Where would we have parked the fifth wheel? Carol grumbled. George laughed. I was thinking of a tent. Spoiled are we? There's nothing wrong with enjoying a nice mattress at night. George laid his arm across the back of the seat, resting his hand on her shoulder. He managed to make it through the thickest traffic and find a parking spot only a few blocks away from State Street. That was a miracle in and of itself. Taking tight hold of Levi's hand, he headed into the crowd with Carol right behind him. She hooked her finger in his belt loop, just like she had when they were dating. Her nearness gave him a sense of completion. There was also a pressure to be the leader, to take charge, to make sure Carol and Levi were happy. He pushed forward, bumping into a guy pushing twins in a stroller. Sorry, he mumbled. If he apologized to everyone he bumped into today, he'd get a sore throat. Dad, I can't see anything, grumbled Levi while tugging on his arm. Just wait till we find a spot. Mom, I gotta pee. Carol looked around in a panic. Levi, we talked about this. You're supposed to say I have to go to the bathroom. Not I gotta pee. Levi did a little dance as he nodded. He wasn't going to remember. They were on State Street with dozens of businesses lined up behind them. George's heart plummeted as he read the signs in the windows, no public restroom or restroom for paying customers only. Let's split up, suggested Carol. I'll take him to the bathroom. You find a place to sit and then call me on my cell phone. She tucked an errant piece of auburn hair behind her ear. No, George insisted. We need to stick together. There were so many people, the crush pressing on him as if they could smother him. Whatever we do as a family. He glanced down at Levi. Even going to the bathroom. Carol made a funny face. I think you're taking this together thing a little too seriously. I'm not letting you in the bathroom with me. Someone bumped into George from behind and he had to step forward to keep himself from falling. In doing so, his boot landed on a blanket, leaving behind a dusty footprint. Hey, the lady snapped at him. Sorry. George shrugged. Considering these were his barn boots, the footprint could have been worse. Carol glared to the woman. The woman glared back. This wasn't what George had pictured when he wanted to bring his family to the parade. Still holding Levi's hand, he took Carol by the elbow. Let's just run into the sandwich shop and let him go to the bathroom. He hurried inside only to find a line 17 people deep. Are we going to miss the parade? Asked Levi. I hope not. George ground his teeth together. Carol huffed. Maybe we should just go home. After we come always way. It's just such a hassle. It's supposed to be fun. Carol looked around them, dubiously. She lifted an eyebrow as a family of 6 joined the line behind them. George shut his mouth and refused to let another negative word out. He could bring them through this bump in the road and they'd be laughing and catching saltwater taffy in no time. They finally made it through the line. Carol decided each of them should go to the bathroom while they had the opportunity. Embarrassed to be lumped in with the kids, George took his turn. Back out on the street, they wandered the sidewalk looking for an open place to lay their blanket. There wasn't one. People on blankets were in the front, people on chairs set behind them, and still more people stood behind them. Several marching bands went past. Levi covered his ears. Carol's lips formed a thin line. George, her voice is full of warning and question and hope that they could leave. George thrust his fingers through his hair. We aren't going anywhere. But, Carol indicated Levi, who was sitting on her foot and squeezing his eyes shut. George grabbed him by the arms and settled the boy on his hip. Can you see now? He asked, putting as much enthusiasm into his words as possible. Look, princesses. Yuck. Levi stuck his tongue out at the waving girls in sparkly dress. That was George's sign that it was time to go. He set Levi on his feet, took his hand, and dragged him through the crowd. Once they were a street away, the people thinned out and Carol was able to walk alongside him. He moved fast and the other 2 had to jog to keep up. What's eating you? Carol poked him in the ribs. I wanted to take my family to the parade. Then we should have planned this out a little better, don't you think? George growled. Families from all over the state come here to enjoy the parade together. Why can't we be one of them? George. Carol stopped him with a hand on his arm. You're acting crazy. It's just a parade. It's not. George took a deep breath so he didn't yell. It's not just a parade. I wanted this to be our thing. Thing? Carol exchanged a look with Levi. Yeah. He made circles with his arms to include the 3 of them, thing. What if we don't want it to be a thing? Asked Carol. George started walking again. Carol caught up to him, Levi holding her hand now. You could have asked me about this. I didn't think I had asked anyone to start a tradition with my family. You're not the chief in our teepee, George. Carol handed Levi the blanket. I am the dad. If I want to haul my family to a parade, as soon as the words were out he realized how angry and controlling they sounded and that wasn't his intent. He took a mental step back. Carol held up a hand. Yes, you are the dad, and the husband. But you're going all Lone Ranger on me again. She shifted her weight. Can we just go home? George looked from Carol to Levi and back again. Their faces were long. Their shoulders slumped. Fine. Let's go. He marched back the way they'd came. At least, by leaving early, they'd miss traffic. They got to the truck and George went around to open Carol's door. She helped Levi climb up and over the seat to his booster in the back and then brushed her hand down George's arm as she climbed into the cab. The touch was like hitting a reset button. The day had gone exactly the opposite of how he'd thought, but in the end, he was going home with the woman he loved. That was the most important thing. Even if she did look like an angry beehive at the moment. I should have let her sleep in. He smiled to himself. What? Carol asked wearily. I'm just equals happy I have you to argue with. Carol gave him a sidelong glare with a hint of amusement. You're on my short list, George Dumont. Maybe he was now, but there was something he could do about that. He slid his hands around her middle and tugged her to the edge of the seat. You're pretty when you're miffed. She rolled her eyes. Are you trying to sweet talk me? That depends. Is it working? She tipped his hat back. I may want to kiss you right now, but that doesn't mean you can haul us off to a parade whenever you want. She poked his shoulder. I hear what you're saying. And I want to kiss you too. George, she slapped his arm. He tugged her down and kissed her like they had nowhere else to be. I hate arguing with you. Carol kissed him. But you love makin' up, don't ya? You know it. He growled into her neck and she giggled. Can we go? Levi called from the back seat. I will ground him. George helped Carol back into the truck. That boy needs to learn when to leave a man to his business. Carol turned a stunning shade of pink. Get in the truck and take us home. Home. George's chest swelled with knowing his home was with these two. Yes, ma'am. He shut her door and ran around to climb behind the wheel.
Chapter 3. Olivia Dumont. The Days of 47 rodeo was one of Utah's longest-standing traditions. It was also a PRCA rodeo, which meant that cowboy and cowgirls, with their eyes set on the National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas, came from all parts of the country to participate. The faces in the arena were familiar to Olivia. She'd grown up with these people, parked a horse trailer in their barnyards, ate at the snack shack together when they were kids, sent wedding and baby gifts to their homes. Olivia wasn't here to compete, not this year. This year, she was a cheerleader. Which was an improvement over last year when she hadn't come at all. Despite all her sister and Logan were going through right now, with Logan's dad passing away just a few days ago, Ellie still had to show up and ride. She needed a win, or at least placement, to keep her NFR dream alive. Olivia made her way through the crowd to the row of seats they'd reserved. Most were empty, her family preferring to hang out by the horses and trailers than sit in the stands. Carol, Levi, and Jax were there. For the moment, the boys were enjoying the antics of the bullfighter. They used to be called rodeo clowns, but the PC term these days was bullfighter. They even had their own league of competitions. Olivia sat next to her sister-in-law, her heart racing at the thought that Robert could appear any second to claim his son. Their boys were the best of friends despite their age difference and had plans to start a roping team. That was a sacred bond that could not be broken. Unless Robert decided to move back to Seattle. He had a medical practice there, not that he acted much like a doctor these days. He blended in with the Cowboys quite nicely with his trimmed beard and hair that hung over his ears. Hey! Carol turned her direction. How are things going? Fine. Olivia picked at a jagged fingernail trying to get her mind of running digging her fingers into Robert's hair and pulling him in for a nice, long kiss. They'd shared quite a few of those kisses in the past and she missed them, missed him. Where's Robert? Asked Carol. Olivia lifted her hands. Carol shook her head. She checked all around them before leaning close and whispering, I think he went looking for you. No way. Olivia swatted away a lazy fly. So what's going on with you two anyway? Last I heard, you were rolling the in hay and now you can't even look at each other. Olivia's face burned. First of all, we have never rolled in the hay. Carol coughed into her hand, the noise sounding an awful lot like she'd said bull crap. Olivia ignored her because she liked Carol. Friends could get away with a few things now and again. Secondly, I'd love to talk things out with him, I just have no idea what to say. I was the one who pushed him to tell Bonnie he was her long-lost son, and look what happened with Bonnie and Dallas. I had no idea it would cause such a rift between them. I feel horrible, and I bet he does too. He wouldn't have said anything if I hadn't made him." Carol considered this for a moment. In the arena, Matt Fargo rolled out from under the steer he'd dogged in 3.2 seconds. The Fargo family lived in West Mountain, a small community with one dairy farm, run by the fifth-generation dairy farming family who had relocated the herd from Draper. There were several orchards in the area as well. Ellie and Matt were the same age and had run around together as kids. Olivia clapped along with the crowd. Matt's was the last ride in the event, and 3.2 had earned him second place, right behind his older brother. She would bet her hay field that bugged Matt worse than a sunburn in a bad location. "All right, folks, are you ready to see some horses fly?" called the announcer. Doug Kelly had been as much of a mainstay at the Days of 47 rodeo over the last 25 years as the Dumonts and the Ruggles. "We're gonna see some of the fastest horses and cowgirls in the country tonight." When the cheers died down, Carol leaned close again. "Maybe it's for the best that you two broke up." "How so?" Olivia scorned the idea. "He has a family and a job in Seattle, and your life is here. Where did you see this going?" Olivia lifted a shoulder. "I don't know. We never talked that far. We were just dating." She paused, remembering Robert's confessions on their last date. His admittance that he had deep feelings for her was overshadowed by his revelation that he was the baby Bonnie had given up all those years ago. She'd like to go back in time, really explore those deep feelings, and see what he really meant. The announcer came back on. "Our first cowgirl is Miss Ellie Labrum." Levi and Jax's heads popped up. They jumped to their feet to cheer. Carol grabbed Olivia's hand. Olivia bit back the startled cry of someone crushing her crippled hand. "Did she make it?" Carol asked in a panic. Olivia's stomach rolled. The hand didn't hurt as much as it had surprised her to have someone grab it. Carol was so focused on the tunnel where the racers came through that she didn't know what she was doing to Olivia. "Last I heard they were at the funeral home making arrangements for Logan's dad's cremation." Carol swore, and Olivia echoed her sentiment. The bullfighter rolled out the first barrel. His loose-fitting pants were held up with yellow suspenders, and several handkerchiefs in different colors swung from the pockets. "Did I ever tell you the one about the skunk?" he asked the announcer. A man took the barrel from him and made sure it was in the right place. "I don't believe you did," replied Doug. Olivia rubbed her lips together. Are they buying her time, or is this part of the act? "I don't know." Carol's fingers dug into her arm. "Well, there were these three guys standing on the side of a field, and a preacher came up to them and said, 'If you can cross that field without stepping on a skunk, you'll get a mighty fine prize.'" "All right," Doug encouraged him from the announcer's box. So the first guy starts walking, and he steps on a skunk. Next thing he knows, he's married to the ugliest woman he's ever seen. The second guy goes, and he steps on a skunk, and he's married to the second ugliest woman in the world. "Oh." Doug's deep voice rumbled through the open space. They were done setting up barrels, and the bullfighter swaggered back to his place by the chutes. So the third guy goes, and he crosses the whole field without stepping on a skunk. The next thing he knows, he's married to the most beautiful woman he's ever laid eyes on. He asks her, "Do you know what's going on here?" The woman says, "I'm not sure. Alls I know is I just stepped on a skunk." The audience laughed and groaned at his joke. Shaking his head in an exaggerated motion, Doug asked, "Now where'd you hear a story like that?" "I didn't hear it anywhere, I was there," replied the bullfighter. "You were?" asked Doug. "Yeah, my wife still smells like skunk." More groans and laughter. Olivia smiled. She'd take all the jokes these two wanted to dish out if it bought Ellie a few more minutes to get to the arena. Well folks, Doug's tone indicated they were done joking around and ready to get back to the business of rodeoing. Miss Ellie Dumont Labrum just gotten married too, and she's lookin' to secure the #1 spot tonight. Let's see if she's got the speed. Olivia grabbed onto Carol's arm as they stared at the tunnel waiting for Ellie to appear.
Chapter 4. Ellie Labrum. Ellie had saddled at the trailer and ridden inside so she could listen for her name. Right as she got to the gate, Zinger let out the bloat he'd been holding and her saddle slipped. Ellie yanked the cinch tight and Zinger side-stepped twice. Yeah, that'd teach him to bloat out on her. As fast as they whipped around those barrels, a loose saddle could mean an injury. She couldn't risk getting hurt, not this late in the season. She set her boot in the stirrup and threw her leg over the back of the horse. Zinger was hot at the gate anyway, meaning for no apparent reason he got all jittery before entering the arena. Ellie liked to think it was because he was just as nervous as she was. Her hurried approach wasn't helping calm him down any. Whoa, boy. She took the reins just as Doug Kelly said something about speed. Ellie would know that voice in her sleep. You goin'? Asked the gate operator. She jerked her chin down and slammed her spurs into Zinger's sides. He hopped his way down the tunnel on his back feet like some circus horse. Ellie held on for dear life and muttered curses. As soon as he cleared the gate, Zinger took off like his tail was on fire. Ellie was ready, her mind as focused as it had ever been. She'd left Logan by the trailer at the very last second. He'd insisted she ride tonight, knowing how important this rodeo was in the standings. She'd kissed him good and hard and then turned her mind to the clover pattern. Coming up on the third barrel, Ellie took it a wide and cut Zinger back sharp. His feet plowed into the dirt, slowing him down a half second. They recovered quickly and she kicked all the way home knowing Logan was waiting at the end for her and he was hurting. She cleared the timer and kept right on riding out to the parking lot where the trailer waited, not even hearing her time. The results would be posted online. She could check them later. At the trailer, Logan sat in a camp chair, his face hidden behind his cowboy hat. He didn't even hear her approach, which was hard to do because Zinger snorted like a bull. He was mad at her for that run and she deserved it. If Dallas had seen her run the horse that hard, or at all, without warming him up, she'd be cleaning stalls for a month. After tying Zinger to the trailer, she approached Logan. He finally lifted his head, his eyes heavy with loss. When they'd found Joe dead in his bed, Logan had hardly reacted. He said a man like Joe didn't garner much grief because he caused so much grief for others. Despite what he'd said, Logan was grieving the loss of his father. Joe was the only father Logan had, and dads, no matter how horrible, had a connection with their sons. Oh, love. She put her hand on his knee, wishing she could suck all the sadness out of him. He needed to talk to someone who knew Joe and would understand the way his feelings were confused. You need to call your mom. They'd called Trudy from Vegas to tell her about the wedding. She was thrilled for them and not at all upset that they'd eloped, which was refreshing considering Ellie's family's reaction. Ellie didn't know Trudy well, but she'd been through life with Logan. She knew Logan when he was a kid and a teen. She'd understand what he was going through. I can't. He rubbed his face. Do you mind if I call her? As much as she wanted to be Logan's whole world, there were parts of him that she couldn't reach, not when it came to his dad. The knowledge chafed. They were newlyweds and should be one another's whole worlds. She shoved away the scratchy feeling. Logan passed over his phone, giving consent without saying a word. Ellie searched through the contacts and called Trudy. They exchanged greetings, Trudy's happiness bursting through the phone. I'm afraid I have some. Would Trudy be upset? She'd left Joe and they weren't exactly Romeo and Juliet to begin with. Maybe she'd be glad he was dead. Disturbing news. Oh my goodness. Trudy's words faltered. Logan, she gulped. Logan is fine. Ellie stood up and walked to the back of the trailer, not wanting her husband to know how worried she really was. Well, fine as can be. His dad passed away a couple days ago. I'm sorry we didn't call you sooner. It's been hectic around here with rodeos and hay and talking to the funeral home. Honey, slow down. I'm not upset at you. Trudy took a shaky breath. It sounds like you've been treading water for a while now. Ellie's throat tightened. Logan was supposed to get the hay in and he hadn't. She didn't want him to give her family a reason to be mad at him, but she couldn't swat away the clouds that had hung low in his eyes. Now she knew why Logan couldn't call his mom. The compassion Trudy offered so easily broke down whatever had been holding Ellie up, like sugar cubes against a tidal wave. We've been sticking close together. I didn't know Joe. Logan never wanted me to meet him. There's good reason for that. Trudy wasn't malicious, just truthful. She took a deep breath. Let me talk to my boy. Ellie nodded before remembering Trudy wasn't there. Hang on. She pressed the mute button and went around the trailer to where Logan sat. He was leaning forward with his arms on his knees, his head hanging down. Hey, Ellie rubbed his shoulder, she wants to talk to you. Logan nodded and took the phone. He unmuted the call. Hey, Mom. Ellie couldn't hear what Trudy said. She rubbed Logan's back, hoping she was helping and feeling completely helpless. Logan fell forward, struggling to breath as he clutched his chest. I know. He gulped. I know. Ellie clutched him to her, pressing a kiss to his shoulder blade. If only people could be held together with baling twine so they wouldn't fall apart.
Chapter 5. Porter Dumont. Porter took a seat in the stands next to Olivia after watching Ellie eat up the barrels. She was in for second place and a nice-sized purse. If she could hang on to the lead, she'd be in the top 15. Not that she cared. She'd torn out of there like the devil was poking Zinger's backside. You weren't saving this for anyone, were you? He teased Olivia. She had a thing for Dr. Robert Canton, clear as day. Not that she wouldn't admit it out loud. Nope. It's all yours, she replied. Robert wasn't around, so if this was his seat, Porter wanted to leave it open, especially considering the way Robert was helping him out. He'd never sold a piece of land before and Robert had arranged everything, making it possible for Porter to just show up and sign papers. Once the money cleared his account, he'd head off to Nashville. George and his partner Wyatt Zimmerman trotted into the arena. Wyatt's trailer was parked next to the live-in. He wasn't married, so he'd brought his brother and sister along. His sister, Bailey, was 24 and turning heads all over the arena. Porter couldn't help but stare at her like everyone else. That woman knew how to fill out a pair of jeans. Olivia elbowed him in the ribs. She lifted both eyebrows. You want to go talk to her? Porter flushed, having been caught ogling. No. Then put your tongue back in your mouth. He rolled his eyes. Whatever, he mumbled. George and Wyatt made a circle, passing one another while feeding their loops, and then headed for their respective boxes. Carol was on the edge of her seat, her hands and fists on her knees. It was nice to see her in the stands, cheering on her man. Mom had always cheered for Dad. One day, maybe his wife would be cheering for him at a concert. Wouldn't that be awesome? Levi waved his hat. Go, Dad. George touched 2 fingers to the brim of his hat, his signal to Jax that he'd heard him. After that, he was all business. Didn't take long for the steer to sprint off, and both Wyatt and George to catch and be on their way out of the arena. Carol scooted back in her seat. Olivia nodded in appreciation. Porter's phone rang. He checked the number and then bolted to his feet. I'm gonna go for a walk. Olivia's eyebrows came together. Porter scampered down the steps, her eyes burning into his back. He'd have to have a talk with her soon, with everyone. He wouldn't make the same mistake William and Ellie had. No, sir. He wasn't afraid to face the music, Music was why he was leaving in the first place. Hello? He stopped running long enough to catch his breath and answer the phone. Porter Dumont? This is he. Porter patted himself on the back for remembering the phone manners his mother had taught him. A man didn't have to change who he was to follow his passion. This is Ginger Anderson, Tyler Tarrington's secretary. Yes. Hi. Hi. I'm calling to confirm reservations for the recording studio. They have several options available at varying prices. Porter chewed his lip. What are we looking at here? You can get the basic package, which includes a piano and 2 hours of studio time for $365, or the premiere package for $645, which has everything including acoustic guitar, bass, drums, piano, steel, 3 hours of studio time, mixing, 3 CDs, and the WAV files emailed to you. That sounds, he breathed in the possibilities, amazing. So you'd like to go with the premiere package? I'd like 5. There was a pause. Alrighty then. I'll get those scheduled and we'll look forward to seeing you in a few days. They said goodbye and hung up. Porter threw his hands in the air. He was on his way. He was finally on his way.
Chapter 6. Olivia Dumont. Olivia watched Porter run off with his phone. 11 years stood between them, and Porter was the baby of the family. He had no recollection of the hard times, when the ranch was barely making ends meet and they ate ground beef, because all it cost them was the butcher's price. The differences between their upbringing was enough to say they'd been raised by different parents. Dad yelled a lot when Olivia was little. He yelled over spilled milk, grades, messy rooms. By the time Porter came along, those things weren't important. The expectations for proper behavior and excellence that hung over George and Olivia and choked William were muted by time and experience. Ellie pushed hard, but she wanted the buckle, the prize. Porter? Porter was different. He had a poet's soul and a cowboy's spirit. Not long after Logan disappeared, Robert appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Olivia's breath caught at the sight of him. He was all sorts of rugged and handsome, not at all the preppy doctor she'd called a city boy on his first day. His hair was longer, flipping up under his hat, inviting her to dig her fingers into it and get lost for a while. He'd grown a beard but kept it short and his neck shaved. Thank goodness. There were plenty of Duck Dynasty beards in Eureka and the surrounding area. The locals wore them long before the Robertsons went viral. Instead of slacks, he wore jeans that looked just right on his long legs. Her heart pounded and she pressed herself into the seat as if it could keep her head from floating away. Robert kept his head down as he made his way up the steps. He stood at the end of the row, his troubled blue eyes avoiding Olivia. Olivia chewed her lip. She'd been hoping for a chance to talk to Robert, away from the family and the distractions of the ranch. Someplace neutral would be nice. A quiet booth at the diner where she wasn't reminded that Dallas was living in the barn and Bonnie was leaving for New York because she hadn't kept her mouth shut would be fine. She'd take the empty section of stands too. She and Robert had left things undecided, with her asking for time to think and then avoiding him. So much had happened since he'd traced her scars and kissed her hair. She wouldn't blame him if the feelings he'd had for her no longer existed. But she had to know. This crazy sense of hope was stressing her out. I gotta pee, announced Levi. He hopped to his feet and pushed past Carol. Me too. Jax followed his friend. Carol sighed. I guess we're headed to the bathroom. She gave Levi a look as she slung her purse over her shoulder. Do you want me to take them? Asked Robert. Carol waved him off. Nah. We'll swing by the trailer and say hi to George. She put her hand on Olivia's knee as she made her way out of the aisle. You owe me one. Carol winked. Olivia's mouth dropped open in surprise. She snapped it shut before Robert could suspect they were talking about him. The boys jumped on each metal step to make their spurs jingle. Heads turned their direction as their boots shook the stands and clanged. Carol rolled her eyes and made a face, but she didn't tell them to stop. They were just being kids. Robert took the seat right next to Olivia. On the end. Where he could escape quickly if Olivia said the wrong thing, which she might just do. Her tongue was thick and she was having a hard time filtering her thoughts as they tumbled around in her head. The desire to giggle uncontrollably and for no apparent reason bubbled up. She used the Dumont iron wheel to shove the giggles back down. Robert removed his hat and set it over his knee. George had a good run. Yep. Olivia pressed her lips together for a moment and then released them. He sure did. She crossed one leg over the other, laced her fingers together and hooked them over her knee. Her left hand ached from Carol's squeezing. Nothing an Advil couldn't take care of, but she couldn't take a pill without a soda. She couldn't get a soda without leaving the stands, and there was no way she was getting up with Robert sitting right there. Are you guys staying over tonight? Her family was spread out between fifth wheels and trailers. She hadn't heard of anyone inviting Robert to stay over, but that didn't mean it hadn't happened. Besides, he could have gotten a hotel. Knowing that she needed to talk to Robert was much easier than actually starting the conversation. Jax and I are going back to the ranch soon. I wanted to spend some time with Bonnie before she left on her trip. Oh. That was her opening. She just had to take it. In the arena, the bareback riders were getting ready to ride. Olivia glanced at the program, recognizing several of the names. She didn't look up from the sheet. I'm sorry I pushed you to tell Bonnie, everything. Robert leaned back, his shoulder touching hers. Out of the corner of her eye, Olivia could see his profile as he watched the shoots. You were probably right to push me. Probably, she lifted her chin to watch him. Robert turned and their faces ended up close together. Probably. His stormy blue eyes were swirling with thoughts. I'm not sure it was a good thing for Dallas. No, Olivia dropped her gaze. I didn't realize that he didn't know. I don't think my dad knew either. She turned her face away. My mom did, though. That bothers you? Sort of. She turned back to him. His eyebrows had come together in concern. If I feel slightly betrayed by the fact that my mom and Bonnie didn't share the information, I can only imagine how he feels. That's exactly why I didn't want to tell her. He didn't say it as an I told you so, though he had every right to. Olivia moved her hand to his knee. Yeah, it was a bold move, but she wanted him to know where she stood in all this. That she was still interested in him, in them becoming and us. I know. You were probably right. Probably? His eyebrow lifted in challenge. Probably. Robert's hand came to rest over the top of hers. Warmth spread up her arm and filled her chest like hot fudge sauce, all warm and thick and delicious. Since we're both probably right, where does that leave us? Olivia struggled to find her voice. She had a hard time sending signals through all that warm, gooey goodness. A bubble formed around them. On the outside was the rodeo and all the noise from the crowd and the horses and the announcer, and on the inside there was just the sound of her and Robert breathing and talking. If he wasn't mad at her, and she wasn't mad at him, that meant uneven ground, I guess. Robert leaned closer. It doesn't feel even. It doesn't, she hardly got out. He was so close, and she was 2 parts smitten and 1 part intensely relieved he wasn't furious with her. Why aren't you mad at me? He paused before tracing the back of her hand with his fingers. I didn't tell Bonnie because you told me to. I told Bonnie because it was the right thing to do. I found that out on my own. Well, with some help from Pastor Rick. Olivia nodded quickly, completely happy with his explanation. Why aren't you mad at me? He asked. I put you in a bad spot, I'm not sure that was fair. He wasn't exactly apologizing, but she hadn't said I'm sorry either. They'd both done what they thought was right at the time. Did she need him to ask for forgiveness for trusting her with his deepest secret? No, you were being honest. It was his turn to nod. Does it feel even now? He lifted one cheek in a sultry smile. Somehow, the world is tipping. He ran his thumb in circles on her skin and she knew what he meant. Then it's a good thing we're sitting down. Robert's lips twitched with a smile. We should sit down again together. Did he mean? Was he asking? Yes, yes, yes. I'm game. I'll talk to Carol about babysitting and text you. Okay, Olivia whispered. He stood up and put on his hat. I'll see you back at the ranch in a couple of days. Olivia nodded, lost in just watching him and swimming in their bubble together. He made his way down the steps and the bubble stretched and stretched until he was out of sight and it popped. She sucked in air, as if she'd been holding her breath for ages. She was going on a date with Dr. Robert Canton.
Chapter 7. Bonnie Ruggles. Bonnie spent her last evening at home with Robert and Jax. She watched Jax, looking for parts of herself in the boy, hoping some part of her had been passed on. The good parts preferably. Jax was such a dear, he loved coloring and quiet time and Mr. Can-Can. The goat had learned Jax was a soft spot for treats and delighted in the new friendship as much as the 8-year-old. Bonnie presented him with a mega pack of crayons, over 200 colors, as a goodbye gift. His eyes lit right up. Leaving her grandson was difficult, especially since she'd just found him. Robert swore he'd be here when she got back and she was holding him to it. School would start before any of them knew it. With the change in seasons would be a change in Robert and Jax's lives. Robert didn't say anything about heading back to Seattle, but it hovered in the background of their time together like a big black cloud. Robert wasn't as easy to win over as his son. Still reserved and finding his way in this odd relationship, he often held back. Bonnie held back too, afraid she'd smother him with 30 years of missed hugs and kisses. Not that she thought he should have been her child. She'd had a witness from the Lord that Robert was meant for another couple. Signing away her motherly rights was gut-wrenching, and yet she'd known he was going to be okay. That everything was going to be okay. That feeling would be nice right about now. With her marriage in pieces, her soul had little chance for peace. Dallas's truck pulled in late the night before and went straight to the barn. He could have at least come in to say goodbye. He'd said a pretty big goodbye last time they talked, asking if she wanted the house in the divorce. Really? As if she was ready to toss aside the years together so easily. And the way he took her trip to New York as a personal insult was an indication that he had no idea how much she'd given up for this place. Bonnie flipped off the front room lights and surveyed the room. The leather couches, the wood floors, the cowboy touches here and there. This was her home. She struggled to hold back the tears as she backed out the door. Leaving should be easier, what with all the time she'd spent daydreaming about this trip. Anna pulled her truck to the front of the house. A kind thought from a good friend. Walking out the back door would have put them in plain sight, giving Dallas a chance to watch her leave. He didn't need any more heartbreak at the moment. Bonnie checked to make sure she had her ticket and her itinerary and the hotel information and cash for a taxi if she needed one, heaven help her. The idea of getting into a car with a stranger was bizarre. Porter had downloaded an app, Uber something or other. She let him, knowing it would give him some peace of mind, but she was not going to stand on a street corner and hope the car that picked her up was the right one. She'd call the hotel for a shuttle. That was the safest plan. The name of the hotel would be on the side of the bus. Anna hefted Bonnie's suitcase into the back of the pickup and slammed the tailgate. "You'll call when you get there." "Yep." Bonnie patted her large purse. She had the documents and enough money to survive. She'd tucked $300 cash into her bra just in case someone stole her purse. They climbed into the truck and headed east to the freeway that would take them to the Salt Lake International Airport. There were hay bales in the field going on 3 days. That was unheard of on the fair catch. If one of the men didn't get out there, Olivia would jump in just to show them how it was done. Her hand was fine after the last time she hauled hay, but Bonnie didn't like to see her hutton from doing someone else's work. Bonnie fumbled with the seatbelt. She was leaving and there was nothing she could do about a crop of hay. Anna worked her hands over the steering wheel. "I'm worried about you and Dallas." She glanced over and then returned her eyes to the road. They were just passing the old Sinclair gas station. Shut down for over 70 years, the building had aged into a beautiful backdrop for family photos. "I was the one who told you not to tell Dallas about the baby. I'm sorry I've made a mess of things." Bonnie used a finger to brush her bangs off her forehead. She'd changed her wardrobe for this trip, but she couldn't bring herself to change her hair. She really liked the longer bangs, they framed her face and made her feel pretty. "I was embarrassed about what I'd done, ashamed even. I knew it was the right thing for the baby, but I still felt like a failure. I guess I didn't want him to know as much for my sake as you didn't want him to know for his. I needed a man who thought highly of me. Heaven knows Robert's father didn't." "Have you told Dallas or Robert who the father was?" Bonnie cringed. "No. Dallas is already convinced we're doomed. There's no sense in adding to his despair." Anna rolled her eyes. "He's such a drama king. Always has been." Anna slowed the car as they approached the 35 miles per hour speed limit in Santaquin. The on-ramp was on the other side of town. Once on the freeway, they would have smooth roads, an 80-mile-per-hour speed limit, and minimum traffic at this time of day. Bonnie played with the decorative buckle on her purse. "Do you think I should volunteer the information? Would that make him trust me again?" Anna lifted one hand. "I'm so turned around, Bonnie. Just when Joe finally left us alone, George and Carol get pregnant. They even out and Ellie runs off with Logan." She gripped the wheel. "Olivia said that when she was a kid, she thought the business meant more to me than her. William, well, what is there to say about him? And Porter is leaving for Nashville." She snorted. "He's going to be a country music star." She groaned. "I'm in no position to dish out advice. You and John are good though, right?" Bonnie patted Anna's leg and a sign caught her eye. The White Feather Rock and Gem Shop was having a sale. She should stop and look for a few pieces to add to the necklaces she designed over the weekend. If she was going to be home, she would. She turned away from the window. Anna nodded emphatically. "Yeah. We're fine. But our kids are falling to pieces. It's killing me, Bonnie." "Me too." Porter was the biggest worry today. He was hauling off to chase his dream. He had talent, there was no denying that. "What are we going to do?" Bonnie chewed her lip. "I wish I knew." They drove in silence for most of the ride, each stewing in their worries and working over the problem. They reached the point of the mountain and Anna's back went straight. "Bonnie, we've got to snap out of this. You're going on a trip of a lifetime and all we've talked about is the kids." Bonnie lifted one shoulder. "Listen, I want you to put this aside for the next few days. Live it up. Everything will be here when you get back." Bonnie cringed inside. "When I booked this trip, it was supposed to take care of my problems, help me see life from a new angle. It will. I know it will. They lapsed into silence again, only this time it wasn't as heavy. They took the airport exit and Anna pulled up to the Delta terminal to drop her off. With a quick hug and promise to text pictures, Bonnie was suddenly on her own. With a ticket to New York. Her hand tightened around the suitcase handle. A sense that her life was just beginning took hold. Feeling a little silly but needing to do it anyway, Bonnie lifted her right foot high in the air and took her first step toward freedom.
Chapter 8. Anna Dumont. Anna got back from the airport just in time for Levi and Jax's writing lessons. George had taken over teaching Jax since the two boys were inseparable. Their connection was uncanny, almost like they were two souls who knew they were meant to be best friends in this life. If Robert had been raised on the Faircatch Ranch, Jax would have been born in the saddle. Just like George and the Levi. She'd never seen anything like the boys' unconditional acceptance, and she loved watching them grow together. Their age difference made it easier for them to avoid arguments than if they vied for authority like little boys of the same age often did. John was leaning against the fence, watching the kids run poles. He was wearing the blue plaid shirt she liked so much. He had brown eyes, dark and brooding and incredibly handsome. No matter his age, those eyes could grab hold of her insides and make her giggle like a teenager. Anna made her way to John's side, resting her head on his shoulder. How she loved his strength. No matter what they faced in life, John had always held her up. That's sight, isn't it? He waved to Carol and George, who were laughing and flirting and having quite the time being together. Even Princess looked happier, her ears and tail swishing. It's one happy story. She sighed. John's arm came around her, and he tucked her into his side. Their stories aren't done yet. Love. Men were so different than women. They didn't carry mom guilt. What if this is my fault? What? John looked down at her. His tan skin had weathered well in a sexy, mature cowboy kind of way that made her heart flutter when he looked at her. All these years and he could still make her knees weak. Their back door whined, and they turned to see Porter headed to his truck with a backpack and duffel bag. He's already said goodbye to everyone else, but he waited until you got back so he could see you. John nudged her. Go kiss your boy. Anna took 2 steps, and then her boots anchored themselves to the dirt. I can't do it, John. He's my baby. John pressed a kiss to her hair and spoke low. He's not a baby anymore, darlin'. A pressure built inside her. It wasn't anywhere in particular, like her chest or her stomach. The pressure was everywhere and nowhere. It was inside of her and outside of her, and it pinched and poked and spread and receded. He will always be my baby. She folded her arms across her body. I don't know how to handle this. Porter tossed his bags into the truck and hurried around to the other side. He had a lopsided grin and a cocky tilt to his head. He has no idea what's out there, John. Anna grabbed the front of his shirt in her fist. A man's got to make his way. John loosened her grip and brought her hand to his mouth for a kiss. Dad, can you help Jax with the gate? Asked George. He's got to run to the outhouse. John lifted a hand. I'm coming. He stalked off. They didn't have an outhouse, but George and Carol were trying to break Levi of his habit of saying I gotta pee when he had to go to the bathroom. They didn't want him starting kindergarten with that phrase in his vocabulary. Porter stopped a few feet away from Anna, who still couldn't bring herself to walk closer to his departure. Did Bonnie make it off okay? Anna nodded. Bonnie was so much more ready to leave than Porter, but losing both of them in one day was a heavy blow. On top of her sense of loss, there was this overhanging black cloud of feeling that all was not right. When are you coming back? She asked, her voice flat. Porter took off his hat and dusted it against his leg. I'm not sure. It depends on how things go, I guess. Anna wanted to scream. Where were those brain cells she painstakingly grew for him during 9 months of morning sickness? How are you going to live? You barely have a high school diploma. Are you going to wait tables or clean stalls? Porter, I just don't think you're ready to leave. Mom, you raised me to be independent. You can't take that back now. He smiled like he'd come up with the perfect argument. Do you have enough gas money to get there? What if your truck breaks down? Don't hitchhike, for heaven's sake. Mom. Porter leveled her with a stare. I will not hitchhike. And yes, I have enough money. How much? He shuffled his boots. Mom, you raised me to be independent. You can't take that back now. He smiled like he'd come up with the perfect argument. Do you have enough gas money to get there? What if your truck breaks down? Don't hitchhike for heaven's sake. Mom. Porter leveled her with a stare. I will not hitchhike. And yes, I have enough money. How much? He shuffled his boots. Porter, how much money do you have? I need to know you're safe. Porter studied the pebbles at his feet. 75,000. What? A stiff breeze could have knocked Anna off her feet. Where did you get that kind of money? I sold my land. Anna's eyes dropped shut. She pressed her fingers to the bridge of her nose. To whom? The last thing she needed was some stranger throwing a double-wide trailer up on their lane and complaining about the dust from the arena. How could he do this? Robert? Her eyes flew open. Robert? You sold your land to Robert. That was an interesting turn of events. Robert was supposed to leave shortly after Bonnie got back. That's what he told John. Men who were leaving town didn't buy property. Of course, he was a doctor, so maybe he had enough money to buy land in a different state and sit on it. I wanted to keep it in the family. This place wouldn't be the same if someone else moved in on us. With Robert being Bonnie's son and all, Anna grabbed him up into a hug. Maybe you do have 2 brain cells in there. Hey, he laughed. Anna held on tighter, not ready to let him go. She never would be. Not really. Porter, you're my baby and I love you dearly. Porter hugged her back. He was almost 6 inches taller than her, and hugging him was like hugging a skinny tree. I love you too. He rested his chin on the top of her head. They stayed like that until Porter pulled back. I've got to get on the road. Be safe. Call if you need us. I'll fly anywhere to come get you. I know you will. He kissed her cheek. Quit worrying about me. Not going to happen. She smiled for a brief moment. John made it back from helping Jax through the gate, just as Porter started up his truck. The engine noise roared louder than any conversation. Anna strained to hear it as he made his way down the lane and onto the main stretch of road. When it was gone, she buried her face into John's chest. I have a bad feeling, John. A very bad feeling. You're just missing him and Bonnie. She searched her heart for the source of the warning and realized it hadn't come from her. The small, quiet voice that whispered truth to her heart and mind was the author of that thought. Porter was headed into a storm, and there wasn't anything she could do to stop him. No, it's more than that. Then we'll pray and hope that he comes back soon. Anna nodded. She'd been praying William would come home, and that hadn't happened yet. In the Lord's time, she mumbled. He's in your hands now, Lord.
Chapter 9. Dr. Robert Canton. Coordinating a night that Carol was free and willing to babysit Jax and Olivia's writing schedule meant Robert had to wait until Wednesday to take Olivia out. He would have loved to pick her up Tuesday morning and taken her to breakfast, but she had this pesky thing called a job that prohibited her from dating between the hours of 9 and 5. Her lunch break was short, too short to have a real date. Robert wanted a real date. Their last official date hadn't turned out so great, and this was his chance at a do-over. Most people like to date on the weekends. Making arrangements for Friday or Saturday probably would have been easier because Carol had the dinner shift on Tuesday. Unless George was around, dropping Levi off when she left for work was a process. Robert took the boys early, before she changed into her black pants and polo shirt with the diner logo on it. He let them practice roping the dummy until George got back from picking up parts for the baler. They had a guys' night and barbecued steaks. Spending time with his son was a blessing, especially now that Jax's personality shone so brightly. Even with 2 boys, a buddy, and a grill, Robert was anxious to be out with Olivia. He hardly slept that night, and the next day dragged on. Finally, they were seated at a table at an Italian restaurant that was highly recommended by Bonnie and Anna. Apparently, this is where they snuck off to when the family wasn't around. He could understand why. The desserts in the display case were decadent enough to make him and Olivia take a second and third look. Olivia smiled as a plate of chicken Alfredo steamed in front of her. Robert leaned back from the table to allow their server to place a white, rectangular plate filled with lasagna in front of him. He asked if they needed anything, and when they said no, he scooted off to the next table. Robert stared at his food. There's no way I can eat all this. Olivia picked up her fork. You never know until you try. She was able to hold a spoon in the sea of her right hand while using her left to hold the fork and twirl noodles. He'd seen plenty of women eat noodles, he just loved watching Olivia. When she was done twirling, she stopped to look at him. I can't eat this bite until you look away. Olivia's fork hovered just above the plate. There's no dainty way to get this in there. She pointed to her lips. Robert grinned. Now I have to watch. A gentleman wouldn't. Who said I was a gentleman? Your slacks and button-up shirt were speaking for you. He glanced down at his clothing, wondering if he should have toned it down for the evening. When he looked back up, Olivia was chewing thoughtfully. He chuckled, knowing he'd been tricked. Smiling, he dug into his dinner, using the delicious crusty bread to sop up the sauce. How was your day? Asked Olivia. Robert wiped his mouth with the cream cloth napkin. Good. Logan and I watered. He gave me a rundown on the water turns. I guess I'm in charge of watering my own field from now on. Olivia sipped her water. Sorry about that. I think Dad was a little miffed to find out Porter sold you his land. She set her cup down and put her hands in her lap. She'd been doing that all night, keeping them out of reach. On their last date, he'd hardly gotten enough of holding those hands. They were tough and soft and broken and fit just right inside his. I can understand that. I don't have any plans for it, except to keep watering, harvest, and stack the hay. You guys can have it all. I'm not going to sell it. You should. You can get $7 a bale. Olivia fiddled with her fork, not meeting his gaze. No, it's good. I don't want to change things. Olivia bit her lip. Something was turning around inside that beautiful head of hers, and Robert had no idea what. He thought she'd be happy that he'd helped Porter, that he wasn't planning to change the way things ran on the ranch. Are you upset he sold me the land, or that I bought it? Olivia wiped her lips with her white cloth napkin. I'm sitting here with you and I want to relax and have a good time and see where things are with us, but I can't help but think about something Carol said a while ago. He leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table, putting his hands where he could easily take hers if it was offered. What was that? She said maybe it was a good thing we weren't dating anymore. Robert choked. What? She didn't mean anything personal. Olivia went to hand him his glass and accidentally bumped it instead. Water sloshed over the side, but it didn't spill. Robert snatched it up and took a large gulp. You okay? No. I'm not okay. He coughed again. I thought George and Carol were my friends. More than that. I thought they were more. They are. They think you're great. It's just, Olivia wiped water off her hand. You have a whole life in Seattle. One I know nothing about and one that you're going back to soon. My life, my family is here. She spread the napkin over her lap and stared at it. I wouldn't even be bringing this up except that there is so much potential and chemistry between us. She lifted her chin and smiled shyly. I have feelings for you, Robert. She was teasing him again, reminding him of the way he'd made a fool of himself, a fool over her, in an effort to lighten the heavy topic. You're right, everything you've said is right. So what do we do? Robert considered her for a moment. Can I be honest with you? Olivia smiled. Please. I would rather have everything out there on the table. Seattle feels like a different life, an imaginary place where I went once. Whenever I think back, it's like remembering a dream, the edges are fuzzy. I know I have to go back. People are counting on me, my patients, my partner, my parents. That's a lot of PS. Her lips curved in a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. Right. Robert pushed his plate aside and reached for her hand. She considered him for a moment before slipping her fingertips against his palm. Why is it, every time we go out, you have me questioning my decisions in life? Olivia laughed. I'm a deep thinker. I had no idea what I was getting myself into when I rented that apartment from your dad. Yeah, that was your first mistake, she joked. So, what is this? She gave his hand a squeeze. Something to think about. He said it like a question, but really, he didn't have an answer. What else are you thinking about? Olivia drew out the conversation. Robert hesitated. A part of me misses medicine. The ranch is fantastic and it's helped me to find myself, just like I hoped it would. But I'm not doing much good there. Their server appeared, his white apron sporting a red stain. May I interest either of you in dessert? They turned their attention to the pastries in the display case. What's that one? Olivia pointed. Ah, it's a cream puff, he replied with a knowing look in his eye. Bring us two, said Robert. You got it. I'll get you some boxes too. Robert glanced at their plates. There's enough food for 3 more meals. Thank goodness. With Bonnie gone, we're going to need it. Do you really not cook? He asked. Olivia scowled, offended by his question. It's not that I can't cook, it's that I choose not to. He laughed. Their server reappeared with dessert. His last statement, about not doing much good on the ranch, was left hanging between them like a smelly sock that neither one of them wanted to pick up. They finished out the meal, making small chat about the price of baling twine, the rodeo, and jacks. Olivia didn't return her hand to the table, and Robert took it as a sign she was as confused as he was about where to go from here. She wasn't leaving, and unless he uprooted his practice, he had to go. Robert paid the check and escorted Olivia back to his vehicle with his hand on her lower back. She was warm and a little flirty. The desire to be with her, near her, hold her, was stronger than he wanted to admit. Because if he gave in to that desire, he could easily lose himself in it forever. And where would that leave the other half of him, the half that enjoyed helping people feel better, tending a sick child and relieving a mother's worries? The family practice back in Seattle brought in all types of challenges and medical mysteries to figure out. Every day was as varied as the patients who walked through the door. Ranch life was a lot of the same tasks repeated on a schedule. That wasn't a bad thing, but he could see where boredom would set in after a while. Once they were settled in the car, he headed south on Main Street in Provo, drove past the mall, and got on I-15. I like driving out here. Yeah? Olivia angled herself towards him. There's not a lot of traffic, the speed limits are high, and there's plenty of open space on the side of the road. In Washington, you can't see 10 feet off the road because the trees are so thick. Olivia's smile had a trace of sadness. Sounds pretty. He took the Santaquin exit and headed west. They had 3 small towns to pass through before they reached the winding canyon that took them to Eureka and the ranch. The sun dropped behind the mountains and cast a shadow over the desert landscape. Robert wanted to show Olivia Washington, let her see for herself the way road crews had to cut tunnels through trees to lay roads and commuters used ferries to get to work. He wanted to take Olivia to his old life. He tried to picture her there, and all he could come up with was her on Jasper in the middle of his subdivision. The image wasn't right. Olivia belonged to Utah, and the Fair Catch Ranch was much as the foxtail weeds and Mr. Can-Can. You do too, something whispered to his heart. Robert shifted in his seat. He'd already extended his stay twice. George had asked him about moving here. Jax didn't ever want to leave. Seattle was his escape hatch. What if he didn't need one anymore? He parked the car in front of Bonnie's place and realized he'd hardly said a word on the drive home. Some day he turned out to be lost in his own thoughts and ignoring the beautiful woman staring out the window in the passenger seat. It was only 8:30 and already they approached the front doorstep. Olivia was sleeping upstairs while Bonnie was gone. She was keeping an eye on the place and dusting, a never-ending project on the ranch. She also fed Bonnie's barn dogs and cats. Dallas was still in the barn. He said the house was Bonnie's domain. Robert's feet were heavy as he climbed the 3 steps. When Olivia turned to face him, his whole body sagged with relief that he would finally get to hold this woman in his arms. Somehow, holding her made everything click into place. He was town and half tonight and could use the warmth of this dynamic woman against him. They were never meant to be apart, not really. He reached for her. Olivia took a step back. "Thank you for dinner." She popped forward to land a kiss on his cheek and then disappeared inside the door. Robert stood there for a full 5 minutes feeling like a tornado had picked him up, spun him around, and dropped him in another state of mind. He contemplated knocking on the door and bringing her back out here so they could talk some more, but Olivia wanted answers and he didn't have any at the moment. Without anything to give her, he finally turned and tromped down the stairs to retrieve his son from George's place. But the movie's not over. Jax whined. He and Levi were on beanbag chairs in front of the television. They had bottles of water and a tub of popcorn between them with pieces scattered about. Robert ran his hand down his beard. "You can watch it another time. We don't have Netflix." Jax's arms flew up in the air. Robert shook his head at his son's behavior. Along with the happy side of Jax came an opinionated side. He was glad his son asserted himself, but was not happy to have him argue with him. "We'll mark it so you can watch it next time you're here," said Carol. Jax considered the option. "Come on," Robert helped him decide it was all right. Jax got slowly out of the beanbag, a child's way of letting Dad know he was obeying, but he wasn't happy about it. They walked up the lane to the barn. Robert had needed the walk down to clear his head, and the walk back was just enough to wear Jax out for bed. Once he had his son settled in his cowboy-themed room, Robert decided to catch up on his email. He had several junk emails from drug companies hoping he'd sell their latest product. A few medical journals to peruse. Submersing himself in the technical jargon, he was able to recenter his head. Finally, he clicked on an email from his partner in Seattle asking him what his plans were. As far as Robert was concerned, he could pull in the night before school started, eke every last second he could out of his time in Utah. Except there was that feeling that he belonged here. What was he supposed to do with that? Jax moaned and rolled over, kicking something to the floor. Robert made his way into the room and stooped to retrieve the belt and belt buckle. He considered his kid, all innocent and happy. He'd be out of place in the private school with a belt buckle like this, would probably even get teased. Robert rolled the belt around the buckled and placed it on the dresser where Jax could easily find it in the morning. Who was he kidding? The ranch wasn't what was pulling him in, it was his feelings for Olivia. Dare he even think it was love? He'd seen her at her worst when he first arrived. He'd seen her at her lowest, just after hauling hay when her hand hurt and her pride was injured. And he'd seen her in her Sunday best, seen her fail at roping only to try again and again, seen her jump in to help move irrigation pipe. He'd seen more sides of Olivia in the last 2 months than he had of Jessica in their first 2 years of marriage. And he was in love. He just didn't know how to get the connection back they once shared. He missed the easy way they used to come together. With a heavy sigh, he headed back to his laptop where he shut it down without answering his partner.
Chapter 10. Ellie Labrum. Ellie found herself in a predicament she never thought she'd find herself in. Her father-in-law sat on her lap for the ride home. Well, the urn that held his remains was sitting on her lap. Strange to think that a whole life could be packed in here. She picked up the urn and turned it around. The brassy finish was smooth and cold to the touch. There wasn't any form of life or indication that life had once existed for the contents, yet Joe was in there. More like a whole death being packed in there. Logan slowed as they approached Eureka. Almost like he didn't want to get home. Ellie couldn't blame him. Her family hadn't been all too sad at the news that Joe had passed. She'd told Mom and Olivia at work where Logan wouldn't be there to see their reaction. Mom's jaw dropped open and she'd snapped it shut again before clasping her hands in front of her chest. Olivia gave Ellie a sympathetic hug. Carol and Levi brought Logan a bouquet of sympathy flowers. Ellie noted George had stayed home when he could have made the short trek with his wife and son. She was working on seeing the good, the kind gestures, rather than focusing on the things her family wasn't doing to help Logan. As it stood, she was grateful no one had broken into applause when she told them. The news spread across the ranch like a line of dried weeds catching fire. No one jumped up and down or threw a party. At least not in front of her and Logan. Maybe they'd had one in the barn after she and Logan went to sleep, that would have been really obnoxious and totally inappropriate. The Dumonts had strong feelings for Joe Labrum that weren't on the positive side of the spectrum. Losing a father is huge, Ellie. Even one as bad as mine. Ellie put her hand on Logan's thigh. The first year of marriage was supposed to be so sweet, and theirs had been one heavy load after another. What do you want me to do with? She swallowed. Him? Logan meandered through the canyon. There was hardly ever any traffic, and he liked to take the turns slow. For some reason, it was kind of sexy. He didn't want a funeral or anything. Okay. Ellie squeezed his knee. We'll just hang on to him, then. Logan jerked away. I don't want that in our house. His words hit like a squirt bottle to the face. 1 minute he missed his dad and the next he hated him. All this back and forth made it hard for Ellie to know the appropriate response. Should she hold him tight or send him out on the range to punch a tree or something? One thing was sure, she would do whatever it took for Logan. He was her knight in shining belt buckle. I'll take care of it, she assured him. He put his arm around her and pulled her close to his side. I love you, Ellie. I can't imagine my life without you. She nuzzled his neck in response. They hit the dirt road and he let her go so they didn't end up bonking heads on the bumps. Ellie considered the urn in her lap. What the heck was she supposed to do with it now?
Chapter 11 Dallas Ruggles. Dallas surveyed the field carpeted with low-cut hay and sprinkled with hay bales turning yellow in the heat. Logan had done what he could for the crop before the rodeo, before his dad died. The kid stared off into space when he should have been working. Dallas remembered burying his own father. His dad was 40 when Dallas was born and an old man before Dallas graduated high school. He'd been sick for a while, and they considered his passing a blessing. Knowing a man no longer suffered didn't mean you missed him any less. Logan had to be wading through troubled waters. Logan came up alongside him and clapped him on the back. He wasn't smiling too much these days, but he was ready to get to work. Robert's pretty handy to have around. He finished up the baling for me. Dallas grunted as he eyed Logan with disbelief. He's too fancy for these parts. A doctor. PFT. Logan shimmied his hands into leather gloves. Could be nice to have a doctor in town. Dallas bit back what he thought of Dr. Robert Canton. Bonnie's son. The man who tipped their marriage upside down and shook it out. He wished Robert had never heard of the Fair Catch Ranch. George brought the red and blue splattered hay truck out to where they were standing. The younger men offered to do the heavy lifting, but Dallas needed the hard labor helped him fall asleep at night. Logan grabbed the first bale. Bucking it with his knee, he tossed it onto the truck bed. George slowed so Dallas could climb up. He'd stack while Logan bucked and they'd trade off on the next round. Dallas couldn't hold all his venom back. A vet. Now that we could use. Every day. They'd spent the morning stitching up a calf that tangled with a barbed wire fence. Nothing life-threatening but deep enough cuts they had to pull out the needles. Logan chuckled. A lawyer wouldn't be bad either. Dallas shoved a bale up against the back of the truck, finishing off the line. Logan kept working. He didn't stop to talk like some men. He could hold his end of a conversation and not miss a beat. That was a good quality, and Dallas was proud of himself for hiring the guy. As if Logan had read his thoughts, he said, I've been privy to what divorce does to a man, Dallas. It ain't pretty. And deception is downright ugly. Dallas stepped back as another bale landed on the truck bed. You're a God-fearing man, Logan. What does the Bible say about lying? Logan ignored his question. Dallas tucked his chin. They both knew the answer to that one. Do you think she loved you when you got married? Logan asked. Dallas wiped the sweat off his face with a handkerchief before tucking into his back pocket again. A vision of Bonnie, with her long brown hair and soft pink lips visible through her veil, came to mind, nearly knocking Dallas right off the truck. She did, he admitted. Then she lied to protect you. Logan stepped ahead of the truck and waited for George to catch up. Or she lied to protect herself. I'm not sure. I wasn't there. He used his knee to give this bale an extra push. I'm not saying it makes her lies okay. I'm just saying you should consider the why. Dallas grunted as he tossed that bale on top of the first row, turning it to lay the other direction. Dust and pieces of dried hay billowed. He waved his hand in front of his face to clear the air. Consider the why. A lie was a lie. There was no good reason to spread untruths like jam. They finished stacking this pile in silence, and Logan climbed in the passenger seat. George headed back to the hay barn with Dallas sitting atop the hay. Anna had said she didn't tell him because he wouldn't have dated Bonnie if he knew. Looking back on the man he was back then, he probably wouldn't have. He couldn't take home a woman who did a baby. His father would have had to come apart. He made sure Dallas knew right from wrong, growing up enforcing those rules with a sound slap if needed. Fortunately, Dallas wasn't the type of kid who needed a reminder that often. He wanted to be good for his parents and for God. The Lord was wonderful, merciful, and just. He provided miracles and tender mercies enough that Dallas knew he was loved by his Lord and Savior. That probably started with his saint of a mother. Cheryl Ruggles would roll over in her grave if she knew what Bonnie had done. Of course, she probably did know now that she was an angel. Dallas scratched under his hat band. His parents weren't around to guide him anymore, hadn't been for years now. He closed his eyes, letting the truck bounce him around a little as he tried to picture himself sitting at the kitchen table with his dad. "What do I do?" he asked out loud. His imagination let his father answer, his voice weak like it had been toward the end. "You made your decision, you have to stick with it. A man doesn't walk away from his responsibilities." Dallas's eyes popped open. He could have sworn he truly heard his father's voice. He thought being lied to was the worst thing that could happen. That broken trust was a slow death march for a marriage. Hadn't he seen enough of his rodeo buddies lose their sweethearts because of untruths or even half-truths? The more time he pondered over the path they had stepped onto, the more concerned he became. He'd taken a long look down the thorn-choked path and wanted to spare them both the pain. So he'd offered to make the end quick. Just jump right over those thorns. And Bonnie said no. She didn't want a divorce. The relief that poured into him was a jug of cold lemonade as he walked through the desert. That relief was short-lived though. When Bonnie left the ranch, she took the heartbeat with her. The fair catch had no life in it without Bonnie here. He'd been a fool to think he could divorce her. Thank goodness she was smarter at these relationship things than he was. And yet, she'd gone and flown across the whole darn country to see a play. She was having the time of her life, and here he was, crying in the hayfield, figuratively of course. George backed the truck up to the haystack and put on his gloves. "I'm taking a quick break," he told George. George waved him off. Logan climbed atop the stack and tossed a bale across the gap to George. Dallas hurried around the side of the barn. Mr. Kankin was there, chewing away at the dandelions. Dallas sprayed a lot of the weeds around the barn, but this little patch was left for the goat. Only he and Mr. Kankin knew about the deal. He pulled his phone out of his breast pocket and stared at it. Finally, he worked up the courage to send a text to his wife. "Would you lie to me?" He hit send, his hands trembling. Stupid Logan. It didn't matter why someone lied. Lies were wrong. Now he'd gone and put this dumb text out there and his phone dinged. Bonnie's profile picture smiled up at him. "Because you would have broken my heart." He fell heavy against the wooden slats lining the hay storage. He couldn't deny that she was right. He would have walked away back then, heck, he was walking away now. Or trying to. Seems he couldn't get much farther than the barn. His thoughts heavier than a bale of hay, Dallas headed back to finish stacking. There was work to do. Work in the barn and work in his marriage. The barn work he could do with his eyes closed. The work in his marriage that was going to take skills and muscle he'd never used before, nor did he know if they would be up to the task.
Chapter 12. Dr. Robert Canton. Thursday afternoon, Robert was hiding out in his apartment with Jax. Dallas, George, and Porter were hauling hay. The hay he had finished baling while they were all at the rodeo. He'd offered to help, but George told him to take the day off. His generous offer was probably because Dallas was out there. Dallas made no effort to hide his dislike for Robert, and Robert didn't blame him. That was the hardest part about the situation. Dallas had every right to hate Robert. If Robert could go back in time and handle things differently, he would. Jax's chatter broke through Robert's ponderings, bringing his attention away from the window and back to the computer where his parents were FaceTiming with Jax. "And I went faster than I ever did. Miss Carroll said Millie hadn't gone that fast since she was 18. Robert smiled and shook his head at his son's stories. Jax enjoyed filling his grandparents in on the day-to-day adventures at the Fair Catch Ranch. Thankfully, Jax was aware of rocks, bugs, horses, dogs, goats, and Levi. His stories didn't move into Joe Labrum's death, elopements, or even Robert's dating life. He had yet to tell them about Olivia. Robert had set the computer up on the coffee table facing the couch so Jax could bounce around as he talked and not damage the laptop. His stories often included actions. Robert's phone beeped and his movements slowed as he spied Olivia's name on the screen. "I am supposed to feed you a meal while Bonnie's gone. Can I make you and Jax dinner tomorrow night?" Robert stopped moving entirely, afraid the text would disappear like something carved into an Etch-a-Sketch. She'd said she didn't cook, chose not to. He grinned. "We'd love that. Thanks. I'll see you about 6 at Bonnie's." And she was gone. He practically felt her put her phone in her desk drawer. Robert read through the 3-liner a half-dozen times before he believed she'd truly offered to cook for him. He wanted to grab hold of her and never let go. "Since Miss Carroll was 18 or since Millie was 18?" asked Robert's mom with a laugh. Jax thought for a minute. "I thought it was Millie, but now I'm not sure." Mom and Dad laughed, which made Jax laugh too. Robert stepped into the kitchen area to make sandwiches. With Bonnie gone, he was reduced to bachelor foods. He'd lost 4 pounds already, not that he was trying to lose weight. He added several more pieces of sliced turkey to his and Jax's sandwiches. They could use the protein. Robert was able to finish his sandwich before Jax was done talking. He settled on the couch to talk to his parents while Jax ran off to the bathroom. Apparently not all of his bouncing was due to excitement. "He's busted right out of that shell of his," said Dad. "What are you feeding that kid?" Robert smiled. "Not anything good this week." "Whatever you are doing, keep it up." "I am so happy to see him happy," Mom grinned. She and Dad were sitting at the kitchen table, their chairs touching. If he was in Seattle, they may go to a park or play on the beach. Their plans today included mucking stalls, a 4-wheeler ride, and weeding Bonnie's garden. "It feels like we're on a whole other planet." "You look like you're on another planet." Dad brushed his cheek, indicating Robert's beard. Robert laughed. Worry lines appeared on his mother's forehead. "Do you miss practicing medicine?" Robert considered the question carefully. His parents had sacrificed a lot to help him through med school. He didn't want them to think he was ungrateful. He missed medicine a little more every day. That was probably why he'd offered to help with the hay. He enjoyed helping people. "I do. It's become something of a conundrum for me. Jax thrives out here. It's like regular life, but on a larger scale. You should see the work we do every day, and he doesn't complain at all. Remember how hard it was to get him to pick up his socks?" They all shared a chuckle. "I don't know how I'll ever take him back to Seattle. But that's where my practice is." "Sounds like Jax isn't the only one living a larger life," said Dad. "I bought land on the ranch." He blurted out the news like a naughty child's confession. Now that he'd opened up about his connection to the place through his birth mom, his ties to the ranch had strengthened 100-fold. His parents exchanged a knowing look. "What?" he demanded. Mom leaned closer, clasping her hands in front of her. The gray streaks in her hair had gone white. His parents weren't exactly spring chickens when they'd adopted him, but he'd always thought they aged well, stayed young because they were active people. "Getting you was like having a whole new life opened up to us. We loved every minute, every new discovery. Our seasons changed in an instant," she said, her voice full of lovely memories. Dad leaned closer too. "We think our seasons are changing again." "What does that mean?" asked Robert. Dad motioned for Mom to continue. "We're getting to the point where we want to live in the sunshine, become snowbirds, or just travel. We're not sure, but we know a change is coming and we aren't going to stay in Seattle much longer." Robert stared at the screen in shock. His parents were Seattle. Mom continued. "We don't want you to make a decision based on the belief that we'll be here." "Well, thanks for letting me know." When Jessica died, his parents were right there all the time. Holding him up. Pushing him through the hardest of nights. Caring for Jax when Robert's well was dry. He thought they needed him and Jax in their lives too. Maybe they did, just not as much as he thought. Robert, Mom got his attention. Love the season you are in, honey. What season would that be? He asked, truly hoping they had the answer because he didn't. Honey, the sunshine is in your eyes again. You've just come from a long winter. This is your spring. It's a time for new beginnings. Mom's eyes clouded with tears. I'm so proud of you for going on this adventure. No matter where it takes you. Robert cleared his throat. Thanks, Mom. Dad. We love you, said Dad. Keep in touch and give my grandson a hug. I will. They signed off just as Jax came out of the bathroom wiping his wet hands on his pants. What? Robert teased. Were you raised in a barn? He tossed him a napkin that had been left on the coffee table. Jack smiled as he bellied up to the bar to put a dent in his lunch. He asked a few questions about the four-wheeler ride, but for the most part stuffed food in his face. Robert didn't bother to correct his manners. His thoughts were on seasons and locations, and a certain cocoa-haired cowgirl with a cool attitude who offered to make him dinner.
Chapter 13. Bonnie Ruggles. Stepping into the bright afternoon sunlight after living through the dark and tumultuous love that was Phantom of the Opera temporarily blinded Bonnie. She scrambled for her sunglasses, a cheap pair of Hepburns she'd picked up from a street vendor the day before. Her body still hummed with the vibrations of the finale, the dropping of the chandelier, and the sadness, oh the exquisite sadness. "Did you enjoy that one?" asked Harold from Tulsa. He resembled a butler with his slicked-down hair and perpetual bow tie. His wife who hung on his arm glittered every chance she got. Today her shoes were covered in teal sparkles, her shirt was made of the same colored sequins, and her eyeshadow was a shade darker but no less shiny. The two had traveled all over the U.S. in their golden years. Sitting with them at dinner was a real treat. Bonnie hugged herself. It was like being wrapped in the night sky at home. I finally got to sway with the stars. The couple smiled indulgently at the country girl fresh off the farm. There was no sense correcting their impression or trying to pretend she was something she wasn't. Bonnie was a ranch girl through and through. A few days of city life had proved that beyond a doubt. She thought she'd been so sophisticated in her wardrobe choices when all she'd done was pick items that were designer country. Her wide leather belt, lace skirt, and boots stood out in this crowd. And she didn't even care. She loved being different from every other woman in the sidewalk or in the theater. Dallas would understand. He would march down Broadway in his black Stetson and leather-soled cowboy boots, and people would part for him to get through. Thoughts of Dallas stabbed at her happiness. He'd only texted once since she'd been gone, and she hadn't sent him any more than a reply. Texting pictures of all the wonderful things she was doing would be like rubbing salt in his wounds, so she refrained. That hadn't stopped her from sending them to the girls. They were happy for her, replying with thumbs-up signs, smiley face emojis, and asking to see more. The posh couple moved off to talk to one of the other tour members. Once they were all gathered, they'd head off to an early dinner. Bonnie's phone rang. Speaking of the girls, she muttered as she answered. "Hi, Ellie. How's the trip going?" "Wonderful. How's home?" She crossed her fingers Ellie would understand she was really asking about Dallas. The girls were quite happy to talk about her trip, but none of them, not even Carol, who was supposed to feed Dallas dinner every night, mentioned Bonnie's husband. "Fine. Hey. I've got a strange question. Those are the best kind." Bonnie lifted on her tiptoes to see the flag their guide used to get their attention flip into the air. They'd be boarding the bus soon. "Can I store Logan's dad's remains at your house?" Bonnie coughed her question. "Excuse me. Joe was cremated and Logan doesn't want the ashes in our trailer, and I can't keep them in the office for obvious reasons. So, I left the urn in my truck last night, but I forgot it was there when I went into work and he almost ended up all over the floor. Can you imagine what would happen if I had to shop vac him? I just need a place to put the urn until Logan figures out if he's going to store, sprinkle, or dump the ashes somewhere. Bonnie pressed her hand over her eyes, smelling the expensive perfume she'd picked up in a department store that morning. Joe Labrum's remains in her house. This had to be some kind of cruel joke conjured up by fate. Joe was probably haunting her at the moment, following her around New York like a balloon from the Macy's Day Parade. She wouldn't put it past the snake. All her insides screamed, "Don't do it." But this was Ellie. Ellie was her baby girl. And Logan was just about the sweetest thing on the planet. Since she wasn't there to help them through this, the least she could do. "Sure, baby girl. Whatever you need." A spectral chill went down her back. She glanced quickly behind her and jumped when she made eye contact with their tour guide who was reaching out to touch her arm. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. My fault. It's all my fault. Ellie, I have to go." "Okay. Have a great day and keep sending those pics." "You bet." Bonnie said goodbye and hung up. She made her way to the tour bus on wobbly knees.
Chapter 14. Carol Dumont. After working the breakfast shift, Carol washed off the diner and landed in Bonnie's kitchen with Olivia. Bonnie had washed, dried, and organized every square inch of the place before her trip, so cooking there was easy. "Thanks for helping me." Olivia cut off the ends of a zucchini and began chopping it into small strips for the stir-fry. Carol smiled. "Are you excited about tonight?" Olivia swiped the flat side of the blade across the cutting board, depositing the prepared zucchini in the fry pan. "I'm nervous." "About what?" Carol stole a piece of carrot and popped it into her mouth. Levi was in the front room watching the Power Rangers. The kid couldn't get enough and she had to limit his TV time. But, when she wanted to get something done, she was heartily grateful to Netflix for their vast episode selection. "That he'll think there's more to us than just a dinner, that I'll open my heart and have it smashed. I'm only cooking for them because Bonnie made me promise." Carol considered Olivia for a moment. "I've never seen you like this over a guy before." "Never. You're always so in control of everything. I actually admired that about you because I lost my head over George so easily." Olivia chopped faster, the knife making staccato sounds against the cutting board. "So what are you saying?" "I'm saying you're already in love with him." Olivia stopped, freezing with the knife in the air. "Well, that just sucks." Carol burst out laughing. "Really?" "Yeah. He's leaving in 25 days or less and I'm not going with him." Carol checked the chicken browning on the stove and gave it a good stir. "That does suck. Right? Ugh." Olivia went to the fridge, sticking half her body in to rummage around. Bonnie had the largest fridge on the plate. Dallas had to move a wall to make room for it. With all the cooking she did for the ranch, it was necessary. Carol coveted that fridge. She loved the kitchen in her home, the granite countertops, the white cabinets, the dark wood floors. It was stunning. But that fridge? "Are these veggies from Bonnie's garden?" asked Olivia. Carol paused just long enough for Olivia to know she knew Olivia was trying to change the subject and that she was going to allow it. "They are. That woman has 2 green thumbs and possibly a green foot. You've been spending a lot of time out there lately." "I want to earn my keep." Olivia slid out of the fridge with her arms full of tomatoes and onions. "What are you talking about?" Carol shifted the change in the conversation, not at all comfortable. "George wants me to quit working at the diner. He's been hinting at it for a while now. The one time he'd actually come out and said he thought she should quit, they'd had a fight. Now, it was just small comments here and there, like he'd give her a long lingering kiss and say, 'Stay,' in his bedroom voice. That man did not play fair. I understand what he's saying and it would be wonderful to be home full-time with Levi. But," Olivia prompted, "but, I've been on my own for 2 years. I paid my way and I've been independent. If I quit my job I am dependent on him again. That's kind of scary considering our past." Olivia nodded. "So don't quit." Carol hemmed and hawed. "There's so much to do around the house and yard and Levi'll be in kindergarten soon and I'll miss him. Plus, I don't want everyone thinking I'm a mooch." Olivia set down the veggies and grabbed Carol by both arms. "No one would ever think that about you. Raising Levi and any little brothers or sisters that come along, just throwing out a hint there, is the most important job on the ranch." "Thanks, Olivia." She gave her a quick smile and went back to stirring the chicken. Except for the hint about brothers and sisters. Don't be dropping those in front of George. The man doesn't need any ideas put in his head. They laughed. Carol turned her back on the kitchen, facing the hot stove, and considering Olivia's words. She was probably right. No one would think badly of her for staying home with Levi. And, she wouldn't miss the money, not really. It was nice to have her own cash, but she and George shared everything financially, so it didn't matter if she paid for groceries out of her tips or his paycheck. Yet, she still couldn't grab onto the idea of quitting. She'd leaned on George once before and fallen flat on her face. If she kept her job, at least she'd have something to go back to if this whole recommitment thing went south. That's not how a person was supposed to think about a marriage. She wasn't testing waters, she'd jumped in feet, heart, and head first. There was just the seed of fear in her heart and she wasn't sure how to get it out. Chapter 15. Olivia Dumont. The closer it got to 6 o'clock, the higher Olivia's nerve ran. She'd never been in love before. This was insane. Carol was insane. How could she possibly love a man she'd known for just over 2 months? Because she did. She just did. By 5:45, she was fit to be tied. She rearranged the table so that 2 plates sat on one side and one on the other. Good. She'd sit across from Jax and Robert. That way she wasn't close enough to touch him. He wasn't likely to reach across the table to take her hand with Jax sitting right there. There was a small knock at the front door, about Jax's height. Olivia called, "Come in." She wiped her damp palms on her apron before hurriedly untying it and tossing it behind the kitchen counter. "Hi, Miss Olivia." "Hi, Mr. Jax," she replied. Jax giggled. "Hi," Robert said in a low and inviting voice. One word and her knees were going jelly. "Hey." Olivia took a long moment to take in his fresh from the shower appearance. He looked good. No hat tonight, but that was okay because his hair was just right, hanging over his forehead and inviting her to brush it aside. "Dinner smells great," said Robert. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "If you'll just take a seat, I'll bring the stir-fry over." She opened the over and, using hot pads, retrieved the serving dish. She used her right hand more than her left. "I hope you don't mind a one-dish meal." She turned around, bumping the oven closed with her foot, and froze. Jax was on the side of the table with 1 place and Robert was on the side with 2. Is something wrong?" Robert pulled her chair out. "Stuck," Olivia pasted on a smile. "Nope." She set the dish in the middle of the table, leaving the hot pads under to protect the wood. Sliding into her seat, she looked at Jax, who was looking at the pile of veggies and chicken with a mixture of curiosity and worry. The rice was already there, as was a bowl of mandarin oranges. "Have you had stir-fry before?" Jax shook his head. "I got the recipe from Bonnie." Jax's forehead smoothed out. "Then it should be good." Olivia turned to Robert. "Let's hope so. I'd hate to be the reason her reputation went down the drain." Robert touched her arm, causing a spark up Olivia's arm. Right out of the box. He touched her the first chance he got. If this kept up, Olivia would be putting before the night was over. If it tastes half as good as it looks, her reputation will remain unscathed. Olivia removed her arm and wiped her forehead in an exaggerated gesture. They paused for Robert to offer a blessing over the meal and then tucked into their plates. "Are these oranges?" asked Jax. Olivia nodded as she chewed. "They're small." She swallowed before she spoke. "They're sweeter. I think anyway." Robert's leg brushed hers under the table and she jumped. "I think so too," he said with a wink. Jax tried a slice. "I like 'em. Can I have a couple more?" Robert looked over his plate. "Eat your chicken first." "Fine." Jack stared at his plate. "Did they have Rangers when you were a kid?" Olivia covered her mouth with a napkin while she laughed. They sure did. Which one was your favorite? I like the red one, but Levi says the black one is in charge, so he's the best. Olivia leaned back in her seat. Well, how many colors did they have? Wasn't there a pink one? I think the white one was my favorite. Jax lit up. He was red before he was white. Really? Olivia asked. Jax went into the storyline of how the Green Ranger became the Red Ranger, then became the White Ranger. She was pretty sure he was mixing things up, but she wasn't about to stop him. After a couple minutes, Robert leaned back in his seat, his arm draping across the back of her chair. Olivia's breath hitched. He smelled clean and masculine and strong. She closed her eyes, fighting off the urge to lean into him. He picked up a strand of her hair and twirled it loosely around his finger. Milk. Olivia blurted. Jax stared at her, confused. She'd cut him off in the middle of his story. I forgot to get the milk. Keep talking, Jax. I can hear you from over there. And I'm out of Robert's reach. She used the cool, stainless steel door to steady herself. Heaven help her, could this evening get any more heated? The back door swung open and Dallas tromped in. He came up short at seeing Robert and Jax at his dining room table. Just got a little hotter in here. Or did it? Dallas was just the bucket of ice water this evening needed. Dallas? Olivia cheered. Please, join us for dinner. Carol had mentioned feeding him a huge lunch and Dallas saying he wouldn't be back for the evening meal. He hated skipping meals, but relying on Carol's generosity day after day was hard on an independent guy. If it were up to him, he'd eat beef jerky every meal. She grabbed his arm and directed him to the seat right across from her and next to Jax. Jax beamed and squirmed. He adored the larger-than-life cowboy. Robert took up his fork and kept his hand off her chair. Olivia sat down feeling like she could breathe without the butterflies and heat Robert created with a touch. She dished a plate of chicken stir-fry for Dallas, making sure he got plenty of vegetables. Have you been up to check on the cattle lately? She placed the food in front of him and handed over a fork and napkin. I went a few days ago, but there was one cow I'm worried about. I need to go back up and bring her in tomorrow morning. Dallas practically growled the words into his plate. Olivia cast a sideways glance at Robert. His neck was red and he was doing his best to put away food. Maybe inviting Dallas in wasn't such a great idea. It wasn't like these two were the best of friends. Dallas sniffed at the stir-fry. What is this? Chicken, Olivia responded with a smile. She waited, hoping Jax wouldn't mention where the recipe came from. Dallas didn't need a reminder of Bonnie when he was already in a bad mood. When did sharing a meal become so complicated around here? Dallas pushed the food around with his fork before taking a tentative bite. He nodded once and chewed enthusiastically. Can I come with you? Jax asked Dallas. His blue eyes were bright with the possibility of a day on horses with his cowboy hero. Olivia grinned. She remembered many such outings with Dallas and her dad. Neither man was a chatterbox, but they both allowed her to go on and on about anything that caught her fancy. There was confidence built in those rides. Dallas might have been thinking along those same lines, because his body softened. You're a good rider. I'd take you on my posse any day. Olivia's lips lifted into a grin. His posse, she'd forgotten he said that. Jax flipped his attention to Robert. Can I, Dad? Robert nodded slowly. I think we can swing that. It'll be fun. Olivia's head was down, but she watched Dallas's reaction to Robert inviting himself along. Of course, Robert didn't know that these rides were usually just for the kids and Dallas. And he'd probably wanted to go to make sure Jax was all right and not in the way. Dallas's face clouded over. He stood up, his plate in one hand and his fork in the other. Be ready to ride at 5. We'll rest in the heat and ride back at dusk. Robert nodded. I'll bring the bug spray. Dallas huffed and tromped out the back door, taking his dinner with him. Olivia smiled to herself. At least her cooking wasn't bad enough to leave behind. Did he say we were bringing back a cow? Asked Jax. Olivia waited for Robert to answer, but he deferred to her, his mouth full. A sick cow, she said. Sometimes they eat things they shouldn't or catch a stomach bug or other illness. Can they make me sick? Jax's hands pressed against his chest, his fingers spread wide. Olivia shook her head. Not unless you eat him on the way home, she teased. Jax's eyes went wide. Before he could spin wild ideas, Olivia continued, but you're not going to eat a cow on the way home. Phew. He wiped his hand across his head dramatically, much like Olivia had done moments before. Olivia and Robert shared a look and laughed. Jax was pleased with their response. What kind of bird is that in the field? Olivia tipped her head to one side, trying to remember seeing a bird that was worth bringing up. It's a hawk, answered Robert. What do they eat? Asked Jax. Mice and snakes, answered Olivia. And kittens if the mama cats weren't careful, but there was no sense telling the boy that. Jax asked several more questions as they ate, and before she knew it, Olivia was scraping leftovers into the chicken bucket. The evening had been pleasant, once Robert stayed on his side of the invisible line between them. Here. She handed him the bucket. Take this to the chickens while I wash dishes. Robert handed it off to Jax. Can you take this out by yourself and I'll help Miss Olivia? Sure. Jax scampered out the back door and Olivia found herself quite alone with Robert. She reached for his plate on the table and he stopped her with a hand on her arm. The butterflies and their slow, delicious heat had a heyday in her stomach. She tugged away from him. According to Carol, she'd already loved him. The last thing she needed to do was act on those feelings. That would just feed the flames, and then he'd leave town and she'd be a pile of ashes. What's wrong? Robert asked. His brows twisted with confusion. Olivia set down the plates and leaned against the counter, grateful for the cool granite. Nothing's wrong. But things are unsettled. Ugh. She hated the feeling of not knowing what to do, because she was waiting for him to decide what to do. There was a sense of powerlessness and desperation in these moments. Ah. He got to his feet and came to stand in front of her. He was too close for her comfort. She could smell his clean, soapy scent coupled with something masculine that was certainly not bug spray. Can you tell me about it? He sounded suspiciously like a physician just then, which put Olivia on guard and sort of ticked her off. School starts August 22nd around here. That's 25 days. I can't help but wonder if that's the day there will be a set of tail lights between us. Robert nodded. Your point was, lyrically stated. Her eyebrows shot up. Seriously, did Porter write that up for you? He teased. I listen to country music. She smacked his arm. And I certainly don't need my little brother to speak for me. Hey now. He put his hand on her hip and the last of her anger at him was consumed in the heat of the moment. Don't go making us a country song. Why not? She tipped her face up. There's real romance in all that twang. He began to sway them back and forth as if music were playing. Maybe there was music between them. A melody all their own. Is this what twang feels like? Robert brought their bodies flush. Feeling deliciously taken in, Olivia replied, it's more like this. She slid her hands up his arms, over his shoulders, and buried her fingers into his hair, lightly scraping her nails over his scalp as she did so. Robert moaned. His forehead touched hers. I like what you're saying. Olivia laughed and then sighed. This was the easy part. Falling into one another. Falling for one another. Don't let me fall in love with you if you're leaving, Robert. I can't take that kind of heartache. His stormy gray eyes clouded. Can't we just enjoy the moment? Olivia stopped swaying. She closed her eyes and drank in the feeling of being held in Robert's arms and of her fingers in that hair and how badly she wanted him to kiss her. And then she slipped back, out of reach. Nope. No? There's too much at stake for me. If you're looking for a good time, cowgirl, you're looking on the wrong ranch. The screen door banged open and Jax skidded inside. Rusty's in the chicken coop. Olivia scrambled for the door. The collie didn't have a taste for chicken meat, but she had a great time scaring the birds into not laying eggs for the next week. Besides that, Olivia was supposed to be watching the dogs for Bonnie this week. Rusty was the smarter out of the two collies, cunning almost. He could find his way out of any enclosure or fence. Apparently he'd put his sneaky mind to finding a way in tonight. She ran right past Jax, who scurried to keep up. Robert didn't follow. The coop was filled with wings and feathers and squawking birds. Olivia saw a flash of black and white. How'd he get in there? She asked Jax. I don't know. The door was shut. Olivia unhooked the latch. "'Kay. I'm going in. Don't let the chickens out, and when I say so, open the door. Got it?" "Got it." Jax took hold of the door frame, a determined set to his jaw. Olivia dove in the fray. "Rusty, come." Rusty glanced over his shoulder, his tongue hanging out and his tail wagging. He didn't stop but turned to snap at the nearest hen. She screeched and turned her claws on him. Rusty hunkered down low and growled. "Oh no you didn't." Olivia grabbed for his camo-printed collar. The dog tore off down the other side of the henhouse. Olivia's left hand couldn't hold tight and he slipped out of her grasp. "Stupid." "Rusty." Olivia barked. "Come." Rusty tripped over a bird and smacked his chin on the ground. The impact must have knocked him good because Olivia was able to grab him with her right hand this time. "Jax, let us out." She dragged the dog out behind her and Jax slammed the door shut. Olivia glared at the dog. Now that he was out of the coop, Rusty was all apologies and puppy dog eyes. He twisted and licked her wrist. "You're lucky it was me who came to get you, dog." George would have landed on the dog to get him to stop and Dallas or Dad would have used the toe end of a boot to show him the way out. Rusty knew he was getting off easy and he wagged his tail. Olivia shook her head at him. Jax held up the chicken bucket. "Do you still want me to feed this to them?" "Yeah. They deserve a treat." She minded the door for Jax so he could go inside and dump the bucket out. They tromped back to the house together. "Stay." She pointed at a spot by the back door and Rusty flopped down, exhausted. They went inside, Olivia relieved to have Jax there. She wasn't too happy about the chicken feathers she kept pulling out of her hair though. The table had been cleared and the dishes were washed and put away. "Where's my dad?" asked Jax. Olivia picked chicken down of his shirt. "I think he went back to the apartment." He'd left. He'd held her close and when she told him not to break her heart, he left. Olivia stumbled into the front room, shucked her boots, threw her arm over her face, and propped her feet up. After a few minutes, she realized Jax was watching her. "Do you want to watch a movie or something?" "No, thank you. I'll go find my dad." He still stared at her. "What?" Olivia brushed her cheeks, wondering what a sight she was. My dad likes you, Jax blurted. Olivia smiled. He has a funny way of showing it. I'll talk to him about that. Don't you dare. Her feet dropped to the floor and she sat up. Don't you want us to stay? His back hunched. Buddy. She opened her arms and he fell into them, wrapping his skinny little arms around her middle. She hugged him for a moment. He was just such a huggable kid. I want you to stay more than anything. And my dad? Jax, the little scamp, prompted. I want your dad to stay because he wants to stay, not because I make him. If I make him, he'll resent me for it. Jax scratched his nose. What's resent mean? It's like when your dad makes you clean your room and you get mad at him, that's resentment. Oh. I don't get mad anymore. I used to. But Dallas told me that cleaning my room was like cleaning stalls. If the horses needed a clean place to live, so did I. She laid her cheek on his head. Dallas is smart like that. I'm gonna go home and shower. He stood up and a mischievous grin crossed his face. One of us smells like chicken poop. You. Olivia tickled him until he danced out of reach. After promising to come right back if Robert wasn't in the apartment, Jax left. Olivia stood on the back porch next to Rusty, making sure Jax got to the barn okay. He waved before disappearing inside. She let out a deep sigh, amazed at how easy it was to talk to that kid and hold him as if he were her own. She threw her hands in the air and looked heavenward. Great, now I've fallen in love with his kid, too. She stomped inside, buried her head in the couch and screamed because life was sometimes cruel and completely unfair.
Chapter 16. Dr. Robert Canton. Friday morning. 5 a.m. was awfully early. Robert rolled out of bed and opened the window to clean the stale air out of his bedroom. He hadn't woken up before 6 since his residency. That was a whole other time and place. The crazy and unpredictable hours weren't much different from ranching. Jessica had rolled with the late nights, the patients who needed him after his shift was over, the way he'd fall asleep if he sat still for longer than 10 minutes. She was proud to be a physician's wife. A small smile stole across his face. He'd catch her bragging to her friends or the neighbors, making him sound so much more important than he ever felt. She was a great wife when he had her, and now she was an angel. There wasn't much of a difference between those two things in his mind. He took a deep breath of fresh, mountain air. It had rained the night before, leaving the dirt dark brown and puddled around the barnyard. Out here, on the ranch, a man wasn't measured by his education, he was measured by his work ethic, his ability to put the animals' needs before his own. It was different, but not bad. Robert could measure up. He did measure up that very first weekend hauling hay with Olivia. As they often did, his thoughts focused on the cocoa-haired beauty. She was pulling away from him emotionally and physically. If he were to give a diagnosis, he'd say it was a case of the scaredy cats. She was afraid to love him. Afraid that he would take her love and ride off into the sunset, never to be heard from again. He rubbed his tired face. Man, he was dramatic in the mornings. Jax, he half whispered into his son's bedroom. The boy didn't so much as take a deeper breath. His stomach and chest were moving up and down, his right arm thrown above his head. Jax, he said a little louder as he nudged his son. Jax rolled over. Come on, Dallas is waiting. Jax sat straight up and blinked several times. I'm coming. Tell him not to leave without me. He won't. Robert chuckled. Dallas was as big as Clint Eastwood in Jax's eyes. A real cowboy who knew how to do everything from rope a steer to deliver a calf. Thankfully, they hadn't seen the last one yet. That was sure to open a whole line of questions Robert could put off for a couple more years. You'd better get a move on. Jax was dressed in no time and came out tucking his shirt into his pants. His pants were done up and his belt buckle fastened in place, and he still had enough room to shove the shirt in. That kid was skinny. Bonnie needed to come home. Jax ate anything she put in front of him. He was much more picky about the frozen pizzas Robert provided this week in her absence. Thank goodness for Olivia and her chicken stir-fry. And just like that, he was wondering what she looked like first thing in the morning and if he should go find out. So he could apologize for leaving so quickly last night. She'd wanted answers and he didn't have any, so he figured the best thing to do would be to wash the dishes and get out of there before she came back. Now he wasn't so sure. He'd enjoyed talking about country music and twang. Maybe they could have done a little more of that. He gathered up the granola bars, the water bottles, and the sandwiches he'd constructed last night and put them in the outside pocket of his portable medical bag. He'd taken it on the cattle drive too, securing it behind the saddle. Thankfully, he hadn't needed it for more than a few blisters and minor scrapes. He and Jax managed to saddle their horses in their stalls while they ate. They left the halters on and let them finish what remained of the hay Dallas must have thrown them already. "Let's go find your buddy." He cupped Jax behind the head and steered him out of the barn. They made their way across the barnyard and into Dallas's barn. It was funny how everyone called the house Bonnie's and the barn Dallas's, but they really were run by separate managers. Bonnie was amazing at keeping the family happy and fed, and Dallas saw to the outside chores, including mowing the lawn and spraying for weeds. Divide and conquer. He still felt bad about how things had gone down when he told Bonnie he was her biological son. He had no idea Dallas didn't know. That was the kind of thing you told your spouse. When Jax asked to go and Dallas agreed, Robert knew he wasn't in the invite list, yet he'd written his name there just the same. This day trip would be a good opportunity to talk to the man and do what he could to ease the tension he'd created. "Morning." Robert lifted a hand in greeting as they entered the brightly lit barn. The overhead lights cast a yellow glow over horse and horseman alike. Dallas didn't return the wave. He was standing in front of his black horse, Trigger, staring at the back of the animal like something was wrong. Robert stopped walking. Something was wrong. Dallas was about to throw on the saddle without a saddle pad in place. Dallas grunted and the saddle slipped out of his left hand, but not his right. He flexed his fingers and then tried to make a fist. "You okay?" Robert asked, moving closer. "Yeah, I was just trying to get the pajamas on," Dallas grumbled. Alarm bells, much like an ambulance siren, went off in Robert's head. "Jax, get my first aid bag off the saddle, now." Jax took off like a shot. Robert moved slow, taking Dallas by the right arm and helping him to a bale of hay nearby. "Let go of me." Dallas wrenched his arm away. Robert crouched in front of him and checked the man's lips. The left side didn't move in sync with the right. He mentally cursed. Time was of the essence. "Are your lips numb?" Dallas bounced them together. "Little bit." Jax was back. Robert found the aspirin in the bag and shoved 2 pills into Dallas's mouth and then tipped a water bottle back for him to drink. "Jax, go pound on Miss Bonnie's door until Olivia wakes up. Tell her we need her right now." Robert quickly reviewed his options. The nearest hospital was in Payson, over 45 minutes away. The round trip for an ambulance could take much too long. He picked up Dallas's arm and laid it over his shoulder. "Dallas, we've got to get you to a hospital." He headed towards Olivia's truck, praying Jax had pounded hard enough. In all the chaos, Robert hadn't stopped to see if Jax was okay. Things like this could shake a kid, bring up bad memories of when Jessica died. Olivia sprinted across the gravel wearing Hello Kitty pajamas tucked into her boots. "What's going on?" "I think it's a stroke." Olivia whipped out her cell phone. "I'll call 911. Tell them to call the hospital. We're driving him in." She opened the back door. "You drive." She thrust the keys into Robert's hand. "I'll sit with him in the back." She climbed in first and helped lift while Dallas struggled in and Robert hefted. They finally had him laying across the seat with his head in Olivia's lap. Anna bolted out of her house. "What's going on?" "Jax is in my kitchen. He said you were scared." Robert slammed the door and turned to face her. "Dallas is having a stroke." We're driving him in. I need you to make sure Jax is okay. This could be bad for him. Anna's eyes went wide and she backed up 2 steps. This is Bonnie's department. Robert dug deep for the right words. He remembered one time, way back when he thought he wanted to go into emergency care, there was a shooting and several people came through the doors. He was assigned one patient who needed a bullet taken out. Overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation, Robert had wanted to defer to a more experienced doctor. The nurse grabbed his arm and said the same words he said to Anna. Well, you're all I've got, so do your best. With that, he was in the cab doing his best not to bounce the passengers and drive as quickly as possible. They're waiting for us. Olivia hung up the phone. Robert breathed a half sigh of relief. They still had a long drive ahead of them. Dallas muttered something he couldn't understand. Olivia leaned closer to hear her head disappearing from the rearview mirror. What? He asked. If Dallas had another stroke. A moment later, Olivia touched his shoulder. Hurry, Robert. What did he say? Robert demanded. He said he should have kissed Bonnie goodbye. Robert hit the end of the dirt drive and floored the accelerator.
Chapter 17. Anna Ruggles. Anna shifted in the fabric-covered hospital chair in the waiting room. She picked at her fingernails. She hadn't been comfortable since Robert left Jax in her care early this morning. She considered herself an excellent grandma when riding a horse. She had arena games aplenty and could entertain a whole birthday party of kids in ponies. Anything on solid ground was left up to Bonnie. She was the milk and cookies of the Fair Catch Ranch. So, Anna had done what she does best and saddled up her adobe-colored mare with the black stockings. Homecoming, and took Jax up in search of the sick cow. But what about Dallas? Jax asked, his eyes full of worry. This is the best thing we can do to help him. We don't want him worrying about that cow, do we? No. Then we gotta go get her and bring her home. It's what he would do. "'Kay." Jax climbed into the saddle and set his sights on the hills. Instead of making a day of the trip as Dallas would have done, Anna located the animal ear tag 437 and rushed them all back, so they could join the family at the hospital for prayer. The whole time she was in the saddle, her thoughts strayed back to when Olivia had gotten hurt. All the fear, the anxiety, the wishing she could take the pain for her daughter came rushing back. Homecoming sensed her unease and pranced at every noise. She could still see Olivia in the hospital bed, pale skin against her dark hair, circles under her eyes, sleeping deeper than Anna was comfortable with as the family gathered from the far corners of the ranch. William had come from Leahy and joined hands around her bedside. Anna's hands shook as she brushed her gritty hair away from her face. She should have stopped to shower, but couldn't wait another minute to get to the hospital. Carol had brought Levi, and the 2 boys were busy coloring get well cards on the coffee table. They had a giant pack of crayons spread across the surface. Every now and again, one would roll to the floor, and they'd scramble after it. John sat down next to her with a groan. He ran his thick hand down his face. "I can't count the number of times Dallas and I have waited for one another in the hospital. Remember the time that gelding rolled on me? What was his name?" "Hot Shot," Anna answered without looking at him. Hospitals were never a place for good news. She tugged at her thumbnail until it came loose. John laid his hand in her lap. "Here, tackle mine. Yours are all gone." She looked at his hands, all rough and calloused, and threaded her fingers through his, instead of picking at his nails. That was weird, and his recommendation brought a smile to her face. "How can you be so calm?" "I'm not. I'm a raging thunderstorm of worry inside. But there are young guns to consider." She leaned her head against his arm. "Besides, you've always been the level-headed one." Anna chuckled. "Now I know you're telling lies just to make me feel better. Is it working?" "A little." She nodded against his arm. The doctor came out. His white lab coat was pressed, and his tie was loose. Anna had no idea if he was a good doctor or a bad one. He looked to be Robert's age. Thank goodness for Robert. If he hadn't been right there, the whole family came to their feet. Ellie and Logan, who had been sitting across the room, crowded in to hear the latest news. Olivia and Robert had been by the kids, and George and Carol were across the table from them. "Hi, folks. I'll get right to it." They all nodded, because that's what they wanted. Chit-chat would have been a delay tactic. Dallas is partially paralyzed on his left side. We've seen people come back from small strokes like this with physical therapy and time. He may not be as strong as he was, so you'll need to be patient with him and help him be patient with himself. He tucked his pad under his arm. "I'd like to keep him overnight for observation. We want to monitor him to make sure this isn't the first of several." "Is that possible?" asked George. "Sometimes, but it's not likely. We're trying to be cautious." Heads bobbed all around the circle. George kissed Carol's hair, his eyes closing. Robert spoke first. "He's not going to like this. The physical therapy, the limitations. We've done it before," Olivia pitched in. "We'll do it again." Her gaze traveled around the family. Anna's eyes did the same. She felt the holes so deeply. William, Porter, Bonnie. There had to be a way to wrap them all up in her arms and keep them safe forever. "We'll be there for him," Olivia continued. Her voice caught. "Like you all were for me. He won't be the same." "Strokes can change personality," Robert cautioned. "My injury changed me." A fire lit in Olivia's eyes as she lifted her crumpled hand. Anna stifled her tears for the innocence Olivia lost that day. Everyone has that moment. She sure had. The moment where they realize life isn't always fun and hard work won't always get you through that moment when you find out you have limitations to your happiness. The trick was to find joy anyway. "We won't give up on him," Olivia finished. "None of us will," added John with a squeeze of Anna's hand. The circle tightened, everyone needing to feel the strength they carried as a family. Anna hoped they could see the reason she held so tight. Feel it in their hearts. And she ached for those who were missing out on this. With a strangled, quiet cry, she wrenched herself away. "I've got to call Bonnie. Her best friend needed to be here." She'd let her go off on this adventure, encouraged her even because in her heart, Anna knew there was nothing as wonderful out there as there was on the Faircatch Ranch. "Do you think she'll come home?" asked Carol. Anna struggled to see her phone in her purse. The tears were too thick. She was always coming home. Anna made her way out of the building for better reception.
Chapter 18. Bonnie Ruggles. Bonnie checked her reflection in the hotel mirror. She was meeting a group of women for lunch before the bus took them to see the Statue of Liberty. She couldn't believe she'd been in New York for 4 days and hadn't seen Lady Liberty yet. The elevator was right across from Bonnie's room, so she kept one ear on the hallway so she wouldn't miss her new friends. She gave a satisfied look to the messy bed. Someone else would come in and make it look beautiful again before she returned that night. The idea left her practically giddy. She stepped into the hallway before the guilt hit. Those two wolves were starting up again, snapping at one another and telling her she shouldn't feel this good about being taken care of on a daily basis. She waited, her hand on the door, to see which side would win. The carpeted hallway smelled like old blankets. The walls were clean and the shiny elevator doors were fingerprint-free. "Did you forget something?" asked Susanna as she came out of her room next to Bonnie's. Susanna was from Georgia and had this beautiful southern accent. Bonnie always thought she had something of a southern drawl, but there was a big difference between Utah country and southern Georgia. "No. I'm just wondering if I'm getting lazy. I sure enjoy having a maid." Susanna flapped her hand. "That's not lazy, honey, that's smart. You'll have to think about finding a service when you get home." Bonnie laughed. "I am the maid service at home. All the more reason to live it up." Susanna snapped her fingers. Bonnie's laughter was interrupted by her phone. The elevator door dinged open as she checked the caller ID. It was Anna. "You go on ahead. I've got to take this." She pointed to her phone. Susanna gave her a thumbs up and stepped inside the elevator. She was checking her platinum blonde hair in the mirrors that lined the sides before the doors shut. "Hello, Anna." Bonnie grinned at the thought of her best friend. "I was just thinking about hiring a maid, would you like one too? Maybe we can get a deal." "That might be a great idea." Anna's response was tight, controlled. Bonnie was determined not to let Susanna's exuberance for life slip away. "I knew you'd think so. I am going to make some changes. I am done being the workhorse." She stuffed the guilt in a dark closet and locked the door for good. There would be no more waiting for someone else to make her happy. If this trip had taught her anything, it was that she could make her own happiness. They say marriage is 50-50 and that you each have to give half, but Bonnie no longer believed that. There was 100% of her, and she would decide how much to put into her marriage and how much she needed to hold back in order to stay sane. She'd given and given and given, and all it got her was a bottle of resentment. So what if she wanted a maid? It didn't matter if she was the one who mopped the floor as long as it got done. You should hear how some of these ladies spend their time. Frankly, it's a bit much for me, what with the trips to the casinos and whatnot. That sounded judgmental, and she didn't mean it to be. That's not my style, but they're welcome to it. I was thinking of going with you on some of your sales trips, if the offer is still open. Of course, Great. Let's go to Florida. You can sell ropes in Florida, can't you? And I want to find the fountain of youth. She laughed at her joke but didn't hear Anna join in. She pulled the phone away to make sure the call hadn't been disconnected. "Anna? Did I lose you?" "Bonnie, I need you to listen to me." "Okay." Bonnie shrugged. "Dallas had a small stroke this morning. He's doing okay, but his left side is dragging." Bonnie's hand flew to her throat. "No. John is staying with him tonight, and I'll come pick you up when your flight comes in." Bonnie squished her eyes shut, trying to block out the image of Dallas hurting and her not being there. What happened? She prayed he hadn't lain in that stupid apartment for hours waiting for help. She never should have left him. Robert was with him and recognized what was happening right away. Bonnie's eyes flew open. Robert? Robert was with him. Robert was a doctor. He would know just what to do. Yes. That's a longer story. Should I change my flight? The fees would be enormous, but she didn't care. I checked while we were waiting for the doctor. All they have available is a route with 2 layovers that will get here an hour earlier. Go on your tour today, see all you can see, and then come home. Like I could enjoy a moment of this place knowing Dallas is in the hospital. I know. I can't lose him, Anna. He's not dying. I didn't mean to death. I've got to save my marriage. He asked for you. Olivia said you were the only name on his lips. Bonnie gulped in a breath. Do you think he loves me? I know he loves you. But does he love me enough? That's something you'll have to figure out. Tell him I'm coming. I will. They said goodbye and Bonnie dropped her phone in her purse. She went back into her room and curled up on the unmade bed and hugged a pillow to her chest, wishing it was Dallas in her arms.
Chapter 19. Logan Labrum. Logan hefted Dallas's saddle on the back of Jewel. Dallas was in no condition to ride and wouldn't be for some time. He was supposed to come home today, but that could take hours depending on the doctor's schedule and may not happen at all depending on how the tests look. Ellie appeared in the barn doorway. Her long blonde hair lit up like a halo in the sunshine. She was as much of an angel as God will allow on this earth, and she was his. All his. She wrapped her arms around herself and approached slowly. Instinctively he hurried to her, wanting to ease the sadness in her posture and help hold her up. "What is it, love?" He brushed her hair back from her face. She was worried about Dallas, they all were. Logan had never seen anything like the Dumont family gathered in the waiting room. When they came together in a circle and linked hands for prayer, tears had stung just as strongly as the understanding of all that Logan's father had taken from him in this life. His mom had known, had done all she could to make up for the loss. She was the one who took them to church and taught them of God's unconditional love. Having seen a family come together before God, he knew exactly how he wanted to raise his children. Ellie placed her palms on his chest and stared at his collar. "I feel like you're miles away from me. Since your dad died, I don't know how to reach you." Logan took a minute to catch up with her train of thought. He'd been thinking about Dallas, about how Ellie had cried when George woke them up with the news of his stroke. He hadn't once, not even once, worried about what was going on between him and Ellie. He had been far away from her in some respects. Keeping the ugly things in his life away from Ellie was his highest priority. He pressed their foreheads together, wishing he could send all his thoughts right into her head and he didn't have to say them out loud. "I don't want to put this weight on you. I want to be a part of your life, Logan. The good and the bad." If there was one thing Logan would not allow his father to do in this life or the next, it would be to sully Ellie in any way. He would stand between them all his living days. "Ride with me today, Elle. Be my partner." His invitation was a cop-out, but having Ellie with him was like bringing a piece of sunshine along for the ride. "Okay," she whispered before pressing her lips to his. Robert kissed her back, wanting to share some of the love, some of the promise, he'd seen today in her family. When they were both good and breathless, he pulled back and stared into her beautiful blue eyes. "We're going to make it, Ellie. Not everybody does, but we will." "'Kay." She kissed him quickly. "I'm going to Saddle Princess. Carol won't mind if I take her. Zinger isn't great in the hills." She trailed her hand down his arm and through his fingers before slipping off to get ready for their ride. Logan nodded once and went back to his preparations. After seeing Dallas, weak and sleepy in the hospital bed, he'd struggled with the darkness that threatened to drag him into a depression. He refused to go there, refused to even walk to the lip. He'd use Ellie's light to guide him through.
Chapter 20. Porter Dumont. "Thanks for calling." Porter said goodbye to George and hung his head. Poor Dallas. That man was the strongest man in the world, next to Porter's own father, of course. Those two were invincible. They took full-grown cows to the ground with nothing but a few ropes and their bare hands. They were superheroes. Dallas would get through this, he had to. Logan wrestled with the feeling that he should be there to help out at a time like this. George said they got the hay in a few days ago, but their water turn would be up. Watering was one of Logan's responsibilities. Or, it had been until he pawned it off on Robert to get more practice time. "Bad news?" asked his agent, Tyler Tarrington. Porter lifted his head to take in Tyler. He wore fancy jeans and a tight t-shirt that looked like a biker shirt that was trying too hard and much too clean. There were creases on the sleeves of the t-shirt. Porter had met the man in LA at the Battle of the Bands competition and only re-met him this morning in the recording studio parking lot. Porter had enough material to fill this session. The recording studio had several musicians who could sight read and add just the right amount of country to whatever he put in front of them. Working with these guys, and girls, was a step up from the garage band he'd played in at home, one giant professional step. They were in the middle of running through his music when his phone vibrated in his pocket. The mic picked up on it and the producer called everything to a halt. Embarrassed, Porter pulled the phone out to turn it off when Olivia's text flashed on the screen. "Dallas is in the hospital. Call now. My uncle had a stroke." Porter shifted his shoulders as if he could shift the sense of responsibility weighing them down. "I'm sorry to hear that." Tyler patted his back. "Do you need to go home? Don't leave town without telling me, man. Things are going good here, but an absent musician is never a good thing." Porter considered packing up and going home for about 3 seconds. "I'm here to make things happen with my music." "All right." Tyler rubbed his hands together. "Let's talk branding while the band takes 5. What's your background?" "Rodeo. Ranch. Roping." Tyler regarded him out of the corner of his eye. "You're a sweetheart. A regular Taylor Swift." Porter scowled. "Don't take it the wrong way. T Swift makes billions and being a sweetheart can do the same for you." Porter eagerly leaned forward to find out how.
Chapter 21. Anna Dumont, sitting in a hospital room, gave a woman plenty of time to ponder, and Anna had plenty to ponder. Her thoughts swirled around her family like dust devils, or maybe her kids were the dust devils, continually stirring things up. Under her scrutiny, the state of the family didn't look any more sunshiny than this drab room with the shades drawn. George had called Porter while Anna was in the room. He was supposed to call the boy home, and instead he gave what amounted to a weather report and turned the cameras off. So it happened that Anna was in a grumpy mood when Ellie and Logan came in carrying no less than 3 Kneaders bakery bags and holding hands like teenage lovers. "How is he?" asked Ellie as she sat one bag on the rolling tray. Logan sat the others by the door. "He's doing just fine," grumped Dallas from the bed. Anna shot to her feet. "I didn't know you were awake." She fluffed the bed covers. "You were roosting like a perturbed hen over there." I wasn't about to interrupt. His words were easy enough to understand if Anna paid attention. His lips tilted at a crazy angle, but the right side was working extra hard to make up for the left. His left eye also hung lower than the right, but that wasn't so bad considering the alternatives. Anna planted her hands on her hips. "That's a fine, thank you for sitting by your sick bee, Dallas Ruggles." Dallas's face twisted and contorted. "Call the nurse," he growled. She grabbed his good arm. "What is it?" He scanned the room. "I need some help." Ellie pressed the button on the wall. "It might be a few minutes, Uncle Dallas. There was something going on a few doors down." Dallas's right leg kicked out. Logan, who had been standing quietly in the doorway, stepped closer to the bed. "If you ladies will step into the hallway, I think Dallas and I can take care of things." Anna rose to her full height. "Anything that needs doing I can see to." Logan nodded slowly. Or maybe he was nodding as if she were slow. Anna narrowed her eyes. "I don't mean any disrespect, Mrs. Dumont, but this is something better left to the men." Anna raised both fists in front of her. "Of all the sexist, pig-headed mom." Ellie grabbed her wrists, her face red and her eyes wild with indignation. "No, Ellie, I can't believe after all I've taught you about being a strong and independent woman, that you would marry a man who thinks women can't do what men can do." "Dagnabit, Anna." Dallas slapped the blanket. "I gotta pee." Dallas's face turned a deep shade of purple, made up of 2 parts embarrassment and 1 part anger. "And I'm not letting you anywhere neat my nuthers, so scoot on out the door and let the man help me." Anna gulped. Her eyes dropped to the horrid tile at the same time Ellie released her arms. She gathered her things as quickly as possible and high-stepped it out of there. There was indeed an emergency 2 doors down, and the hallway was filled with traffic. Anna was stuck waiting next to Dallas's room. Ellie joined her, lightly shutting the door behind her. She let out a deep sigh and slipped her arm around Anna's waist. "I'm fine, Ellie. Don't go all soft on me." Anna held still, hoping Ellie wouldn't let go. She missed her rodeo pal. Ever since Ellie could sit a horse, she'd followed Anna around the barrels, until the day she ran right past her. "Just because you can carry the weight of the world doesn't mean you have to." "Mom, since when did you become so smart?" Anna leaned so their heads touched. "I come by it honestly." Ellie paused. "You know, Logan does the same thing. He's hurting because of his dad, but I can't get him to open up about it. It's like he wants to keep me from seeing the pain, but he's pushing me away." She dropped her arm and straightened up. "Not that you want to hear about my marriage." Anna's heart cracked. She may not like Logan Labrum any more today than she did yesterday, but she loved her daughter with a ferocity that overwhelmed all the hatred. "You could, she cleared her throat. She'd like nothing more than to see Logan pack his things and never come back. But the love in her daughter's eyes was undeniable. They were married one flesh. What hurt Logan hurt Ellie, and what hurt Ellie hurt her mom. "You could do what your dad used to do to me. He'd make me sit on the porch swing. He'd rock us back and forth like a rolling pin, pushing all my emotions right out of me until I talked or cried. She chuckled. Or both, really. Sharing my load with him got easier. It may take time, but don't give up on Logan, Mom. Ellie threw her arms around Anna's neck. Anna relished the contact, the healing between them. Just because I don't like him doesn't mean I don't love you. Ellie laughed as she wiped the moisture out from under her eyes. Why are you laughing? Anna demanded. Because that's exactly what Logan said. Anna pressed her lips together. Well, isn't that a burr in my sock? They laughed together. The emergency, whatever it was, had been handled and the hallway cleared. Come on, Ellie hooked their elbows together. I'll buy you a Dr. Pepper with a shot of coconut. Anna groaned. My one weakness. Even as she said the words, she knew they weren't true. Her weakness was her family. She'd do anything for them. Anything to protect them, even if that meant protecting them from themselves. She would have sent Logan far away if she knew he was even thinking of looking at her daughter. But they were married now. That didn't make Logan instantly likable. If he was going to stick around, he'd have to prove himself a better man than his father.
Chapter 22. Bonnie Ruggles. Sunday afternoon. Bonnie stared through the open door to Dallas's hospital room. Anna said he was supposed to go home yesterday, but because of a borderline test result, they wanted to keep him longer. That was fine with her. She didn't want him going home without her. Walking through the front door arm in arm was a much better image than either of them walking into an empty house. She brushed her long bangs off her face. Dallas looked tired and slightly ticked off. Understandable considering he hated sitting still unless he was eating or in church. His hair was all slicked back away from his face, making his forehead look extra tall. He'd hate that. He'd been afraid of losing his hair since he turned 30. His dad had been as bald as an eagle. He hadn't seen her yet, which was just as well. The hotel in New York had free Wi-Fi, which Bonnie took advantage of to do research well into the early morning hours. She'd bought one of those travel pillows that hooked around her neck so she could sleep on the plane. $30 at the duty-free store, and she still had a crick in her neck. Dallas was watching some old spaghetti western, the kind where cowboys fought outlaws and wooed women with their masculine ways. They stories weren't so different from some of the Broadway shows she'd seen, and the actors weren't any less dramatic, except cowboys didn't sing. She rapped her knuckles against the door and stepped inside. Dallas turned her direction, his eyes drinking her in like she was an Evian bottle and he'd been in the dessert for days. She brushed her hand against her lacy skirt. Not exactly the jeans Dallas was used to. The flowing top was new too. Aren't you a sight, he said. His tone was rough around the edges, letting her know he was still smarting from all that transpired before she left. But she wasn't the same woman who had left. She was braver. She'd faced the great unknown on her own and come off conquering. I could say the same for you, she replied coolly. His frame was large, but the hospital gown made him appear sickly. His skin was sallow, but that could be from the overhead lights. The left side of his face wasn't, right. May never be again. She could live with that as long as she had him. I've had a rough day, what's your excuse? Too many show tunes. He turned his face away in an effort to hide the droop. Bonnie dug her fist into her hip. Dallas Ruggles, I've a mind to leave you to your ornery self. Go on then. He folded his right arm across his body. How much movement did he have with the left? How long would it take to get that back, if he got it back? You're probably late for a flight to Paris or something. She leveled him with a stare. All his drama. You know full well I'm not flying to Paris, at least not tonight. She rolled her suitcase into the corner and stood it up and collapsed the handle. Is that so? Dallas challenged. That's so. Bonnie approached the bed like there weren't a mountain of issues to step over or a river of hard feelings to wade through. Fine. If you want to stay, Ain't nothin' I can do to stop you. Bonnie reached the bed. She placed her hand on his forehead, making him look up into her eyes. You do well to remember that, Dallas. She pressed a kiss to his head, noting the warm skin. Dallas harumphed, a half-happy, half-grumbly sound. Bonnie pulled the chair next to the bed. She ignored the television and pulled a book out of her bag. Neither one of them said anything, but for now, neither one needed to.
Chapter 23. Dr. Robert Canton. Robert sat to Olivia's left on the hard wooden pew. His hand itched to reach over and take hers, to trace the scars on her fingers. She kept them clasped together as if in continual prayer. Maybe she was praying. Heaven knew her whole family could use a few prayers these days. Dallas was supposed to come home yesterday, but there were a few blips on his tests that made the doctors want to keep him another night. Robert agreed. There was no sense rushing the man home where he'd try to do everything for himself. Stubborn fool. Bonnie would know how to handle him and she'd be home today. Robert grinned. He was looking forward to seeing her, hearing about her trip. He'd been to New York a few times with Jessica. Hearing about the city through Bonnie's perspective would be interesting. John sat in front of them with Levi between him and Carol and George on Carol's right. Anna hurried in just before the service started. She gave them all a thumbs up to indicate she'd gotten Bonnie to the hospital. That reunion had to be worth watching, but it was between husband and wife. Ellie and Logan were the farthest in the pew. Logan had a new sense of confidence about him. Anna smiled at the couple, not just at Ellie but at the two of them. It was a small smile as far as smiles go, but it was huge in proving how far they'd come to making amends. They sang an opening song and settled in for the sermon. The pastor was doing an excellent job at the pulpit. His voice was animated and he barely controlled his excitement over the Sermon on the Mount, but Robert's attention wandered. The woman on the other side of the aisle had large knuckles. Arthritis. Judging by the way his eyes stung from the liberal use of peppermint oil, she was in pain. He wondered what meds she was on and how she was dealing with the side effects. In front of her, a boy coughed. The sound was dry and painful. He had red, weepy eyes. Allergies. Most likely hay fever. If they didn't monitor him, he could develop a sinus infection that could spread to the bone. Some kids were prone to those with the Utah dry air. Robert shook his head and shifted in his seat in an attempt to get his mind off diagnosing patients. Being at the hospital had turned the cogs on that side of his brain and he couldn't get it to shut down again. Especially since he could see the needs of those around him so clearly. There wasn't any medical care within a 37-minute ride. He'd clocked the drive on the way back from the hospital. A small clinic out here, with limited hours and an emergency line would suffice. He could clean stalls, change water, take a quick shower, go into an office for a bit, and be back in time to move sprinklers. The idea was so clear in his head that he could see the exact building on Main Street, not far down from the church, for the clinic. He glanced at Olivia out of the corner of his eye. She was a part of this vision too. She was in the field, with the sunlight dancing over her olive skin. She was in the barn, wrapped in his arms for an impromptu kiss. She was on the couch in their living room for family movie night. She was the color that brought this life to light. His hand twitched, anxious to touch her, to start this all off. At the last second, he held back, her words coming back to him, "Don't let me fall in love with you if you're going to leave." Starting a medical practice was difficult in many ways. Leaving a practice also created problems. He needed to talk to his partner. Mostly, he needed to talk to the Lord. He'd spent hours on his knees over the last few years and knew the answer may very well be no. He would leave Olivia out of this until he and the Lord were square.
Chapter 24. Carol Dumont's Sunday was supposed to be a day of rest, but Carol had worked all afternoon to return the apartment above Dallas's barn to rights. She picked up yet another empty beef jerky package and shook her head. It's a wonder the man didn't contract scurvy. She thought she'd been feeding him well over the past week. Maybe he was an emotional beef jerky eater. Below her, in the barn, George and Levi were mucking stalls and making sure the barn looked better than it did when Dallas left. If she knew George, and thankfully she knew him pretty well, he'd have Levi cleaning saddles and shining brass. Carol opened the fridge to find several opened cans and a funky smell. Still beats scooping poop. She smiled and grabbed the lemon-scented antibacterial cleaner. The fridge didn't take long and she moved on to the microwave that had been abused by some sort of pasta sauce. George came in and she poked her head out to say hello. Hi. Levi wasn't with him, but he was safe. That was one of the best things about living on the ranch, her son could play and romp and he'd be fine. He gave her a slow, appreciative once-over that had her warm and tingly. Biting her lip, she attacked the microwave door and slammed it shut. Done. This place looks great. He nodded as he took it all in. She'd fluffed the pillows on the couch and arranged them nicely. The window was now free from fingerprints and the light came through just right. Thanks. She peeled off her rubber cleaning gloves. Do you think Dallas'll move back in here when he comes home? He can't. George hooked his thumb over his shoulder. Stairs. Carol leaned her hip against the counter. I hadn't thought about that. She worried her bottom lip between her teeth. Dallas was such a good man, so big and burly but so gentle. George reached over and used his thumb to tug her lip free. What are you thinking about? Dallas was the first to congratulate us about Levi, remember? She'd been 24, pregnant, single, scared, and more in love with George than was good for her. Her mom had called her stupid for getting into that predicament. Anna and John were like cardboard cutouts, frozen and unable to respond. He bought those tiny cowboy boots. Her eyes stung. I still have them. George chuckled. I remember. He hugged me so hard I couldn't breathe. Carol bit her lip again. How could he be so happy about Levi and so mad about Robert? She could very well imagine how Bonnie felt back then. But she'd been so brave to place Robert with a family, to leave a man who wouldn't take care of her or her child. At least Carol had never had those worries with George. That's two different situations. George pulled her close and rubbed her back. I guess. She glanced around once more to make sure she'd done all she could. The place looked nice. Dad installed the grab bars in the shower and the handrail down the hallway. Hopefully Dallas won't need them for long. She buried her face in his chest, taking comfort in his solidness. Did you give notice at the diner? George asked. Carol closed her eyes knowing he wasn't going to like her answer. No, I thought you'd decided to quit? Typical George. He thought, since he'd decided, the situation was decided. I haven't made up my mind, she answered. He turned his head to the side and she could feel his muscles tighten under her palm. Don't push me, George Dumont. She wasn't ready to give up her safety net. He needed to be patient with her or she'd fight against him. She knew that about herself and she didn't want it to come to an all-out argument. I'm not pushing. He gave her an I'm so innocent look. You want to? She poked his chest. He grinned down at her. Consider the fact that I'm not saying a word, progress. He nuzzled her ear. Her belly went all jelly and her knees were threatening to follow right along. You can't sweet and sugar me into it either. Although, if he continued to kiss her neck like that, he might be able to make it happen. Not that she'd tell him that. How about I just sugar you into being sweet with me? He worked his way across her jaw and paused right above her lips. His minty breath warm and his gaze inviting. I can agree to that. So glad we agree on something, he muttered before their lips met in a passionate kiss that took their minds off arguing completely.
Chapter 25. Porter Dumont. Monday morning. Porter stood up as Tyler Tarrington walked into the diner. He didn't look around at the cracked vinyl seats with stuffing poking out or wrinkle his nose because of the burnt grease smell as Porter had done when he first walked in. The Monday morning crowd was made up of truckers in plaid shirts and old men in older plaid shirts. Porter stood out like a cowboy in the city. Tyler had recommended the all-day/all-night eatery for their strategy meeting. Porter. Tyler shook his hand and slapped him on the back. I'm glad you could make it. Porter bobbed his head. Like he had anywhere else to be. He didn't have a job, didn't need one. If he wasn't in his room working on a song, then he was wandering around Nashville taking in the sights and hoping to bump into someone famous. The recording studio Logan played at was in an industrial district. They probably built out there to save money. Land in Nashville was expensive. Before we get started, I need to know you're serious. Porter pulled a cashier's check out of his back pocket and unfolded it. $20,000 was a lot of money. It was almost a third of what he'd gotten for the land. He couldn't help but see his heritage in each and every zero, and there were a lot of zeros to look at. He'd already used the studio and Tyler had paid the fees up front to reserve the time for him. Really, this money had already been spent. And, sometimes a man had to spend money to make money. Nothing came free in this world. Porter was willing to put in the time and the work and the money to make this happen. He handed the check to Tyler, who stashed it in his zippered jacket pocket. "You're on your way, Porter." Porter grinned. "Yes, I am."
Chapter 26. Bonnie Ruggles. Bonnie held a pillow to her chest as she watched Logan help Dallas onto the couch on Monday. He'd sleep there for a few days. Not because he couldn't make it to the bedroom down the hall, but because one more day in a sick bed would drive him insane. He hated being in the hospital, and he'd hate being in the back bedroom, considered it a punishment akin to being sent to his room. Logan used his knee to push the table out of the way without Dallas noticing. He kept a hand on Dallas's side, right where he could steady Dallas as he walked without hugging close. They made their way around the lounge chair, moving at a slow pace. Logan kept Dallas slightly in front of him as if he were having to keep up. Somehow, probably from years of experience, Logan knew just where to be and when to be there to offer support. His quiet way of moving into position didn't allow Dallas to argue. Logan didn't ask permission to do things, he just did them. Robert came through the front door, carrying a medical bag. "Thank you for coming," she said. Dallas didn't say a word. Bonnie grit her teeth at his behavior but didn't bite his head off. He was having a hard enough time with his left side dragging along. Robert hovered nearby while Bonnie arranged the pillows behind Dallas's back, making sure to shove one way down low for support. She held up a blanket and Dallas waved her off. The front and back screen doors were open, allowing a gentle breeze to pass through the house and let in the dust. That wasn't what was important right now. Bonnie added call a maid service to her growing to-do list. She was really going to do it. Dallas would grumble about having a stranger touching their things, but she could live with a little grumbling if it meant she didn't have to vacuum. As soon as she stepped back, Robert stepped in and placed his stethoscope to Dallas's chest. Dallas swatted him away. "You're not my doctor." Bonnie would have none of that. "Dallas Ruggles, he saved your life and I asked him to check on you. The least you can do is be thankful he didn't leave you to die in the barn, and if you can't be nice then keep your mouth shut. I want him to look at you for my own peace of mind." Dallas grumbled and turned his head towards the couch. He'd done that a lot in the last 24 hours, turned his left side away from people. Even the doctors at the hospital. Bonnie smiled at her son. "I'm sorry, Robert. You shouldn't have to take the brunt of his bad mood." "It's okay." Robert patted her hand. "He's upset and that's understandable. His life and his health has been. I had a stroke. I didn't go deaf." Dallas glared at them, daring them to continue talking about him. "Thank the good Lord for that." Bonnie rolled her eyes. Dallas was settling in for a good complaining session. The sooner she got Robert out of there the better. In fact, the sooner they all got out of there the better. She wasn't going to sit around and listen to him complain all afternoon. Maybe she'd pull out a few of the CDs she'd bought in New York and put on some headphones while she cooked dinner for just the two of them. Carol offered to cook for the entire family. Bonnie suggested she host at her house and let Dallas and her have an evening to themselves. She planned to make beef stir-fry, a dish she hadn't made in ages. Olivia said she made a chicken version and Dallas liked her recipe. Robert took the earpieces out and laid the stethoscope around his neck. "Mr. Ruggles," he began. Bonnie held her breath. Now was not the time to get into anything heavy. Dallas could be downright mean when he was in a bad mood. "I want to apologize for the way I handled things a couple weeks ago. The last thing I wanted to do was upset you or Bonnie, and I fear that I've done just that. If you'll allow me to drop in and check on you a couple times a day, I'd be thankful. I don't need ya. Dallas glared. Okay then. Robert began repacking his medical bag. Bonnie's hackles went up. Though she hadn't raised Robert, she still felt a motherly affection for him, stronger than she felt for George or Porter. Heaven help the man who messed with one of her boys, even if that man was Dallas. He had no right to treat Robert that way. Jack scampered in and stood next to his father. I asked you to wait on the porch, said Robert. Jax just nodded, his eyes as big as pumpkins as he stared at Dallas. Dallas shrank into the pillows. I look scary. He smiled, but only one half of his face lifted. Jax shook his head, hugging close to Robert's side. I didn't get to hug Mom after the hospital 'cause she was an angel. Dallas's eyes jumped to Bonnie and then to Robert. He threw open his one good arm in an invitation. Well, I'm not as bad off as all that. Jax fell into his embrace and Dallas grunted as the air whooshed out of him. Jax's little shoulders shook and he gasped loudly through his tears. Are you gonna die too? Bonnie pressed her lips together and put her fingertips over her mouth to hold back the sobs. There was so much fear in that little question, so much love. Dallas cupped the back of his head. Sorry, son, but I'm going to be ornery for years to come. Good, Jax exclaimed. Bonnie and Robert laughed, exchanging a wonder-filled look because of the way Dallas softened. And Dallas pushed Jax back a little so he could look him in the eye. Your dad's going to come check on me a couple times a day. Will you come with him? Dallas met Robert's gaze and nodded once to let him know he wasn't just saying the words for Jax's benefit. Yes, sir. Jax swiped his cheeks dry. Come on, Jax. Robert transferred his medical bag to the other hand and reached for his son. We've got chores to do and Mr. Ruggles needs his rest. Did you already check him? Jax asked. He's doing fine for now. We'll be back later though. Bonnie's head swiveled back to Dallas. He was laying heavy in the pillows, his shoulders sagging. She saw Robert and Jax out and returned quickly to cover Dallas with a sheet. It was too hot for a blanket, but a sheet would be a comfort. She was tucking it in the couch around him when he said, that boys seem more than enough hardship for a 7-year-old. They both have. Bonnie smiled as she worked. Jax had taken the vinegar right out of Dallas. Do you wish you'd kept him, the baby, Robert? Dallas stumbled over the words. Bonnie suspected his trouble wasn't because of the stroke. That's a cactus question if ever there was one. Dallas touched her hand, making her pause in her efforts. How so? She touched his cheek. If I'd kept him, I wouldn't have you. He leaned into her hand and spoke softly. You could have said something. Bonnie shook her head. She leaned away, sitting on the coffee table. The conversation was heavy and she was weary. She'd been up early to catch her flight, sat on an airplane while fretting over her husband, and then spent the afternoon talking to nurses and doctors and making appointments for the next week. Last night she woke each time Dallas shifted. You told Anna you wanted a Christian woman who shared your morals. If you'd known what happened to me. What did happen to you? Dallas's face was open, with no trace of the bitterness that had lined his eyes before she left. At some point, they were going to have to discuss things. Might as well be now. I fell for a college kid when I was just 17. He was older and so full of dreams and plans, and a baby wasn't part of them. Not then. He proposed, but I couldn't get the look of horror in his eyes, the repulsion that surfaced when I told him I was with child. And then there was the guilt for having given away a part of myself. She shook her head quickly. The story needed to get out there so it was no longer inside, eating away at her. She scooted to the floor beside the couch, putting her hand on Dallas's leg, needing the physical connection. Anna helped me find a place in Washington and I picked out Robert's parents. She paused, wondering if he knew she'd chosen them for him, spent hours going through applications and scanning scrapbooks. I sent him off to a life I couldn't provide. Anna met John while you were away. I remember her writing you letters. Bonnie grinned. What did we ever do without email? Dallas lifted one side of his mouth. Maybe that was his new smile. There was a lot of new to get used to, for both of them. I'd been meeting with a pastor, working through the process of forgiving myself, forgiving the Father, and coming to Jesus when I got her letter about you. She was full of praises. It wasn't long before she talked me into coming here. We said it was so I could visit her, but she was certain you and I were meant to be together. After a day or two, I agreed with her. You had on those turquoise earrings. The big ones. He brushed her leather and silver earrings, sending a shiver down her neck. They were my lucky ones. His hand fell away. I guess they weren't as lucky as you thought. Why not? You ended up with me. He gestured to himself laying on the couch. He was tiring, the travel from the bedroom to the couch and conversation exhausting his reserves. The doctor said he would sleep a lot over the next few days as his body worked to heal what it could. She should let him sleep, but she needed to understand. His body wasn't the only thing in this house that needed to heal. Why is that unlucky, Dallas? No kids, he pushed the words out with great effort. You goose. She picked up his hand and pressed it to her cheek. I don't blame you for that, not anymore. That was my punishment and I've come to terms with it. If she'd been truthful with Dallas throughout their marriage, he could have gone for treatments, they might have had a chance at a family. He may have been the one unable to conceive a child, but it was her stubbornness that had cost her a child. Dallas struggled against the drugs and the exhaustion. God doesn't work like that. His body relaxed fully and he was out. Bonnie made sure he wouldn't roll off the couch before she stood up and pressed a kiss to his hair. I wish I believed you. Though she wouldn't have chosen to be alone in New York when she heard about Dallas's stroke, the solitude allowed her to cry out to the Lord from the depths of her heart to lay her sorrows before him. Until she faced the possibility that she could lose Dallas, she'd held on to her anger, resentment, and frustrations at him and God. But, facing the end of this life had made her take a good long look at herself, at the things she'd learned because of the trials she'd survived. She still wouldn't go back and go through life without children, but she could see a sliver of God's wisdom in Dallas's infertility. If only she'd seen it sooner.
Chapter 27. Olivia Dumont. As far as months go, August was a sweat and swear kind of month. At 7 in the morning, the temperature was in the 80s. By noon, dogs were panting in the shade. The factory was air-conditioned, thank goodness. The cost of running the 5 central air units was extraordinary, but no one ever complained about the power bill. Olivia and Ellie used 2 small fans to keep air moving in the office. The fans had to stay on the floor to keep from blowing work orders to Kingdom Come. Because Porter was in Nashville, instead of managing the floor, Ellie and Olivia decided to shift responsibilities again. Olivia was once again in charge of the whole office and Ellie was on the floor. William's week of working in the factory was like a distant, happy memory. Olivia talked to him once on the phone from the hospital and he'd stopped in on Saturday to see Dallas when Mom was there. Otherwise, he was back to his suburban life in Silicon Valley. If it had been up to Olivia, she would have rehired Logan. Mom was ready for that yet. Maybe one day. She'd actually smiled at Logan at church. Of course, that was while the pastor was watching, so it could have been a show. Ellie had a knack for running the floor. The guys loved having her out there. They doted on her like she was their granddaughter and worked hard to make sure she was happy with them. Olivia set her purse on the desk and pulled the chair under her. Ellie was already there, prioritizing the work orders. She sat at her usual desk. There was a lot more space for her to spread out now that the in and out boxes were on Olivia's desk. "Have you been over to see Dallas since he got home?" Ellie asked. Olivia had. The visit was beautiful and difficult. Dallas was softer in a way. More thoughtful. Yes. What did you think? About his movement and stuff. Do you think he'll ever rope again? I mean, none of us thought you would, but you are. Olivia stared at her hand. I honestly don't know, Ellie. Roping again was the hardest thing I've ever done. I basically had to relearn everything and train Jasper to take leg commands. And I'm not 60 years old either. And there's so much more than just his hand. Olivia made a fist. All that time she'd spent groaning about her hand. At least she could still mount a horse, still use her arm. His whole left side needs rehab. If he could rope, he'd be happy. Olivia couldn't respond. She'd thought the same thing. If she could just rope again, then her life would fall into place. That was a cruel joke if ever there was one. Because she didn't have the words to express all that, she changed the subject. Bonnie seems to have settled back into things. Ellie pulled an elastic out of her hip pocket and gathered her hair up for a ponytail. She couldn't wear it down on the floor, there were too many machines it could get caught in. She's a nurturer by nature. Dallas couldn't have lured her home with $1 million, but he needed her and she was here just like that. She snapped her fingers before securing the elastic in place. Is she really unhappy here? Olivia fiddled with the stapler. Did she say something to you before she left? Ellie ducked her head. No. Boo-oot, Olivia led her to continue. But nothing. Relationships are tricky. Olivia caught the note of truth in Ellie's tone. Wait, is something up with you and Logan? You guys are supposed to be all doe-eyed and kissy face. What's going on? Ellie lifted one shoulder. I haven't seen him much. He's working for Dallas and taken on just about everything the two of them were doing together. Plus, he's helping Dallas to the bathroom every couple of hours and whatever else he needs. And he still doesn't want to talk about his dad dying, and I feel like I'm losing him to all this. She waved her hands through the air. Shocked by Ellie's feelings, Olivia blurted the first thing that came to mind. You're not losing Logan, Olivia insisted. He adores you. That was true. There wasn't a time Logan was in the same room as Ellie that he wasn't mooning over her. He's losing himself then. Ellie wrapped her arms around her middle. He's not the same. Olivia picked up the stapler and turned it over in her hands, a habit left over from rehab. She used to transfer a squishy ball from one hand to the other. He's going through a rough time. You guys will be back to gazing into each other's eyes before you know it. Maybe. Ellie looked up and blinked like she was trying to hold back the tears. People tell you marriage is hard, but they don't tell you how it's hard. Olivia ached for her little sister. She jumped in with both feet and landed hard. It's probably different for everyone. Look at Carol and George. They struggled for years before they figured it out. I don't want that though. I thought I picked a guy that wouldn't have those issues. He doesn't. He has his own set. Thanks so much. That's really comforting. Ellie wrinkled her nose at Olivia. We all have a set of issues, Elle. Like Robert? Olivia straightened. What do you mean? I mean, he has some commitment issues. You think? Olivia wondered. He'd been married before, maybe that experience had made him shy about trying again. Or maybe his wife had been so wonderful, Olivia just didn't measure up. Or maybe she was reading too much into all this. I think he wants to stick around, but he has responsibilities back in Seattle. Do you want him to stay? Ellie leaned forward. Olivia swallowed. Very much, she whispered. Then you should do something about it. Ellie pumped her eyebrows. Help him make up his mind. How? By taking him to Vegas, I suppose. Hey. Ellie threw a paperclip at Olivia. It was romantic. Olivia giggled. Did Elvis marry you? No. Ellie pressed her hand to her chest, scandalized by the suggestion. What kind of a woman do you take me for? She threw 2 more paperclips. One of them lodged in Olivia's hair. We were married by a preacher, thank you very much. She paused for dramatic effect. Elvis walked me down the aisle. Olivia held her sides as she laughed. Are you kidding? Please tell me you're kidding. Ellie turned her chin. Wouldn't you like to know? Juan came through the door, stopping short when he saw Olivia wiping the laughter out of her eyes. Ellie, we're runnin' low on wax. Ellie shook her head at Olivia before following Juan out to the storage side of the work floor. Olivia grinned for quite a while, thinking of Ellie walking down the aisle on Elvis's arm. She pictured him in a sequin jumpsuit. Every cowgirl loves bling. About mid-morning, Ellie's advice started to nudge at Olivia's mind. She'd told Jax that she didn't want him to stay because she made him, and that was true. She couldn't make Robert love her any more than she could make Jasper jump like a frog. People could either love or they couldn't. Robert could love. She'd seen love, or at least great affection that resembled love, in his eyes. Would it be better if he stayed because he wanted to be a rancher? She didn't care if he were a rancher or a doctor, but what if he thought her silence on the matter was a way of trying to manipulate him into changing? He didn't need to change. He was wonderful, just the way he was, and if he wanted to be a doctor, she'd be fine. From what she understood, doctors weren't around much, but then neither were cowboys. They had things to do. She was pretty independent. She could handle alone time as long as there were together time sprinkled in there. Stepping back to give Robert time to figure things out was taking a while, which made her think that the scales were pretty even between here and Seattle. Was there any harm in tipping the scales towards the fair catch? There was a risk in this plan. Her heart was on the table. But if it worked? She grinned. If it worked, oh yeah baby.
Chapter 28. Porter Dumont. Thursday afternoon, Porter pulled into the recording studio outside of Nashville in the industrial part of town. This was his 5th and final scheduled session. He plucked his guitar off the seat and headed inside, anxious to get going. Olivia had texted him a couple lines for a song. He loved the "taillights between us" idea and had worked up the chorus without working too hard. The music flowed right through him, keeping him up until the lights in the motel parking lot turned off. He could stay somewhere better, but Tyler said that this place had history. So many Nashville greats had stayed here while they paid their dues. Porter wasn't a prideful man. If the stained olive green blanket and chipped bathtub were good enough for Montana crew and Texas waters, then they were good enough for him. Porter pulled open the glass door to get hit in the face with a blast of cold air. The place was slick, as Dallas would say. There were opaque glass walls between the office area and the waiting room, steel door handles, and concrete floors. None of it looked very country. At least, not the country Porter was used to. But then, Utah country was different than Nashville country. More than once, Porter was a fish out of water. Dallas would tell him to buck up and get to work. Porter smiled. If singing and recording songs was work, he'd happily put in 18-hour days. He should tell Dallas that. The old guy would get a kick out of hearing what Porter was up to these days. Dallas was home now. For a split second, Porter wished he was home too. He set his guitar case down and leaned it against the counter. "Hi," he said to the receptionist, Lindsay Lou. She was about his mom's age with hair cropped to her chin and dyed red. She wore several rings on each hand and a giant silver necklace. Compared to the pieces Bonnie crafted, they looked cheap. "I'm Porter Dumont. I have a 2 o'clock appointment." She pressed her lips back into a smile, the move needing some effort on her part as she glared at the computer screen. "Have a seat over there." She pointed to 3 metal chairs against the gray wall. Porter nodded. "Thank you, ma'am." He took his guitar with him and picked the chair closest to the hallway, hoping he could hear something going on in the recording studio. He'd caught glimpses of people he thought were famous. He just couldn't tell for sure. They all looked so different without the stage and the lights and the heavy makeup. The building was silent. The quiet punctuated by the sound of Lindsay Lou's nails on the keyboard. He took out his phone hoping for an update from home. "Porter." Tyler came through a metal door Porter hadn't even realized was there because it disappeared into the wall. Everything in this place was painted the same color. Tyler reached forward to shake Porter's hand even as he crossed the room. Porter got to his feet and met him partway. "Tyler. Have I got a song for you?" This one was the song. He could tell. Tyler motioned toward the chairs. "That's great. Just great. I can't wait to hear it. Listen, there's been a snag." Porter put one hand on his guitar case. "What's going on?" "I didn't know it, but the studio raised their hourly prices." He rubbed his palms on his pants. "I'm real sorry about this, but unless you can come up with another $1,000, we aren't going to be able to record today." "But, I thought you already paid for 5 sessions." "They can't raise the price after we've paid." "See, now this is why I feel so bad. I was paying as we went in case you decided you wanted to back out. Sometimes people do that. The studio doesn't offer refunds, but if I held on to your money, then I could send you home with something. Don't feel bad about it. I appreciate you watching out for me. But I'm not going home, not without a CD full of songs and a recording contract in my back pocket." Tyler wiped his forehead. "I'm so glad to hear you say that, Porter. I see a lot of talent come through town, but not many guys stick to it like you. That's a quality that will get you far." Porter ducked under the praise. "I owe my parents for that one. There are no slackers in the Dumont family. I can tell." Tyler patted his shoulder and grinned. His smile quickly turned upside down. "So, what are we going to do here?" "I'll pay the extra money." Porter reached for his wallet. Okay. Tyler rubbed his hands together. "We're in business. I'll tell the guys to warm up. Lindsay Lou will take care of that payment for you." Porter grinned. This was his lucky day. How many guys had come through here without money like he had? How many had waited tables or worked odd jobs to save up $1,000? He'd been blessed and he vowed to do his best to live up to the Dumont name.
Chapter 29. Carol Dumont. Carol tripped up the front steps, a large basket filled with lettuce, cucumbers, carrots, and onions teetered on her hip. Dirt sifted through the basket as if she were mining for gold. In a way she was. Bonnie's vegetable garden was a treasure trove of deliciousness. Levi came up behind her with a bucket of peas. He was wearing his spurs and they chin-chinged with his footsteps. He'd wear them out long before their time, but the noise was an easy way to keep track of him when they were outside. He loved to follow the dogs around or search for the baby kittens who were big enough to get into mischief and start learning how to hunt mice. In a week or two, they'd bring 2 of them down here. They'd had a mouse in the garage after cutting hay and she was not going to put up with that. Better to become the crazy cat lady than allow mice in the house. Yuck. Let's get these veggies washed so we can take some sandwiches and salads up to Bonnie and Dallas. She managed to get the door open without making much of a mess and used her hip to shut it behind Levi. He was watching his bucket to make sure none of the peas had fallen out. His eyes, so much like his dad's, were serious and he was just about the cutest thing she'd ever seen. "You're doing a wonderful job. Thanks. So are you." If Carol had a free hand it would have gone straight to her heart at his precious statement. She checked the clock. Her shift started at 4. With a groan, she set the basket on the counter and dusted off her hands. She'd have to hurry if she was going to get lunch up to Bonnie and Dallas and still have time to sweep off the back porch, wash a couple loads of laundry, and clean up the mess she was making. She gathered up the kitchen rugs and piled them by the back door so she could shake them out. If she didn't have to work. She pushed the thought aside and flipped on the faucet. Technically, she didn't have to work. The only reason she had to go in was because she was hanging on to a security blanket. After spending the morning weeding the garden, the last thing she wanted to do was be on her feet all night. Gritting her teeth, she dug into the task at hand. Levi, grab your chair and come help me. She smiled his way. He loved playing in the water and using the vegetable scrubber she'd picked up at the general store on Main Street. It had soft bristles so it wouldn't hurt if he accidentally scrubbed himself. I got it. He pushed the chair across the word floor and right up next to the counter. Wash your hands before you start, she instructed. Levi leaned forward to reach the soap dispenser, the chair leg scraped against the wood floor and the chair flew out from under him. He slammed his chin on the granite countertop and scraped his face down the cupboard on his way to the floor. Carol cursed right out loud and grabbed for him. He whimpered once as she rolled him over to inspect the damage. Blood ran out of his chin like a river. One eye was swelling and there was a scratch on his forehead. She cursed again. Levi reached for his face. No, she snapped. Not that she was mad at him, it was just a knee-jerk reaction filled with adrenaline. Grabbing a clean washcloth, she pressed it against the wound, starting a round of tears and wails that tore right through her. She gathered Levi close to her chest and pushed to her feet. Running, she tore open the front door and left it hanging open. Her boots pounded against the dirt as she ran all the way up the lane to Bonnie's house. She made it to the grass and gasped so she could scream, "Robert." He was supposed to be checking on Dallas every few hours and she prayed he was nearby. If not, Bonnie would know where to find him. Her legs shook with every step and her lungs burned, but she didn't stop her advance. This was her baby. Robe, he sprang from the house, his eyes wide as he looked for danger. It's Levi. She sank to her knees on the grass. He cut his chin. She tipped the boy away from her chest, now stained with blood, so Robert could take a look. He pulled the towel away from Levi's chin and it started bleeding afresh. Robert gave her an apologetic look. It'll need stitches. No. Levi clung to her. He's scared of needles. Robert actually smiled. Who isn't? Carol pulled Levi back into her chest. Who cared about shirts and stains at a time like this? Robert patted her shoulder. I'll take good care of him. Let's get him inside. Levi turned to stare up at her with a mixture of fear and trust in his gaze. There were tear stains down his cheeks and running from his eyes to his hair. He was covered in dirt from being outside all morning. Carol bit back the tears. Can I hold him? She asked in desperation. Of course. She nodded and got to her feet with Robert pulling up on her elbow. He went ahead and opened the door. I think you know our patient here, he said to Dallas, who was propped up on the couch. This lil' buckaroo. Half of Dallas's face wrinkled in concentration. What's going on here? Robert lifted his blanket. We're going to need half that couch, do you mind sharing an exam room? Dallas worked to move his legs off the cushions to make room for Carol and Levi. Robert didn't seem at all worried about the time it was taking. Carol would wait all day for Dallas, but her arms were burning with the effort of carrying around 40 pounds of buckaroo. Bonnie bustled in from the back room. She took one look around, her eyes lingering on the blood-soaked towel at Levi's chin, and bolted for the kitchen. I'll boil some water and bring in clean towels. Thanks, Robert nodded. He rummaged through a black bag on the coffee table and came up with a clear tube. Let's get this numbing agent on there. It'll take about 45 minutes to numb him all the way, but if we use this we won't have to use a needle. Levi perked up from where he'd disappeared between her arm and her chest. Robert applied the gel to a piece of clean gauze and then put it on Levi's trembling chin. Hold that in place, please. Carol did. She settled back into her seat. Dallas's arm was across the back of the couch and she leaned into him. Mind if I borrow some cowboy strength for a minute? I'm kind of a mess right now. Dallas nodded. Take all that you need. He cleared his throat and looked away as if her words had touched him. Carol's heart warmed. She hadn't meant to give him a boost, she really didn't see him as any weaker than he'd been before the stroke. If anyone could stand against the thunderstorms of life, it was Dallas. Where's Jax? Carol worried he'd be upset seeing his friend bleeding and hurt. I sent him out with a bucket for the chickens, said Robert. He'll be back in a few minutes. Can we play today? Asked Levi. You bet, replied Robert. This won't take long and the two of you can watch a movie. Carol noted Robert's choice of activities. He didn't want Levi running around the ranch for a while. That was just as well. She didn't want him anywhere but right here in her arms. "Where's George?" asked Bonnie. She set a stack of fresh washcloths and towels on the coffee table next to Robert's bag. "He went to get the fence supplies." Carol looked down at Levi and then around the room at the worried faces. Her throat threatened to close off with emotion. If this had happened 3 months ago, I would have had to drive Levi to Payson on my own. She couldn't stop the tears. They came, flooding her eyes and filling her heart with gratitude. "I can't tell you how much it means to me have you all here." Bonnie threw her arms around Carol and hugged both her and Levi. "We're so glad you're back." She pulled away and Dallas's hand landed heavily on her knee, as if he'd gotten it most of the way and then it dropped. "Your family, darlin'. We take care of our own." She laughed. "I know. It's just such a blessing." Robert leaned over and pulled the gauze back. The bleeding had stopped and the skin around the gash was white. "We'll do another round just to make sure it's numb all the way through." Carol nodded. "Thank you, Robert. It's a blessing to have you here too." "I don't know what I would have done if," she trailed off, knowing she was blabbering on, but her heart was so full and she'd been so worried. Robert considered Levi. "I'm the blessed one, I assure you." He pressed the new gel in place and Carol hugged Levi tight. "I don't think you've held this still since you were a baby." She laughed and swiped away the tears. All this time, she'd thought her job was her security blanket. She was so wrong. Her real security was the ranch. Here they were safe. Here, she was loved and cared for and there was no need to hold back.
Chapter 30. Dallas Ruggles. After Levi had been given 6 stitches, his face washed and his shirt changed, Dallas worked on his rehab. Jax had come in just as they were cleaning up. He inspected Levi's chin and told him it looked so cool, making Levi grin. Those two were something worth watching. Like long-lost brothers. Like he and John had been when they first met on the rodeo circuit. Those were the days. Hitting every rodeo possible. Calling into the PRCA to register and hoping he caught so this one counted towards his totals. He'd watch John chase steers down the arena waiting for his partner to catch and never getting a chance to throw. His partner quit the next week and John approached Dallas. They won every rodeo and jackpot they entered for the next month. As they say, the rest is history. Robert held Dallas's arm up for him as he struggled to make a fist. Such a simple thing and yet so difficult. He brought his right hand next to his left and easily accomplished the task. "Good job, Uncle Dallas," said Jax. He and Levi were sitting on the coffee table. They were supposed to be watching a movie, but they'd spun around to watch him. Dallas didn't bother to tell Jax he'd made the fist with the wrong arm. The numbing gel hadn't worn off yet, so Levi was in a great mood. He was under strict instructions not to run around much today. Carol was a nervous Nelly when it came to the boy. She'd reluctantly gone into work and left Levi with him and Bonnie. "What are you doing?" Robert tapped his right hand. Dallas did the movement again. "I'm showing this one how it's done." Robert chuckled, but Dallas wasn't kidding. For some reason, it was easier if he told both hands what to do at the same time. Once the left figured it out, albeit moving much slower than his counterpart, he dropped his right arm. Jack's Bonnie called from the kitchen. "Can you get Mr. Kankin off my lawn? He's chewing a bare patch." Sure. Jack scrambled off the table. Bonnie appeared in the doorway. "You want to lick the brownie bowl?" she asked Levi. He nodded. He hadn't said much today. When his mom left, he tucked himself next to Dallas's side and hardly moved until it was time for PT. Dallas watched him follow Bonnie into the kitchen where she probably left a quarter cup of batter in the bowl for her meat. She'd have something for Jax when he came in too. "Those boys make me feel 10 feet tall." Dallas shook his head thinking of how Carol had leaned into him, as if he could actually hold her up. He had, but only because he was sitting down. "You are," Robert replied simply. Dallas tolerated Robert for Jax's sake for the first couple of days. Robert had done everything just right in the barn like the doctor he was trained to be, but watching Robert with Levi gave Dallas a whole new respect for the man. He treated Levi like a person, not a project or an interruption in his day. He looked like he enjoyed doctoring. Maybe even missed it. Robert lowered Dallas's arm and handed him a pencil. He was supposed to work on his grip. He hated this one. Holding a pencil in his left hand was darn near impossible before the stroke. "I doubt you would have been a doctor if you were raised here," Dallas commented. He dropped the pencil and Robert picked it up. You never know. Robert placed the pencil in Dallas's fingers. The pencil fell again, clattering against the floor. "I'm telling you right now, I don't raise no doctors." Robert returned the pencil, his face as calm as ever. No matter how upset Dallas got during their sessions, Robert never lost his cool. I've seen the men raised on the ranch, Dallas. They're pretty amazing in their own right. You aren't one of them, though. Dallas was able to hold on to the pencil. Robert shifted, a frown marring his face. I didn't mean it as an insult. Sure sounded like one. I'm trying to say I'm impressed with what you can do, what you did today. Robert half grinned. You have a funny way of saying things. Dallas rubbed his jaw with his good hand. He needed a shave. Logan had offered, but he'd refused. Maybe he wouldn't refuse next time. I probably do. He cleared his throat. Sometimes words clogged up in there like a piece of jerky. I appreciate your help with the physical therapy. You're welcome. Robert removed the pencil and replaced it with a squeeze bowl. Dallas concentrated on the motion of opening and closing each finger for a minute. I can tell you come from Bonnie. You have her way of seeing needs. Thanks. That's high praise. She's the heart and soul of this place. She is. Dallas agreed easily. Her absence had only made her presence on the ranch that much larger. They say you don't realize what you have until you lose it, but he had always believed he knew and was properly grateful for what he had in Bonnie. However, when he was laying in the back seat of Olivia's truck, not knowing what he was headed into, the only person he could think of was Bonnie. How he'd let her down all those years, and how he'd let her down this last month by moving out. When he first found out about Robert being her kid, he wondered if he ever really knew Bonnie at all. Since they'd been home, he could read the stubborn set of her lips, the quick rhythm of her steps, the way she tucked her elbows close to her side when she was worried. He knew the minute she walked into the room, even when he couldn't see or hear her. And he felt the moment she left most sharply. He knew Bonnie because, no matter where she'd been or what she'd done before they took their vows, they had followed the Lord's instructions and become one. The joining didn't happen overnight, but it had happened over the last 30 years. Having known the woman, and loved her deeper than Lake Powell, he could respect the man Robert had become. You gonna be around much longer? Dallas asked flat out. Bonnie'd like to have you around. I'm guessing there are a few others who wouldn't mind either. He was thinking Olivia. After today, Carol and Levi would add their names to the list. Robert's movement slowed down and his face grew thoughtful. I'm trying to figure that out. A man's got to find his way. And even when you think you're there, you have to work to keep the path in sight. I hear what you're saying. Dallas carefully turned to look over his shoulder as the back door slammed. I got him. Jax yelled. Good job. I think you earned a cookie, said Bonnie. I sure did, agree Jax. Robert chuckled. Dallas turned back around. This was as good a time as any to have a private conversation. Can you do me a favor? What did you need? Robert took the bowl out of Dallas's palm and returned it to the bag. I got a surprise for Bonnie, but I don't know how to put it together. I'll be happy to do what I can. Robert sat on the coffee table, ready to listen. Dallas drew in a deep breath. He was ready to be a better man, a better husband despite his weaknesses. He was working to keep the path in sight.
Chapter 31. Dr. Robert Canton. Video chat was a wonderful invention. The ability to watch his business partner's face explode with shock as Robert explained his plan was beyond description. Let me get this straight. You want to open another office in Utah? He said Utah as if it were something the nurse put in a biohazard container. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. The office wouldn't be as busy nor as profitable as the one in Seattle. The people out here have some long-term care needs, but mostly urgent care. Like what he'd done for Levi today. Seeing the fear in Carol's eyes and the tears of gratitude that came a short time later well, they stirred Robert's thoughts until they spilled over the side of the bowl and he knew what he needed to do. Jeremy shook his head. Robert pressed his palms to the bottom of the cool counter. I could transfer my old patient list to a new doc. You could hire that cousin you were talking about or take on a PA. I would release my ownership, which would nearly double your income. He moved to just pressing his fingertips into the counter, handing over all that he'd worked so hard to build in Seattle as a price he was willing to pay to shake off the weight of carrying the practice along. Yeah, and I'd be as busy and a nurse on the night shift. Speaking of nurses, are you still dating, Jennifer, was it? Jeremy waved off the question. Too high maintenance. Or, you're just really bad at dating. Could be. Now you have all this free time. A single man versus a man with a new girlfriend, no contest. Jeremy rolled his eyes. He stared into the screen. You look good, Robert. Happy. It's good to see you like this. Thanks. I feel good. The mountain air does wonders for the circulatory system. Shut up, I bet there's a woman involved. Robert paused. There's the possibility of a woman. Are you sure you want to give all this up on a possibility? Once you sign papers, there's no going back. I don't want to come back. Robert relaxed his hands, resting them on his knees. I'll ask Tyler to check with the insurance carriers. You're going it alone out there, Tonto. Robert laughed. I'm serious. Do you even remember how much time it took to get this place up and running? The long nights, the interviews, the training. I remember. They chatted for a few more minutes before closing the call. Robert stood up and paced the room. If everything went well, he would be able to set up an office on Main Street, keep Lou's hours, and ranch. It would be a good life. Far different from the life he'd planned when he applied for med school. He headed down to feed the horses and collect his son from Bonnie. When Dallas was done with his physical therapy, the two boys had piled around him on the couch and settled in to watch a John Wayne movie called The Cowboys. On screen, the famous cowboy recruited for cattlemen in a schoolroom and his boy was hooked. Robert would feed first and then go in. Bonnie had said something about a roast for dinner and he was in sore need of a good meal. He was just loading a bucket with grain for mill when Olivia appeared in the doorway. She had on a knee-length lace skirt, a wide leather belt studded with jewels, and a tight shirt. He dropped his gaze from her luscious curves to her fancy boots. Hey. Hey. Her reply came out all breathy and nervous. Something in her breathing pattern spiked his pulse, and he looked up to find nervous passion staring back at him. There you are. Olivia exclaimed as if she'd been looking all over for him. That was funny because, besides the time they'd spent at the hospital and sitting next to one another at church, she hadn't been around. When they had been together, there was this strained tension, as if they were both pulling back from the forces trying to bring them together. I think I may have made a mistake the other night. She stepped close enough to touch him but held back. Oh? Robert's eyebrow lifted. He was taller than her, and she had to tilt her head back to look into his eyes. The action brought her mouth that much closer and his eyes dropped down to her plump lips. You see, I was worried about you leaving, worried what it would do to me if you left. I can understand that. Self-preservation is human nature. Right. She nodded. What I should have been doing was giving you a reason to stay. She didn't hold back. She ran her fingers up his corded forearm, sending all sorts of pleasurable sensations over his skin. He was warm and cool and burning with the desire to kiss her. He would too, right after he told her about his new office. Wheel, Robert drawled, wanting to surprise her with the good news. Olivia pressed her finger over his mouth. No more talking. She winked. Kay, Robert said against her finger. She shook her head ever so slowly, making her hair fall over her shoulder. She raised herself to her tiptoes and pressed her lips to his. He moaned with relief and want, gathering her close and deepening the kiss. She responded as though she'd been waiting for him to do just that. If he'd been less of an honorable man and not about to stay, he would have stopped then and there. However, knowing he'd made arrangements to move only moments before, he let loose on all the reserved feelings inside, taking full advantage of her willing mouth. When she was done persuading him to stay, he'd tell her the good news.
Chapter 32. Carol Dumont. Carol gently pushed open the front door. The porch light was on but the house lights were off and she didn't want to wake her men if they were sleeping. Levi should be asleep. He'd had a rough day getting stitches and all. Thank heavens for Robert. And Bonnie, and Dallas, and Jax. They had all boosted Levi's spirits and kept him happy during the whole ordeal. His fall was such a simple accident. It could have happened anywhere and at any time. She sighed as she slipped off the black running shoes she wore to wait tables. She would have handled things just fine on her own and they would have survived. But, with the added help today, Levi thrived, even getting stitches. She slid the deadbolt into place and headed down the hall, following the television glare into the front room. George stood up as soon as she came in. He opened his arms and gathered her close. She breathed in his clean scent with a hint of sandalwood. She'd bought him that body wash and loved that he smelled so good. His body was warm and strong against hers, and she pressed her palms against his back, enjoying the way the muscles moved. "How's Levi?" she asked, keeping her voice low. "He's doing great. I'm not so sure about his mama though." He kissed her hair. "That's because his mama is all tangled up." "Wanna give me the tail end of that string?" he asked. She most definitely did not want to hand that to George. They'd been over this conversation 5 different ways, and every time it ended in a stalemate. She pulled back to move away. "Oh no no no, you don't." George chuckled and held on a little tighter. Carol chuckled too. She smacked his arm. "Stop being easy to love." He gave her a look of innocence. "I'll work on that." "No, don't." She burrowed onto his embrace. Jumping off a cliff was difficult. Sometimes, she needed a push, and if anyone was going to give her that push, it would be George. "I want to be a mom full-time." "I do." She started, and George stopped rubbing her back, listening. "When Levi was crying today and scared, it was like I could soak all that up by holding him in my arms. I want to be there for him every moment, the good and the scary ones." She paused to breathe and to get her thoughts in order. "But," George prompted, "but that means giving up my job and handing all that over to you." Tears stung the back of her eyes and throat. She'd cried so much today she hadn't thought there were any left. George took her face in his hands. His touch was ever so gentle and careful. "Carol, I'm not going to let you down." Her heart constricted. "I want to believe you. Believe in us, love." "What was all that you said to me in front of the pastor? Was it real to you?" She nodded. "Did you hear what I said and know that I meant every word?" She nodded again. He'd said beautiful things to her in front of a pastor before though, and that hadn't gone so well. That was her hang-up. They were repeating history. As if reading her thoughts, George traced his fingers down her cheek and said, "I'm not the same man I was 5 years ago. Please, Carol, love me for who I am now." She closed her eyes, the turmoil inside buffering her emotions. There was one small voice that rose above the rest. "Jump." "Okay." As soon as the word was out of her mouth and she'd committed to the change, the storm quieted, the howling winds of uncertainty blew out, and the stinging rain of doubt dried up. There would be no more fear in her heart, there wasn't room with all the love.
Chapter 33. Porter Dumont. Porter drug his eyes open and checked the clock. 5:15 a.m. He ran his hands down his face, wondering what had woken him up. For a minute there, he'd thought he was back on the Fair Catch Ranch and late getting up for chores. Bang bang bang. Someone was at the door. No one in Nashville would be looking for him at this time of day. Whoever it was had the wrong room. He shoved the pillow over his head and tried to go back to sleep. Bang bang bang. "Porter Dumont," called a low voice. Porter sat up, suddenly filled with energy. Had something happened to Dallas and his brothers had come to collect him? He wrenched open the door, only realizing he was standing there in his boxers when the early morning air hit his bare skin. He stared into the face of the photographer who had taken his picture for an album cover, Jaron something or other. The shoot had gone well and Porter had the files on his phone. Tyler had sent some to the cover designer and they were waiting to hear back from her. Behind Jaron was a guy who could have been the model for that demigod from the Disney movie he took Levi to this summer. The man had an edge like a barbed wire fence and an actual barbed wire tattoo on his extremely large bicep. "What's up?" Porter ran his hand through his bed head. He wanted to put on some pants but wasn't sure how to do that without making things awkward, so he stood there like he answered the door in his boxers every day of the week. "What's up? Is your joke of an agent stiffed me?" "He what?" "No." Porter headed for his phone on the nightstand. Jaron and his muscly shadow stepped inside and shut the door. Porter swallowed, feeling like a mouse caught in the corner of the barn by a smiling cat. He quickly dialed Tyler. The call went to voicemail. He hung up and tried again. Voicemail. He sent a text and stared at the phone waiting for a reply. Jaron folded his arms. He's not going to answer. Porter's insides went cold. He dialed the recording studio and got a message, not like they would be open at this hour. He looked at the clock. "Listen, it's early and Tyler's probably not awake yet. If you'll give me a couple hours, I'm sure we can get this sorted out." There was no reason to get all bent out of shape. Geez. Some people. No. Muscle Mountain shook his head. Porter reached for his pants. He was feeling a lot more naked with that guy glaring at him and didn't care if he made this awkward. It was already worse than a blind date where you find out the girl's your cousin. Jaron stepped forward. You owe me $500. Porter chewed his lip, weighing his options. These guys weren't messing around. He would have to talk to Tyler about the people he hired. Write me a check and get the money from Tyler yourself. Jaron mumbled something Porter didn't catch. He stared at his phone. How do you want to do this? I don't have a checkbook. I'll take PayPal. Porter nodded. He had some money stashed in there from hauling hay for a guy a while ago. Okay. He made the transfer and sent the guys out the door. They left easily enough once the confirmation email came through on Jaron's phone. With a groan, Porter landed face down on the bed. This was the second time a money issue popped up with Tyler. He was going to have to keep better track of things.
Chapter 34 Dallas Ruggles. Dallas gripped the back of the saddle with his right hand. Logan had looped a piece of leather around the horn and then around his left hand and wrapped it down his forearm. Whatever grip he lacked would be compensated for by that thin strap of leather. Dallas's left shoulder and arm felt strong, stronger than he thought they would at this point. Logan helped him get his left foot in the stirrup. His thigh and hip were a little off, but Logan was bracing them against Jules' side, and he had his hand on the back of Dallas's thigh, ready to push up as needed. Logan wouldn't do more than was needed. Dallas was on his own for most of this, but it sure was a comfort having a backup. On your signal, said Logan. Dallas nodded once, just like he would have in the roping box, and pushed off. His movements were shaky and jerky and embarrassing. Logan probably knew they would be, and that was why he'd suggested saddling up in the barn, instead of at the hitching post out front where everyone would see him. He situated himself as best he could. Sitting was much easier than standing. Jules shifted. Whoa, commanded Dallas. He grabbed the horn like a rookie. Jules froze in place, halfway in between shifting his weight to his other foot. You all right? Asked Logan. Dallas nodded and relaxed. What are those? He pointed to the black straps running under his saddle. Logan reached under his leg and ripped apart a strip of Velcro. Do you remember Ellie's friend who rolled her truck on the way to Wyoming? The one who was paralyzed? That's her. Logan wrapped the Velcro around Dallas's thigh and secured it tightly. She uses ease. I saw her compete in breakaway last spring. She's in a wheelchair. But her arms are just fine and she has a fine horse. He patted Jules' rear as he walked around to secure the other side. This will help you stay balanced until you can do it on your own. Dallas grunted. Being strapped in like a kid in a car seat wasn't exactly good for his ego, but once the other strap was in place, he did feel like he had more control. Control over himself, over Jules, over the situation. Okay, the straps could stay. Logan finished and headed towards Jigsaw, the black and white paint he was training. Dallas had been training the filly before the stroke. Logan picked up with him just as easily as he picked up all the other chores around here. His competence was enough to make a man not feel needed. Jigsaw saw him coming and snorted. He wasn't inclined to get started and pawed at the ground. Logan slowed his steps and held his hand out in front of him. Easy, he said low and slow. Take it easy there, pretty boy. Dallas smiled. Nothing like a few sweet words to get next to an antsy horse. After spending a few minutes sweet-talking Jigsaw and rubbing his neck, Logan was in the saddle. Jules turned to give Dallas a look. He could have sworn the horse was thinking, do we really have to wait for these two? He patted her shoulder, the black hair shining. With the gentlest brush of his heels against Jules' flanks, Dallas led out of the barn. Jigsaw was high-strung and needed to learn how to follow. Logan did well holding him back despite the animal jerking at the bit. The activity in the arena was typical for a Saturday on the fair catch. John was in the box with Trigger. Anna and Olivia on their horses were lined up to haze for him. Without a header, the calf would turn too soon. A cow's nature was to turn into an opening. By lining up their horses, they could control when the calf turned to give John the best shot at the heels. Just after Olivia's horse, the calf jerked to the left as though caught by a rope, and John let his rope fly. He caught the feet and immediately let the rope go, so the steer could kick it off. Anna saw them come out and trotted over to open the gate. She glared daggers at Logan. You think this is a good idea? Dallas has a hard time walking. I'm all strapped in, Anna. Dallas went through the gate first. He tapped his thigh, making the Velcro crackle. Anna bit her lip. If you were on any other horse besides Joel, I'd worry. I gave the antsy one to Logan for the day. It's him you should worry about. Sure enough, Jigsaw came through the gate like it was lined with snakes and wolves. His back feet clipped his front feet, and she stumbled. Logan held on tight with his legs and worked the reins to get him spinning into a tight circle. He hopped around and around several times, the white of his eyes and his teeth flashing as he went by. When he stopped hopping, Logan allowed him into a bigger circle but kept him moving. Good. Make her think about what you want, so she doesn't have time to think about what she wants. Dallas walked the fence line. Joel's gait was familiar, and his body remembered the movements and the shifts. He shook his head. What? Anna came up alongside him. I feel stronger in the saddle than I do in a chair. They rode in silence for a minute. Anna looked over her shoulder a couple times, keeping an eye on Logan. He's not what you expected, Dallas asked as he tipped his head towards Logan. I've seen men beat their horses for less than what Jigsaw's just put him through, she replied. He's a good man. Anna turned Homecoming away and galloped into position next to Olivia without a word. It was just as well. Dallas would defend Logan if needed, but he appreciated the fact that she didn't make him. Where's your robe? John called as he backed Trigger up into the box. Dallas held up his right hand. His left was resting on the saddle horn, the reins dangling there. Joel would answer to leg signals as well as the bit. Between the two, Dallas could manage. Roping was a whole other world to conquer. He couldn't lift his arm higher than shoulder level. I'm not quite ready, but you need a partner if you're going to jackpot this afternoon. There was a roping in Leahy at a private arena. It didn't start until noon, so there was still a chance for John to make it. John pointed at him. You'll always be my partner. Dallas dropped his chin to hide the emotion that statement brought to his face. It was like he was wearing his heart right there on his nose for all the world to see lately. Drove him nuts. He got himself under control and lifted his head. I thank you for that, John. The feeling is mutual. It was John's turn to drop below his hat brim. Dallas kissed at Joel and moved towards Olivia and Anna. I think it's time you give the filly here a try. She's more than earned her chance. Olivia sat up tall in the saddle. Me? She whispered. Her eyes were so full of hope and gratitude and admiration that there wasn't a big enough brim in Utah or Texas to hide the emotions stirring inside of him. John hated the idea of Olivia hurting her hand again. He'd all but forbidden her from roping. That hadn't gone over well with Olivia, who was every bit as stubborn as her father. They'd been at a standstill. Olivia roped in the middle of the arena behind John's back, and John pretended he didn't see what she was doing. It was time to end the ceasefire and sign the peace treaty. Dallas swiped at his eyes. Yes. You. Get on in that box, girl. Olivia's grin was so white it cut into limestone cliffs. She loped over to the fence where someone had left a rope hanging over a post. Dallas settled in where Olivia and Jasper had been standing. Anna was crying silent tears. Thank you, she whispered to Dallas. Dallas only nodded, not being able to talk past his heart lodged in his throat at seeing John and his daughter settle in. The rightness of it all was too strong to ignore. Olivia gave her rope a few turns before situating the reins in coils in her new hold. It didn't look comfortable, or natural, or normal, but it worked for her. She found a way to rope that was her own. Jasper was ready too. She and Dallas had put in the time with the horse while she was mending her heart, or maybe making up her heart when it came to Robert. Olivia nodded. Anna pressed the button to open the chutes. The horses came thundering out. Olivia threw, caught, dallied, and turned as smooth as a dancer. John caught and they both stopped, pulling the rope tight. Anna let out a whoop. John was grinning. They'd worked as well as any team before them on the fair catch. What do you say we load up and go win us a jackpot, he asked Olivia. Olivia played it cool. Fine, but I've got to be back in time for my date. Shouldn't take us all that long to rope circles around them rednecks. Olivia tipped her head back and laughed. She said something about making them all nervous just by pulling in together. Dallas tipped his hat to the pair, turned his horse towards the barn. His work was done for the day.
Chapter 35. Ellie Dumont. Ellie got back from the grocery store and unloaded by herself. She and Logan decided to trade off chores. It worked out well because there were certain aisles a man never wanted to walk down. He had a tendency to load up on fruits and veggies, and she was partial to cookies and chocolate, but they both enjoyed the other's preferences too. She huffed as she lifted the milk and laundry soap out of the truck bed. Right now, their chores in the new house were just about the only thing the two of them could talk about. She put everything away and pulled out her phone. "Wanna go to lunch?" She sent the text off to Logan. It might be nice to go to the dinner, just the two of them, and grab a sandwich. She unloaded while she was waiting for his answer. "Come up to Bonnie's. We're all eating here." She clenched her jaw and started up the lane on foot. Her legs were long and stiff and moved fast. Going through the front door, she found everyone in the kitchen at the table. Robert and Levi were even there. "Can I ride with you next time?" Levi asked Dallas. Ellie's eyebrows shot up as she realized Dallas had been on a horse this morning. It took Olivia months to get back on Jasper. Strokes were different from surgery though. She sat down next to Logan. Thumped down next to him was more like it. Normally, she would have run her hand over his shoulder or kissed his cheek in greeting, but she wasn't feeling the part of the doting wife. Not when she was married to the Tin Man. "Well, now. That's up to your dad and Logan," Dallas replied. Mom came in with a stack of paper plates. Bonnie followed with an armful of mayo, mustard, pepper, oil, and vinegar. Bonnie hustled back to the kitchen. "We've already blessed the food," Mom told Ellie. "Dig in." Ellie selected a roll and slowly broke it to bits on her plate. She wasn't really paying attention to what she was doing and she didn't feel like eating. "Where's Olivia?" she asked. "She and John went to a roping," replied Logan. His voice was like warm butter, all smooth across her skin. She threw the rest of her roll onto her plate, throwing crumbs everywhere. "That's just great." "Hey." Logan brushed crumbs off his arm. "Hey yourself." She kicked her leg over the seat. She shouldn't have come. If the arena was free, she'd get Zinger out and pound the sand. "What's eating you?" Mom asked. Ellie glared at all of them, but most especially at Logan. Why'd he have to be so nice anyway? Couldn't they just have a fight and get it over with like normal couples? "You," she said to Logan. Logan's eyes grew wide. He pulled his hat off his head. "Me? What did I do?" "You shut me out." Logan looked around at the family and back at her as if to say, "Not here." "If not here, then where?" It wasn't in the barn, and it wasn't in their trailer, and it wasn't in the truck, and it wasn't in the field. She'd tried everywhere else, so this was happening right here. If you want to pretend everything is silver linings and daisy chains, then go right ahead, but I can't. If something's bothering me, I gotta say it. So say it. He shrugged. He was infuriating in his calmness. "I'm your wife, and if you had any idea what that meant, then you'd tell me how you were feeling." Dallas snorted. Ellie shot him a look and kept right on going. Now that she'd built up a little steam, it was easy to plow ahead. "You'd tell me why you didn't cry when we picked up your dad's remains, and why you won't keep them at our place." She threw her arm to the pantry, the only place she could think of to keep the urn. Logan pushed off of the table. "Ellie, you don't need to know all that to be my wife." "Yes, I do." She threw her hands in the air. "If you keep a part of yourself locked away from me, then I'm not really your wife." Logan heaved a mighty sigh. "I won't open that door for you. I refuse." Something inside Ellie broke at that statement. "Then you don't really love me." "What?" Logan roared.
Bonnie Ruggles. Bonnie fought the urge to cover her ears. Everything Ellie was saying about holding back from your spouse could have come right out of Dallas's mouth. Enough. She held up her hands and waited for the echo to die before darting to the pantry to retrieve the urn. She'd hated having it in there. Every time she looked at it, all she could think of was the years of bitterness and hatred Joe Labrum represented. He'd brought so much pain and heartache to the Fair Catch Ranch. It was time to put him, and all he'd done, to rest. The urn made a tinny sound when she slammed it on the table directly in front of Robert. He jumped at the noise. She cringed. "I didn't mean to set it so hard." Logan sat back in his seat as if the urn contained a plague. Ellie leaned against the wall. Thankfully, Robert was next to Dallas. If anything she had to say caused another stroke, Robert was right there. "You listen to me." She pointed back and forth between Logan and Ellie. "You can't hold back anything in a marriage." "I tried to and it all came back." Robert flinched. Bonnie didn't mean to make it sound like he'd come to haunt her. He was a blessing. He shouldn't feel this was his fault. He was the innocent one. And now me and Dallas, she rounded her shoulders. "I am so very tired of carrying this load." "Bonnie?" Dallas touched her hand. Bonnie lifted her eyes to meet Anna's gaze. "It's time," Anna said. "I know." Bonnie squared her shoulders. "No more secrets." Dallas watched her intently. She offered a silent prayer that he would make it through this without another stroke. Her eyes drifted to Robert. "Remember when you tried to tell me you were that baby I'd placed for adoption?" "I remember." "What did you say very first?" He cleared his throat and the room held its breath. "I told you that you had a grandson." Robert winked at Jax, who grinned up at his dad. Bonnie wiped her hands down her pants. Maybe she was doing this all wrong. Maybe she was making a mess of everything. "Well," she laughed nervously. "You have a half-brother." Dallas's hand went to his chest. She grabbed his shoulder. "You doing okay?" He stared at the half-eaten sandwich on his plate. "Just get on with it." "I'll be fine." That's what he said, but he didn't know what else was to come. All the years of struggle and the lies and the protesters came back. She couldn't get the actual words out. Instead, she looked from Robert to Logan and back again. They exchanged a look. "What?" Robert asked. She looked between them again. "Logan." Robert was on his feet in a heartbeat. "Logan is my half-brother." Ellie stepped forward and grabbed Logan's shoulders. "You mean, you and Joe Labrum?" She let the implication dangle there like a big old slimy worm on a hook. Anna stood slowly. "It was a long time ago." Robert's eyes turned to the urn where they stuck. Logan stared at Robert, and it was then that Bonnie finally saw the resemblance between the brothers. Both had stormy eyes, one gray and one blue, taking after their mothers in color and their father in trouble. Both had clefts in their chins, Robert's hidden behind his beard. The strong foreheads. The thick eyebrows. They didn't match in color, but the foundation was the same. Dallas cleared his throat. Bonnie squeezed her eyes shut before meeting his gaze. She searched him for anger, for remorse for having married her. He leaned back in his chair and hooked his right arm over the back. He did that to help him stay balanced. Why was he out to ruin Anna? He glanced down for a minute. If what he really wanted was you. He thought she'd talked me out of marrying him. She didn't. Bonnie squeezed Anna's hand that rested on the table. "That was my decision." "It was a good one," muttered Logan. He put his hand over Ellie's. Her whole body softened as she leaned into his back. Dallas turned to Anna. His jaw was fluttering up and down, as if he was having trouble keeping it from falling to the floor in shock. "All these years, all the crap he dished out, you took all of that for my Bonnie?" Bonnie choked on a sob at hearing him call her my Bonnie. It had been years since he'd used that sweet term. She released Anna and used her napkin to wipe her eyes. "That's what family does," replied Anna. "Amen," agreed Logan. Anna closed her eyes and nodded as if she'd come to some grand conclusion. Bonnie nudged her with her knee. For all that Bonnie had carried, Anna had met her load for load. "It's time," Bonnie told her best friend. Anna took a fortifying breath. "I'm sorry, Logan, Ellie. I was wrong to hate you because of who your father was. No matter what he'd done to us." Logan shifted. "You weren't the first and you had the most reason to hate us." "Doesn't make it right," insisted Anna. "No," Logan shook his head. "But it does make it forgivable." Anna went around the table and wrapped her arms around the both of them. Ellie laughed and wiped a few tears. Anna sat Ellie next to Logan. She pointed at her daughter. "This is where you belong." Ellie's smile was tight. There was something still brewing in that head of hers, but for now, the spit had gone out of her fire. She leaned against Logan and Bonnie could see their hands beneath the table. Bonnie brought her attention back to Robert. He'd been quiet through the whole exchange, didn't look like he'd moved a muscle with his eyes on the urn. "What are you teening, son?" asked Dallas. "I'll never get to meet him." Robert ran his hand down his face. Jax looked back and forth between Dallas and his dad, his lower lip poking out. He'd been quiet throughout all the yelling and apologizing and crying. He had such big eyes for such a little boy. "Count your lucky stars," said Logan. "He wasn't a man worth knowing, and all the best of you came from her." He hooked his thumb towards Bonnie. "Amen," added Dallas. Anna looked around the table. "You know what? This family is a mess." Bonnie burst out a laugh and then she started to cry. We are such a mess." Dallas's shoulders began to shake. Pretty soon, he was laughing. Ellie grinned, her eyes catching the humor. Logan shook his head. "You guys are nuts." He put his arm around Ellie and pulled her close. "And I hope our family turns out just like this one." That set Anna off in another round of tears, and soon they had more wet napkins on the table than dry ones.
Chapter 36. Dr. Robert Canton. Later that night, Robert walked Jax down to George and Carol's place. They had rented a movie projector so the boys could watch Power Rangers outside. A sheet hung across the side of the house and Levi was hauling out a beanbag chair and sleeping bag as he and Jax approached. There were lamps and candles burning around the yard. One sniff of the acidic wax told Robert they were there to keep the bugs away. He hoped they worked, otherwise the movie sheet would be covered in moths. The sleeping bag in Levi's arms unrolled. "Be careful." Carol rushed out and swooped the bag out of Levi's way before he tripped down the stairs. She rolled her eyes because Levi didn't slow down. In no time at all, the boys had tucked themselves into sleeping bags and had a tub of popcorn between them. "Thanks, George, Carol." Robert nodded towards the kids. "I know it's short notice, but," he trailed off. "Third time's the charm." George cuffed him on the shoulder. Robert laughed. He and Olivia were together so much on the ranch, it was hard to believe this was really just a third date. If all goes well tonight, then one day we'll be having movie nights across the street. Carol dropped her bowl of popcorn. The contents spilled all over the lawn. "You're proposing?" She squealed, her hands clasped together in front of her chest. Robert threw up both hands. "No, gosh no." Carol's face fell. "But you said." "I said one day." He scratched at his neck. "Geez, one day." George laughed from his belly. "Come on, hon." He pulled Carol towards the camp chairs set up behind the sleeping bags. "Let the man go." Carol glared at Robert. "Don't joke about that stuff." Robert held up one hand. "I wasn't." She pointed at her eyes and then at him, indicating that she'd be watching him. Robert shook his head on the way back up the lane. Proposing? Tonight? That was crazy, wasn't it? He tucked the idea aside with a chuckle. These Dumonts, they were a bunch of hopeless romantics, that's what they were. He skipped down the stairs to knock on the basement apartment door. He was having a hard time putting aside all that Bonnie had revealed this afternoon, all the arguments that had turned into healing moments. After the tissue dust and tears settled, it seemed right that he would take the urn to his apartment. Bonnie didn't like having it in her house, and Logan refused to take it home. Anna wasn't volunteering to host the ashy remains, so Robert had packed it under his arm. Joe Labrum was currently on top of the fridge. Robert wanted to have some sort of ceremony. Laying Joe Labrum to rest would do a lot of good for Logan, but that needed to wait a while. And then there was the knowledge that he had a brother. He'd never consider Logan a half-brother. For him, it was all or nothing. He also had a sister. She lived in St. George near her mom. Logan offered to introduce them over the phone, but Robert wanted to wait until he could talk to her in person. They hadn't picked a date for their trip, but they would. Olivia answered the door wearing a tiered skirt that hit just above her knees, a pair of new boots, a tight shirt, dangly earrings, and a smile that he'd like to claim as his own. He couldn't help but see the joy on Dallas's face when he said the words, "My Bonnie." He wanted that joy for himself, wanted to share every drop of it with Olivia. "You're all dressed up," he said. "What, this?" Olivia waved her hand down her exquisite body. "I just threw this on," she teased. He picked up on her tone. "Did you forget we had a date?" "Was that tonight?" she flirted as she picked up her purse and winked over her shoulder. Robert growled. He couldn't take it anymore. He put his hands on her waist and pulled her close. "Should I come back later?" His eyes dropped to her lips. "Robert Kenton, are you looking for a kiss?" "That depends." "On what?" "On if this is working." "Oh, it's working." She wrapped her arms around his neck and put her hands on the back of his head, encouraging him closer. He leaned down, and she didn't wait for him to set the mood. "No, sir." She went right on ahead and filled his mind with all sorts of passionate thoughts. He tore himself away and pressed his forehead to hers, gasping for air. "You'd better save those for the end of the date from now on." She grinned wickedly, took his hand, and drug him out the front door. "Did I tell you I got a new roping partner?" Robert shut the door behind him, not worried about locking it. "Who?" She hopped up the last 2 steps. "My dad. We killed it today at the roping end." She dug around in her purse, producing what looked like a Boy Scout patch. "His sponsor adopted me." "That's great news." He gave her a quick hug. She hugged him back and then stared down at the patch. "I'm going to have Bonnie sew this on my shirt, but I couldn't stand to part with it yet." "You finally done it." He stared at her in amazement. "You're back on top." She lifted a shoulder. Dallas was the one who convinced Dad. "That was the hardest part," she added with a laugh. Robert laughed too. He opened the car door for her before going around to get in on the driver's side. "Once behind the wheel," he said, "I've got news too." She angled her body towards him, and he proceeded to tell her about Joe Labrum, Logan, Bonnie, and everything as they made their way down the dirt lane, onto the asphalt, and down Main Street. He waved at Pastor Rick, who was sweeping the church steps in preparation for services tomorrow. Robert would be there. He had so much to be thankful for. He needed to tell God about all of this, and church was a great place to get that done. "Wow," was all Olivia said before lapsing into silence. Robert stopped in front of a rundown building on Main Street. The original brick had been painted gray with a white trim. There were huge windows in front, circa 1920s. It's a lot to take in. I'm still reeling. I mean, all this time I've been an only child, and now I have 2 siblings. There were too many years to catch up on in one day. He glanced out his window. "We're here." Olivia peered through the windshield. "You know, I've been on some pretty fancy dates before, but this place takes the cake." Robert climbed out and faced the dark storefront. An original to the building light fixture hung 10 feet above the front door. The place was growing on him by the minute. "You've had worse?" He pointed as Olivia got out of the car. I had a man take me to a gas station once. Said they had the best sandwiches in South Santaquin. Was he lying? No. But they were the only sandwiches in South Santaquin, and it was a gas station. Robert chuckled. He popped the trunk and pulled out a cardboard sign he'd made earlier. Securing it to the front door with tape, he stepped back to survey his work. Does this make it fancier? Future home of Eureka Medicine, Dr. Robert Canton, she read. After a minute of gaping, she grabbed his shoulders. Are you serious? As a heart attack. She slapped his arm. That's a horrible thing for a doctor to say. He laughed and hooked their pinkies together. Do you think you could love a doctor? I know how much you despise us all. Olivia giggled. I really do hate doctors. Thankfully, you look more like a cowboy than a doctor these days. She dug her fingers into his beard and lightly scratched her nails over his jaw. He moaned with pleasure. Want me to save that for the end of the date too? He closed his eyes. She laughed. So what's the plan? I'll start out slow, working a few regular hours and be on call most of the time. It will be unsteady work, calling me when needed. I'm sorry about that. I meant for dinner. She swung their hands back and forth. But for work, this like ranch hours. I think I can handle it. Good. He briefly pressed his lips to hers. I was thinking dinner at the diner. Okay. They headed down the street, passing a few more stores with empty windows. Olivia sashayed. So, you've been busy. This must have been a crazy few days. He couldn't stifle his grin. I've been working on it for a few weeks. Olivia stopped walking. Wait. You were working on this before I kissed you in the barn? He shrugged, guilty. Why didn't you say anything? Because you told me not to break your heart and I needed to know everything was in place before I told you. And I was enjoying being persuaded. You... Olivia smacked his arm. He rubbed his bicep as if she'd done damage. She grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled him close. He traced her brow and her cheek with his fingertips, loving every inch of her. I love you, Olivia. She tipped her head as if thinking about her answer. He tickled her side. Are you playing with me? No, I just think I'm going to need a little convincing here. He put his hands on her hips and pulled her against him. I can do that. He kissed her lips, then her cheek, then her jaw, and finally her neck. Olivia sagged in his arms, and a sigh escaped her lips. Robert, she rasped. He chuckled, making sure his lips brushed her skin in the process. She went positively limp. He pulled back and brushed her hair over her shoulder. How was that? Her eyelids were heavy with desire. Good. He lifted one eyebrow. How good? Her lips curved up. I love you, Robert Canton. Good. He kissed her hair. Come on. We need some food. We do? Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to need our energy if we're going to say a proper goodnight tonight. Olivia laughed. She twisted so she was walking backwards in front of him. You have no idea, cowboy. Robert tickled her sides and they half ran, half laughed their way to the diner.
Chapter 37 Dallas Ruggles Saturday turned out to be one heck of a day for the Fair Catch Ranch. Olivia and John won the roping. Olivia and Robert made up. Dallas knew because he'd asked Bonnie to flick the light, so they'd call it quits on Olivia's doorstep. Bonnie had laughed at his old-fashioned thinking, but she'd gone ahead and done it anyway. If they say anything, I'm blaming you, she half-whispered in the darkness. Deal. He didn't mind. Olivia was his girl and he'd always watch out for her. Besides all that, he'd been handed a huge piece in the puzzle of his life. The identity of Robert's father was a shock, but the true revelation was that, once the cat was out of the bag, Dallas didn't care anymore. He'd had so many questions and fears when he'd found out about Robert. Everything from wondering what his marriage was really based on to not knowing if Bonnie thought him less of a man because he couldn't have children. But, as soon as Joe's name was out there, the questions evaporated. He no longer worried if Bonnie wished she'd married someone else. He no longer had an imaginary giant to compare himself to. He knew exactly how he measured up against Joe Labrum. The whole family turned out for church, taking up 3 rows. Anna sat next to Ellie. They were doing just fine now. Bonnie was right, the lies and withheld information had been a curse on the ranch. Once all of it was in the open, everyone could see clearly again. Going to church was a good thing for Dallas. There were a few open stairs, but for the most part, neighbors were supportive. Pastor Rick mentioned him in the opening and closing prayers. Others made a point of telling him they'd been praying for him as well. Being a member of a church was like having an extended family, and Dallas was deeply grateful for their support. All the talking and handshaking and walking had done him in, so he was looking forward to passing the afternoon on the couch. Sitting still would have driven him nuts before the stroke. Now, he found peace in those quiet moments. Pans clattered in the kitchen, reminding him that some moments were quieter than others. Bonnie was getting worked up in there. Sunday dinners were a big thing around here. A lot of work. How many had she done over the years? Thousands. All without complaint, and each one more delicious than the last. Robert came through the front door like a burglar in the middle of the night. He put his finger over his lip to keep Dallas from saying anything. There was no worry about that. Dallas was worn right through. Of course, he could always muster up a little energy for a discussion on porch kiss time limits, if that's what Robert was here to discuss. Robert sat on the coffee table and grinned. I did it. You did. Dallas sat forward, suddenly awake. Robert pulled a long envelope out of his back pocket and handed it to Dallas. It's all in there. If you need anything else, let me know. I'm gonna be working hard at my PT. I'll be here every step of the way. Robert stood. I'd better get back. I left Jax and Levi feeding the goats. Dallas waved him off. He tapped the envelope against his leg. Bonnie, he called over his shoulder. What? She yelled from the kitchen. Come here, will ya? A moment passed and all Dallas could hear was a lid going on a pot and the stove clicking to a lower flame. I've got corn to cream. What do you need? Come in here. Dallas faced the television. Bonnie sighed. He was putting her out, interrupting her schedule. She had to work everything just right to have all the food hot and ready at the same time. He checked his smile. She'd think this was worth burnt corn. Bonnie took Robert's place on the coffee table. She sat right on the edge and dried her hands on her apron. What's this about? Dallas took her hands in his, fumbling with his left a bit. Her skin was so soft and thinner than it was when they'd married. Other things had changed since then. The changes didn't matter to him. In his eyes, she'd always be his blushing bride. I've chased my dream for many years. Her shoulders stiffened. He hadn't brought her in here to yell at her or reprimand her for the past. Looking forward was the only way to look. The reason I've done so well is because of you, darling. I could fight the fight to get better in the hope that I'd be back in competition one day, and I know you'd be right there for me. But I watched Olivia go through that and I just don't have that in me. Not anymore. My time in the rodeo spotlight is past. Bonnie placed a hand on his cheek. What are you saying? I want to get better, but I've got to have a goal. I agree. I found one. He handed her the envelope. She opened it slowly, glancing at him once before pulling the papers out and reading over them. Dallas, there are 2 tickets to Florida here. She shuffled pages. And hotel reservations and a rental car. What is this? I want to chase the fountain of youth with you. Bonnie's hand covered her mouth. She gulped loudly and then laughed. Really? I'll work hard, darling, so I won't be a burden on the trip. She threw her arms around his neck. You're never a burden, Dallas. You filled my life with so many beautiful moments. She kissed his cheek. Dallas did what he could to wrap her up in his arms. His left was a little lower than he'd planned, but then, they were married, so he didn't suppose it mattered so much if he took his time. I love you, Bonnie. Let's chase your dreams. I love you too, sweetheart. She pressed her lips to his, and Dallas found a new way to work on his physical therapy.
Chapter 38. Porter Dumont. Porter stared at his phone and the pitiful amount left in his bank account. Turned out Tyler hadn't paid anyone and skipped town without leaving a forwarding address. Even the recording studio was a scam. Porter had driven by last night and the place was as a ghost town. He had a few songs on CD, his photos, his guitar, and enough gas to make it home. Nashville had eaten him up and he wouldn't be back. How many people were in on the scam? He didn't know. Even some of the musicians had tracked him down for payment. They claimed Tyler gave his info and said he was responsible for all the bills. They even produced documents with Porter's signature. He must have signed them when he first got to Nashville, or Tyler had fudged them. He thought they were regular contracts between an agent and a musician. He had no idea he'd signed away his money. These guys probably thought he was an idiot. He was. He clicked off the screen. There was no need to tell anyone at home about his stupidity. He'd always thought William would be the prodigal son. Nope. Porter had that role wrapped up and he felt it through and through. At least William hadn't sold his birthright to Robert. At this rate, Porter would be living with his parents for the rest of his life. It was time to go home, back to rodeo. At least he was good at that. He packed his CDs, cloths, and guitar in his truck and turned his taillights on Nashville.
Chapter 39. Dr. Robert Canton. How long was long enough for a man to know he'd found the woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with? If love at first sight was real, then some men knew in an instant. Dr. Robert Canton hadn't fallen in love with Olivia Dumont the first time he laid eyes on her. On the contrary, he chewed her out for letting her goat roam loose and putting unsuspecting drivers in danger. He'd been such a greenhorn she'd barely spared him a glance. As the months passed and they worked side by side to bring in the hay, to teach his son how to ride a horse, and to overcome the mysteries and secrets surrounding his birth and his strange place on the Lime Peak Ranch, he'd grown to love her. He pressed his palm over the ring-sized lump in his shirt pocket to make sure it was still there. He'd contemplated carrying it in the box, but the shape was too easily seen in his slacks, and he wanted his proposal to be a surprise. He wanted to trap in his memory the moment Olivia's brown eyes, with orange undertones, would begin to sparkle like the jewels flanking the oval-cut diamond. Most of all, he wanted her to feel cherished beyond words as he knelt before her and asked her to be his wife. He parked the car and hurried around to her side to open her door. Friday night was date night all over town. Traffic was a bear. Every moment he had the ring in his pocket and not on her finger was an eternity. He probably wouldn't be able to wait until dessert at the fancy restaurant to pop the question. "Where are we eating?" Olivia looked around the parking lot of the Riverwoods Plaza. Several restaurants were available, including the Brazilian one they'd eaten at before. Robert had a more intimate scene to create, so he'd chosen La Jolla Groves with white linen tablecloths, soft music, and lanterns hanging from tree branches across the ceiling. "I thought we'd try something new. You're feeling brave tonight." She smiled up at him. He laughed out loud, drunk on Olivia and the idea of making this woman his wife. Olivia hung her left hand in the crook of his elbow and he lifted his chest. With one touch, Olivia made him feel taller, prouder, stronger. She wasn't a woman to trifle with, and yet her femininity was evident in the soft sway of her knee-length dress, the delicate stitching on her boots, and the scent of flowers on her skin. They entered the plaza and both of them stopped to take in the sight before them. Fairy lights hung across the wide cobblestone walkway, twinkling against the inky black sky. A large fire flickered in the center of the plaza. A man standing near a vendor's cart and wearing a green apron offered marshmallow sticks for roasting. The marshmallows were free, adding graham crackers and chocolate cost $2. Couples huddled together around the fire. Not because it was cold, but because they were smart enough to take advantage of the romantic atmosphere. Robert made a note to stop by on their way out. Just as they were passing the cart, a woman jerked away from her companion. He grabbed her wrist and yanked her back into his chest. Robert's feet slowed. Oakley peered around him. Her arm in his tensed. "I don't want." "No one asked you what you wanted." The man grabbed her backside. Robert lifted Olivia's hand from his arm. "Excuse me a minute." Olivia didn't let him charge off alone. While Robert wasn't thrilled about exposing her to the lowlife in a ripped pair of jeans and faded t-shirt, she was scrappy and he was glad to have her. Especially since most of the men near the scene were ushering their ladies out of the immediate area. He was pretty sure he could take this guy. 3 months of hauling hay and working on a ranch had added bulk to his frame. Even if he couldn't, he had to step in. The man's behavior was unacceptable. The woman struggled, her hair coming out of the loose bun. Let go. The jerk laughed. Where's Big Brother now? Robert stepped into their personal space. Well, now. I may not be your brother, but I'm happy to fill in his absence. Olivia reached her arm out. Breezy, honey, we're here to help. Come here, girl. Robert registered the fact that Olivia knew the girl. Her tight jeans, boots, and Native American jewelry screamed cowgirl. The fact that Olivia called her girl told him Breezy was younger than them. She looked to be about Ellie's age, maybe 25 or even younger. Her wild eyes had an innocence about them that was seriously being threatened. Breezy tried to move to Olivia, but the man held her to his side. I don't think she's ready to go quite yet. Breezy whimpered, sounding like an animal caught in a trap. Olivia didn't put her hand down. I'm not leaving without her. Robert stepped closer, ready to rip his hands off the girl if necessary. Let's all stay calm. He leveled his adversary with a hard stare. You didn't think this through very well, buddy. I ain't your buddy. He spat a thick wad of chewing tobacco on Robert's freshly shined boots. Robert bit back a curse. He'd taken great pains to make this night as perfect as possible. You're putting a real damper on our evening. What are you going to do about it? Huh? He taunted while keeping Breezy in front of him like a shield. If Robert started throwing punches, he'd end up hitting Breezy before he got close to her attacker. I'm filming all this. I'll take it to the cops, yelled the man by the cart. Robert didn't take his eyes off the jerk to verify if he was telling the truth. His name is Nash Wagner and his phone number is 801-65. Breezy was cut off by a hard yank on her hair that made her yowl in pain. Robert was proud of her for fighting back the best way she could. He needed to find a way out of this before she was hurt again. Nash, you gotta let her go, man. If he doesn't, Olivia whispered next to him, we charge on 3. He nodded to let her know he'd heard her plan and agreed. Nash held tight to Breezy's hair while running his hand up and down her hip. I'll do what I want. 1, Olivia began the count. Nash pulled Breezy's head back so her ear was next to his mouth. You hear me? You can't break up with me, Breezy Fargo. I don't care what your family says. We're meant to be together. 2, Robert continued. He shifted his weight forward. I don't want you, Breezy croaked out, her throat pulled so tight the sound was barely there. 3, Robert and Olivia said together. They burst forward at the same time. Nash gave a guttural yell. Robert slammed into Nash's chest and Breezy's shoulder, jarring her loose. They all tumbled to the cobblestone. A 6 smack sounded and Robert prayed it wasn't Olivia as he shoved his arm between Nash and Breezy. Olivia bit Nash's hand in Breezy's hair. He howled in pain. Robert drew up his knee and planted it in Nash's side, knocking the air out of him. Breezy and Olivia rolled away from the fray, giving Robert the chance to pin Nash down even as he struggled to breath. The doctor and Robert told him to get off and allow Nash's lungs to expand all the way for relief. The cowboy in him told him to let him struggle. The cowboy won while the doctor monitored Nash for signs that he was going to pass out. Just before Nash got control of his lungs, 2 uniformed police officers brushed up, tasers at the ready. On your feet. Robert reined in the cowboy and managed to keep his knee out of Nash's stomach as he stood. Olivia was standing a few feet away, holding Breezy in her arms as if she were a lost child looking for her mother. Breezy was breathing heavily, her hair was a mess and her makeup had smeared. Olivia wasn't much better off. Her shirt was torn at the sleeve and there was a yellow stain on her cream skirt. Probably mustard that had been on the ground. She was still the most beautiful creature on God's green earth. The ring. He patted his pants pockets before remembering it was in his shirt. Frantically, he pawed at his chest until he felt a ring-sized bump. Letting out a sigh of relief, he sagged. The guy from the cart rushed up. I got the whole thing on video. This guy was assaulting her, and this guy came over to stop him, and he grabbed her hair, and I was like, whoa. The officer instructed Nash to roll over and placed a zip tie around his wrists. They both watched the video. I'll need your phone. The officer took Cart Guy's phone. Cart Guy frowned but nodded. That's what I get for doing something nice. You can get it back tomorrow at the police department. Robert offered him his hand. Thanks for your help. Yes, thank you. Breezy's voice was soft, unsure. Cart Guy blushed. You're welcome. He gave his name and a number not connected to the cell phone to one of the officers. They turned on Robert. We'll need a statement from everyone. Of course. Robert recounted the events. The longer he talked, the deeper the realization that he would not be proposing to Olivia tonight. The disappointment was a bitter pill to swallow. There was just no way he could bring back the romance he'd so carefully planned, right down to shining his boots, after such an event. As the time passed, he watched the businesses and eateries shut down one by one. When he was done with his statement, he looked Olivia over. She had a bruise on her elbow and a couple scratches. Breezy was worse. She had finger-shaped bruising on her arms, her neck was sore, and her cheek was swollen. The pain would be an unwelcome reminder of what happened here tonight, but she didn't need medical attention. Robert swore he'd heard a squishy slap that meant someone had broken skin. With a sigh, he explained to the officer that he was a doctor and asked for permission to check Nash, who was seated on one of the lounge chairs, his hands secured behind his back. The officer nodded. I'll be right here if you need me. Robert approached slowly. I'm going to check you for injuries. Nash's eyes had glossed over. He didn't respond. Robert followed his gut and went behind Nash. His black hair was greasy and smelled of blood. Robert leaned closer and could see a 2-inch gash dripping blood down his scalp and soaking his black t-shirt. He waved the officer over. He's got a head wound that needs stitches. The officer tipped his head to talk into the radio on his shoulder. Dispatch, we need an ambulance. We need to treat him for shock. Robert looked around for something clean to lay Nash on. Do you have an emergency blanket? The officer was giving directions to dispatch and explaining the situation. He nodded and headed back to his vehicle that was parked not far away on the cobblestone walkway and came back with a silver, crinkly blanket. Robert laid it out and was able to get Nash situated with his legs on the seat. The officer wasn't too happy about removing the zip tie until Robert suggested they tie his feet to the arms of the chair. He suspected Nash was already in a state of shock, and that's why he didn't fight them. Having done what he could for humanity in general and not for Nash personally, Robert brushed his palms together and made his way to Olivia. She went willingly into his embrace and he breathed in her scent. Running his hand up her arm, he ached for the time when he could wake up with her next to him. Breezy was wrapping up her statement when someone tapped Robert on the shoulder. He spun around to find Matt Fargo, a lifelong friend of the Dumonts, holding out his hand. The two had met at several rodeos. Thanks for watching out for my sister. Robert shook his hand. Matt was a bulldogger who came from a long line of bulldoggers. He was Ellie's age, which meant that Breezy was younger than Robert thought. Anytime. Matt cuffed Olivia's shoulder. You too. Olivia smiled. Glad we were here. Matt nodded. I wish I could buy you guys dinner or something, but I should really get Breezy home. We're fine. Take care of her and call if you need anything. Olivia sent them off. Matt dropped his arm around his sister. She leaned into him as they walked, sniffing loudly. Olivia spun in Robert's arms and laid her palms on his chest. What now? She asked. Good question. He thought of the ring in his pocket. Now what? He wasn't going to propose tonight, and he couldn't bring her back here next week. This place had way too many bad memories. He needed a new plan, and soon.
Chapter 40. Ellie Dumont. Ellie heard Logan's truck pull up from where she stood at the kitchen sink in the trailer. She hurried out to meet him, wiping her hands on a dish towel. The whole family had gone to the midweek roping to watch Olivia and Dad. It was their first sponsored event. Logan had stayed behind to change water. He'd been at it since 4 this morning, and he looked like it as he dragged himself out of the truck. She walked right up to him and laced her fingers through his. Hey. Hey, he replied wearily. I bought something for the new house. Come see. He sighed. He was tired and probably wanted to shower, but if he went in he'd fall asleep and they'd have another night where she slept on one side of the mattress and he slept on the other. She tugged him along to the partially framed home. They had a concrete porch out front that looked out over the hay field where white butterflies danced from plant to plant. With the sprinklers going and the sun setting, this place was like a slice of heaven. You bought a porch swing? He asked. I did. She sat down and pulled him down next to her. Before the house was done? He sat like he was in the principal's office. Patience was a virtue Ellie didn't generally possess, but she could cultivate it for Logan's sake. She kicked the floor to get the swing moving. It jerked awkwardly because of Porter's stiff posture. He sat against the back and let the swing do what it was made for. Mr. Can-Can wandered down the lane and turned into their place. He headed right for the alfalfa. Ellie just watched. They had plenty to spare. Mama Cat called her kitchens from the edge of the field. They melted out of the crop, 2 carrying mice. Looked like the hunt had been successful. Logan's hand was dry and limp in hers. She kept rocking. The chair squeaked, creaked. A fly buzzed past her face and she swatted at it. Logan exhaled deeply and placed his hand on her thigh. Ellie ran her fingers slowly up and down his arm. I remember seeing this place from the school bus. I used to wonder what kind of people lived here. It looked so perfect. I'd get off at my stop and see the weeds and the broken window and hear my mom crying, and I'd tell myself that my life was going to be different. Squeak. Creak. Rock back. Roll forward. He leaned on her heavily. I'm here now and life is supposed to be perfect, but all this can't erase that. Rock. Rock. Squeak. He took off his hat and laid his head in Ellie's lap, and she ran her fingers through his hair. They stayed that way for a few more minutes of sunlight. I miss my dad, Ellie. It's stupid and I hate to admit it, but I miss him. The hat fell to the porch with a thunk. The sprinklers hissed far away. Crickets sang. And Logan started to cry. Ellie brushed her fingers over his brow. We don't get to choose the family we're born into, but we can choose to love them or not. She kissed his temple. He fisted her skirt. He loved you, Porter. You told me about that last visit, and it was a tender mercy from the Lord, so that you would not doubt that your father loved you. Logan turned into her lap and sobbed. Ellie clutched him tightly and kept on rocking. She stared across the valley, watching the sun set and holding her husband close. This was the man she'd fallen in love with. This was her love.
Chapter 41. Dr. Robert Canton. The next day, Robert was about to close up the Main Street clinic and pick up Levi from school when the phone rang. One of the rules of being a doctor is that you have to protect your private time. There will always be someone who needs you, someone you could help. Robert had learned to walk away from ringing phones the year Levi was born. Before that, he could justify staying at the office until all hours of the night. Levi's mom didn't mind. She was proud of what he did, and each sacrificed dinner date was a badge of honor. Babies don't think that way. They grow whether dad is home or not. So he'd learned to go home and let the emergency room and urgent cares take care of those who needed a doctor after hours. The phone quit ringing and he breathed a sigh of relief. The computer went into sleep mode. The 2 patient rooms were clean and orderly, thanks to his medical assistant. He clicked off the lights as he made his way to the front door. Ring. Ring. He kept walking, right past the front desk. The doorknob was cold and he yanked his hand back. What felt like hands on his shoulders turned him around and shoved him towards the phone. Propelled by the unseen force, he was in a hurry to get there. Hello. The woman on the other end sniffed. Dr. Canton. This is he. I don't know what to do. My baby has been crying since last night. I kept thinking she'd fall asleep, worn out, but she hasn't and I'm scared. Robert spoke without hesitation. Bring her over. Sniff. Gasp. Sob. I'll be right there. Robert made sure the front door was unlocked and turned on all the lights. He grabbed his cell phone and dialed his favorite person. Hey, Cowboy, Olivia answered. Hey there, beautiful. Just hearing her voice put a huge smile on his face. I'm going to be here a little later than I thought. Is there any chance you could pick up Levi at the bus stop? There was a pause and he could hear her typing. I'll be there. How long are you going to be? I'm not sure. Hopefully there's an easy fix for this last patient, but sometimes the critters don't want to cooperate. Right. He grinned. A steer had cut himself on the barbed wire fence a couple weeks ago. Robert could have stitched him in 5 minutes, but he was, as Olivia cursed him, uncooperative, and the job took 3 hours. No worries. Levi can hang with me. Have I mentioned that I love you? Yes, but I like hearing it, so just keep telling me. I love you, Olivia Dumont. Love you too. They hung up. Robert waited a couple more minutes before the sound of a screaming baby bounced off the front window. The building he purchased used to be a clothing store with a window display. It all looked appropriately doctorish, as Dallas had said the first time he came in, but Robert had left the window. Natural light was cheery and healed the soul. He'd grown used to ranching and being outdoors for a good portion of every day, so the window was as much for him as it was for his patients. He pushed the door open to allow the young mother inside, and locked the door behind her. The baby was red-faced and screaming her lungs out, making it difficult to talk. He motioned towards the first exam room. His heart was screaming for the little girl. Whatever was wrong was really wrong.
Olivia finished up a few small tasks and grabbed her purse. I'm going to meet Levi, she told Ellie. If you need me, call my cell. I'm almost done too. Are you working with Express again tonight? Ellie had taken on a new horse, a big project, but she had great reasons for it. Ellie nodded. He can't stand a riding crop. I'm pretty sure someone beat him when he was a colt. He seems to trust me and Logan now, so we're moving ahead. Olivia shook her head. Not every barrel racer used riding crops to encourage their horses to run faster, but many of them did. Dallas didn't put much stock in them, so none of the Lime Peak horses knew what they were. He had a gentle but firm hand, an iron will, and a big heart. Horses wanted to do what Dallas asked. Watching him work was like seeing a horse's body and soul brought to its full potential. However, with an older horse, understanding their history was important to knowing which techniques to use in training. Ellie had tried several things with Express before trying the crop. Sounded like that didn't work out as well as any of the other tools. What that meant was that they had spent the last 2 weeks taking the horse down to basic trust exercises and building a foundation. Olivia reached for her purse. It's such a shame. Think of what Express could have been if Dallas had him when he was young. I can't. It makes me too angry. Ellie grit her teeth. I should be done by 6. Logan and I are going to dinner at the diner. Olivia headed for the door. Have a great time. The ranch was directly across the main highway into town. Olivia could have walked across the road, but she started up her truck and drove over there. She had on her good boots, the ones saved for Sunday services, and didn't want to kick up a bunch of dust. A few minutes later, the big yellow bus came to a squeaky stop and Levi bounded down the steps. Olivia. He threw his arms around her neck. Can I ride Millie? Olivia laughed. As much as I'd love to, Ellie is going to work with Express for a while. Levi's face fell. She'd already explained that they couldn't take other horses in the arena while Express was in training. He was too high-strung to be around the little kids. I wanted to practice poles. George says I have to learn the pattern good before I can run M. And you want to run? I want to run. He took off for the truck. Olivia laughed as she climbed behind the wheel. Well, running poles is something I can help you with. They headed up the lane to her basement apartment. Until Ellie eloped, the sisters shared the small space in Dallas and Bonnie's basement. Olivia missed her sister something fierce, but was so happy for her. Logan was a great guy, and he loved Ellie more than air. Levi dragged his feet down the concrete steps. How can I practice poles in here? He dropped his backpack by the door. Olivia pointed at it and he hung it on the hook, along with his zip-up hoodie. I'll show you. Olivia went to the cupboard and pulled out 6 cans. She lined them up across the living room and partially down the hallway. Okay. You're the horse. This is your timer. She set a book up on its spine 2 feet before the first can. Let's see you run the poles. Levi took off at a sprint and started weaving between the cans. Whoa. Olivia called as if she were calling a horse to a stop. Levi slammed on the brakes. You gotta go all the way to the top of the poles first. Levi ran back. I forgot. Try again. He did, this time going all the way to the top of the pattern before he wove his way back. He turned the last can quickly and ran into the wall. Olivia laughed at his stunned expression. Oh, that's a broken pattern for Levi Canton. Better luck next time, cowboy. Levi giggled. You sounded just like the announcer. You'd think I'd been to a few rodeos, she teased. Olivia glanced around her apartment. There were 100 tasks to finish in a day. Okay, you keep practicing, and when you're ready for me to watch, let me know. Levi nodded, lining his toe up on the starting line. Olivia's heart expanded with the love she felt for Levi. He was such a good kid with eyes like his dad's, and he'd found a special place in her heart. She gathered the dirty laundry and started a load before finding the bathroom cleaner and a rag. The sound of Levi's footfalls in the hallway was beautiful background music that filled the apartment. A sense that this was right, that she was supposed to be in Levi's life, filled her up and caused her eyes to sting.
Robert walked slowly from the truck to Olivia's door. The baby had a massive ear infection and her eardrum was about to burst, which could have caused permanent hearing damage. Figuring that out had taken time and her constant screaming wore him down. He hated to see innocents suffer. That was one of the reasons he'd become a family doctor instead of sticking to the ER. As soon as Robert diagnosed the malady, he put numbing drops in her ears. They kicked in and the baby dropped off to sleep. Her mom deflated like a day-old balloon and began to cry. She'd sobbed, feeling inadequate as a mother for not knowing it was an ear infection. How could she, when the child didn't tug at her ears, have stomach problems, and only ran a mild fever? Robert assured her the baby was going to be okay. He wrote a prescription and sent the pair home for some much-needed rest. He could use some rest too, but what he could use more was Olivia. He knocked and entered at Olivia's come in. The sight that greeted him was like sunshine. Levi sat at the small table, tracing something on a sheet of paper in every color of crayon while Olivia folded towels on the counter. The apartment smelled like chicken and veggies and laundry softener. Dad. Levi jumped up to give him a hug. I ran through cans to practice and Olivia drew the pole's pattern for me to trace. See? He held up his paper with 6 dots and a rainbow of lines weaving in and out of them. That looks great. Robert ruffled his hair as he took in the 6 cans lined up down the hallway. That was pretty creative and a great way to get out Levi's after-school energy burst. He'd have to remember to set up cans in the future. Levi went back to coloring and Robert crossed the room, kissing Olivia on the cheek. You look great too. He breathed in her fruity scent, holding her in his arms. Olivia snuggled close. Everything go okay? She didn't ask particulars about his patients, knowing he couldn't give them to her anyway. Yes. He kissed her again. Thanks for getting Levi. Anytime. He went to release her, but she held his arms tight. Her brown eyes were full of certainty. I mean it, Robert. I'll be here for him, always. He pulled her close, burying his head in the space between her jaw and her shoulder and breathing in the perfectness of the two of them standing together. That's all he wanted in his life, to stand with Olivia for time and all eternity. I know you will. While he and Olivia would become a couple, married and bound together in holy matrimony, seeing her and Levi together, he realized their union would affect Levi as greatly as anyone. Levi loved Olivia, he enjoyed living on the ranch and even preferred the cowboy lifestyle to their home in Seattle. Surely he wouldn't object to his dad getting married again. Robert needed to find a way for Levi to be a part of the proposal. He trailed 3 kisses up Olivia's neck, making her giggle. She swatted at him, looked pointedly at Levi to tell him not to get too friendly in front of the kid, and went back to folding laundry. Not at all put off by her shyness, he pulled her close and kissed her proper before letting her go. She glanced up at him from lowered lashes, and his pulse kicked up a notch. If he didn't get out of there, he'd be hauling her into the laundry room where he could kiss her a whole lot more. "You want to go for a ride?" Robert asked Levi. "Is Ellie done in the arena?" Levi asked. Robert nodded. "It was empty when I drove in." Levi burst from the table and scrambled into his hoodie. "What do you tell Olivia?" Levi paused. "Thanks for the cans and paper and the cupcakes." "You're welcome." Olivia crossed the room and gave Levi a hug, which he returned easily. Robert swelled with hope that bringing his family together was going to work out. Levi ran out the door, leaving it open. Robert took the opportunity to give Olivia a real kiss. "I'd better go," he said between kisses. "Levi's already in the barn." Olivia giggled. "Dinner will be ready in an hour." "I don't deserve you." "You just keep thinking that, Robert Canton, and we're going to get along just fine." Robert growled and rubbed her neck with his beard. She shrieked with delight and ducked out of reach. He winked as he shut the door behind him, ready to have a grown-up conversation with his 7-year-old about changing their lives forever. Chapter 42. Dr. Robert Canton. Robert had a hard time concentrating on the pole pattern he and Levi made. His thoughts drifted time and time again to Olivia in her kitchen. He pulled his eyes off her door to watch Levi finish the pattern. "You're doing lots better tonight." Olivia helped. Levi easily passed along the credit. If there was ever going to be an opening to talk about marrying Olivia, this was it. Robert rubbed his clammy palm on his jeans. He opened his mouth at the same time Levi said, "When are we going camping again?" Robert faltered. Not for a couple months." "When can I have a brother?" asked Levi. Robert laughed, relieved to have the lead into the conversation he struggled to start. "Well, funny you should ask that. If you're going to have a brother, then I need to have a wife." Levi screwed up his lips as he thought over that revelation. The horses continued their steady plodding along the fence line. "You should marry Olivia." "Olivia?" Robert asked, feigning surprise. "Why Olivia?" Levi heaved a sigh as if Robert were slow on the uptake. He wasn't. His heart was pounding so fast he could have beat his horse in a race. "Well, Jax is learning to yell like his dad, and if I'm going to be his partner, I need someone who can teach me to rope good." Robert stroked his beard. "I can teach you." He had the basics down. That would be enough for now. "Dad, you're the worst roper on the ranch." Robert grunted, his pride taking a blow. Levi spoke the truth, but that didn't make his son's assessment any less damaging to Robert's Superman complex. It was difficult to know Levi had a need that Robert couldn't meet. Then again, wasn't that the idea of having a partnership in a marriage? Not only was a couple there for one another, they filled in with the children, giving them every advantage. Olivia was definitely an advantage, a beautiful, kind, hard-working, smart advantage. Levi wasn't done trying to explain things to his dad. "If Olivia was my mom, she could teach me like George teaches Jax." "You have a valid point there. So when you gonna marry her?" Robert chuckled. "I have to ask her first." Levi shrugged. "We can do that tonight." Robert held up his hand. "It's got to be special. And a surprise. You should take her on a ride." "She'd like that." Robert thought this over. From his first day on the Lime Peak Ranch, he'd known horses were a huge part of Olivia's life. Levi's idea for a ride was so right, Robert had been slow not to think of it first. You're right. Let me make a plan. In the meantime, don't say a word. He pressed his finger over his lips. I won't. Levi's eyes widened slightly. Not even to Jack's. Ah. Robert laughed and leaned over to ruffle Levi's hair. Tell you what, I'll let you be the one to tell Jax you're going to be cousins after we ask Olivia, deal? Jack sat tall. And then I'll get a brother? Robert could see Olivia with a baby in her arms as easily as he could see the barn. He hoped they'd have several brothers and maybe even a sister too. One Olivia was enough for him to handle right now. A miniature version would be impossible to say no to. One step at a time. Okay? Okay. They headed back to the barn to put the horses up. Jasper, Olivia's horse, stuck his head over the stall and nickered, angry that he'd been left out. Robert looked at him for a minute. Jasper should be a part of the proposal too. Levi was spot on with that one. While throwing hay to all the horses, an idea started to form in Robert's mind. The more he thought about it, the better he felt. His last proposal had been something he would have wanted, but this one was all about what Olivia would want. And that made it perfect.
Chapter 43. Anna Dumont. A Friday night to herself was a rarity. Anna knew better than to waste one. She gathered her Kindle, a warm cup of chocolate, and a pillow, and made her way to the front porch swing. Through the trees, she could see George's house and the bare lumber of Ellie and Logan's new construction. She sighed happily. Adding a family to the ranch was a good thing. Hopefully they'd get working on grandbabies soon, and she'd have a bundle to hold and a toddler to ride with and so much to do. Someone needed to sell ropes. But Anna was looking forward to the time when she could retire. She was 3 chapters into a quick romance when a familiar rumble reached her ears. She sat up, spilling the hot chocolate in the process. Shaking her hand off, she stared at the curve in the lane, her heart beating fast. Sure enough, Porter's red Ford bounced across the ruts. Tears stung her eyes. Her baby was home. She met him in the barnyard, yanking his truck door open and throwing her arms around his neck. As his boots hit the gravel, he picked her up and swung her around, a strange smile on his face. "Let me guess, you've been reading on the porch." Porter's eyes laughed. "What else is there to do on a Friday night?" She hooked her arm through his and brought him to the porch to sit with her. 2 kittens had found her spilled chocolate. She shooed them off and grabbed a hose to clean up. "What are you doing here?" She sprayed down the concrete and shut off the hose. Porter scratched the back of his head as he sat down. "I missed home." Anna joined him and leaned her head on his shoulder. "I know how you feel." They rocked for a while, just soaking in the country. Something was bothering Porter. He carried it on his heart like a weight belt. He'd always been easy to read, but she wouldn't push. He was here, and for now that was enough. "So, what happened while I was gone?" Anna squeezed his arm. So much."
Chapter 44. Olivia Dumont. "Come on, Miss Olivia." Jax kicked Millie in an effort to get her to go faster. Millie wasn't that convinced. She trotted for a count of 7 before dropping back to a walk. "Where are we going?" Olivia asked. Jax had talked her into going for a trail ride, but they were headed down the lane instead of up the trail. His first few weeks of school were an adjustment. Olivia remembered how hard it was to switch from the ranch's pace to school's rigid schedule. Reading every day at 9:15. Math at 10 o'clock. Lunch at 11 o'clock. Ugh. She much preferred the laid-back clocks of the Fair Catch Ranch. "Just follow me." Jax kicked Millie again, and this time she actually listened. Afraid Jax was headed to the busy road, Olivia spurred Jasper to catch up. Olivia chuckled. Give Jasper a break, he won 2 ropings this weekend. That's a lot of work. The PRCA season ended. George and Ellie qualified in the top 15. They were headed to the finals. Jax turned in his saddle so he could look at her. He didn't win them. You did. Couldn't have done it without him. She leaned back and patted Jasper's rump fondly. "Could I, boy?" Jasper didn't respond. Olivia had applied for her PRCA permit. She could start making money October 1st that would count towards her totals for the final events. Dad was a card-carrying member, only needing to earn $1,000 a year to stay active. He could do that with his eyes closed. But he was itching to win with his new partner. Porter was back at the factory. He wasn't running the floor, he was working on it, tying handas. He didn't complain about being bumped from manager. He seemed happy for the work, but not happy in general. He didn't mope around anymore and had been up to UVU to talk to Coach Draper about a rodeo scholarship and the possibility of going to college. The top of Ellie and Logan's house came into view. The dry wallers were coming next week. Logan planned to tile and install flooring. He'd worked for an installer in college and was ready to put those skills to use for his own home. He and Ellie were back to being sweet on each other. Ignoring them was much easier when Olivia had Robert to cuddle up to. Robert's land came into view. They'd gotten a fourth cut out of the hay field and everything was nice and trim for the winter. Of course, snow was still a few months off. Next Friday, they were going up to the range to round up the cattle and bring them in. The two little boys were besides themselves with wiggles and plans. They had picked out a 4-man tent and convinced their dads to share. Carol was staying home to ken the last of the garden with Bonnie. Mom was staying because she hated to sleep on the ground. The three of them had some dinner planned that the men would all hate. Olivia was going. She wouldn't miss an opportunity to share a campfire with Robert and Jax. The two of them had taken up a place in her heart and every moment they spent together was like a tender mercy from the Lord. In the middle of Robert's field was a white tent. Olivia stood up in the stirrups. There were fairy lights dangling inside and an outdoor couch, the kind you'd find in a fancy home decorating magazine. Next to the couch stood Robert. He had on his cowboy hat and a pressed button-up shirt. Darn it all if he wasn't the best-looking thing out here. "Come on," Jax waved for her to follow him into the field. He slithered off Millie and tied her to the back of Robert's slightly used truck. He'd bought it a couple weeks ago and it suited him well. Olivia followed Jax's example. These two were up to something. Jax took her hand and brought her into the tent. Once inside, she found a low table loaded with chocolate, cheese, and crackers. Jax looked at it longingly, but Robert shook his head. Later, he said out of the corner of his mouth. Jax nodded solemnly. He pointed to the couch. "You sit there." Olivia narrowed her eyes. "Why?" "Because that's what we practiced." Jax looked at her like she was daft. "Oh, well if that's what you practiced." Olivia winked at Robert. He was twisting his beard between his fingers. Not that it was that long, he was just nervous. Since he was nervous, Olivia became nervous and combed the ends of her hair with her fingers. Jax looked at Robert. Robert waved his fingers telling him to get on with whatever they were doing. "Miss Olivia." Jax scratched his nose. "My dad loves you and you love him, so I think you should get married." Olivia's eyebrows about jumped off her head. "What does your dad think?" She gulped. Robert got down on one knee, which put him at about the same height as Jax. "What happened to the speech?" he asked Jax out of the corner of his mouth. Jax tried to copy Robert, but his lips didn't quite get the idea. The image was adorable. "I forgot it." Robert rolled his eyes and tickled Jax. "This is why you're not allowed to get married until you're 40. Jax giggled and his face turned red. "Girls are gross." "Yes they are." Olivia amused his hair. She pulled him away from Robert and hugged him close. "Would you really be happy to have me as a mom?" Jax's face bounced against her collarbone. He'd already grown so much since they got here. They all had. She moved him back and smiled. Then I think I'd better talk to your dad about that. Can I ride Millie back to the barn by myself? Jax clasped his hands together in front of him. Olivia glanced at Robert. What do you think? Porter's in the barn. Robert smiled. I think Jax is big enough to make that trek. Yes. Jax danced all the way to Millie's side. He untied her quickly and scrambled up her side and into the saddle. It was a good thing that horse was patient. Little boys were all elbows and knees. Jax waved to them at the fence and set off at a trot up the lane. Robert moved off his knee and sat next to Olivia on the couch. He took her left hand in both of his, stroking the back of her hand with his thumb. She shivered with his touch. Since he'd learned about her weakness for being kissed on the neck, he'd been careful to only wield his powers for good. Olivia craved those stolen moments with him. He was really quite talented at kissing. Olivia Dumont. The first day I met you, I was impressed. Ha, she teased. I was. I'd never met a woman so determined nor so strong in body and drive. I've watched you accomplish the impossible and make your dreams come true. He turned her hand over and traced the scars down her fingers. He leaned his forehead against hers. I want to dream with you, Olivia. She closed her eyes, wanting to remember every word, every blush of his fingers across her skin, every cricket's chirp and the feel of the evening sun on her bare arms. I want to build a house, build a home, and build a family together. He touched her cheek, causing her eyes to open. Will you marry me? Yes. She broke into a smile. He took her face in his hands and claimed her lips. Olivia giggled into their kiss. Robert laughed. He sat back so he could pull a small velvet box from his pocket. He cracked the lid to reveal a stunning solitaire on a platinum band. With a blush, Olivia held out her hand. Robert worked the ring over her bent finger. It's perfect, she whispered in amazement. Robert kissed the ring, her finger, her hand. Yes, it is. Olivia buried her fingers in his beard and kissed him like she meant it. He moaned and kissed her back. A horn honked and they broke apart to wave at Bonnie and Dallas, who were on their way home. We really need some walls, Robert muttered. Olivia turned his face towards her. Let em honk. She wiggled her eyebrows and pulled him for a steamy kiss. There weren't any porch lights out here, and she intended to use that to her advantage as she showed Robert how much she loved him by digging her fingers into his hair and kissing him like she was going to marry him. They spent the evening kissing and planning and dreaming together and nibbling on the snacks. She owned a plot of land down the street, but they would build a house on Robert's land and officially make the Lime Peak Ranch home for Robert and Jax. They'd build more than just a home, they'd build a family of their own. A family that would stick together even when life got hard. A family that watched out for one another. A family that roped together, played together, worked together, and laughed together. But most especially, a family that grew love right there in the hay field. You've been listening to A Cowboy's Proposal, a Lime Peak Ranch family drama romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed this story and Olivia and Robert's wonderful moment together. I'm so excited for those two, and I'm so excited that they're together. If you have any comments, leave them below. I read them all. Please like, subscribe, and help this channel be found by other wonderful and amazing readers and listeners who want to listen to some audiobooks. Thank you for being here today, and remember that you are loved.